Welcome to the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown 1v1 journey into the game of Rocket League. We're very excited to be here with you all and cover some of the best 1v1 players in the high school scene, some of the best 1v1s that you see around here. And of course, the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown brought to you by Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. Beat the heat of the moment in game, as well as some of those summer temperatures that are hitting us outside of it, plus some of the hurricanes too. I'm not sure Sprite Chill can cure that, but Hell Monkey Man, it can sure kill the heat. Here. Hell Monkey Man, I'm glad that you're here with us today.
Yeah, I very much am too, because I nearly got hit with one of those tornadoes brought to you by all the storms going down. And you know what? I had some Sprite Chill in my fridge, so maybe there is something to be said about Sprite Chill scaring away the storms. But this is going to be an awesome day, Saturday, for a solo showdown brought to you by Sprite Chill and, of course, by Stay Plugged In, as there's going to be an awesome just plethora of players that really want to showcase that, I guess, some 1v1 solo queue is what it's all about.
Oh, man. I mean, some of the best in it, representing TSM, other organizations as well throughout that we'll get to see in just a minute. So before we get into some of the players that we don't want to talk about Stay Plugged In, I mean, they've partnered with Sprite in order to bring recruiting opportunities. Stay Plugged In platform really allows you to connect one-on-one with college recruiters. As a player, it's honestly such a valuable resource to be able to connect and find the contact info of who you're looking for in the collegiate scene. You know, it's not always as simple as finding them on Discord and hitting them up. Hey, can I play for your school? There's so much more that goes into it. And to have Stay Plugged In your corner through esports scholarships, through esports recruiting specialists that we have that work with you one-on-one on your personalized game plan. If you have that in your corner, I am telling you, it is a fantastic resource. And all you have to do is sign up for a free account anyways today in order to get started and compete. So that's staypluggedin.com, and then just go for a player account and create and basically tell us about you. Your profile, and then bada boom, you are talking to colleges. So very excited to be able to present this opportunity and be here with Sprite and Stay Plugged In the same corner. Also, if you're a high school program and maybe you're looking to amp up some of your looks, Hell Monkey Man, and Emerge Apparel site is where you want to be, because with Emerge Apparel, you know, as a esports organization owner, sometimes it can be very difficult. Yeah, especially high school. Think about the high school program. How are we going to fund things? And with this Booster Club program, it's 50% rev share will allow you to put money back into your program, so that way you can focus on what's important, which is really the student opportunities that exist through Stay Plugged In. It's one of the big reasons why Stay Plugged In is actually partnered with Emerge. And plus one of the biggest things is you don't have to worry about the hassle of fulfilling orders. Emerge will do that stuff for you, all right? It'll help. You'll never have to purchase and keep inventory. You can just send a link to your students, send your link to your parents, fans, whatever you have as an organization, and then just allow them to go onto the site and purchase, and then you get 50% back in that program, like we mentioned. So go ahead and replace stress with revenue. Visit emergeapparel.gg and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today. And of course, with emergeapparel.gg, Matt's one of the greatest that does it, and he would be happy to connect with you today. And also, Spin Labs is one of our partners as well today. Spin Labs is incredible. It's with your high school program, Hell Monkey Man. You want to have a sharp-looking area, a room, a dedicated room, and some of the top-tier equipment, because sometimes, that equipment that you're kind of stuck with currently, it's very expensive to upgrade equipment after all, isn't it, Helmut?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Look, we all played, or at least all of us that are in the booth right now, played a lot of Oregon Trail, and not everyone is going to be persisting off of those 8-inch side floppy disks. No, you want to have something that can actually stand the test of time, be able to really galvanize a group that's going to compete, and also incentivize them not just to be in the classroom, but also to be a team together. And I mean, just look at it. You get to see some of these classrooms that are up in Connecticut. And of course, I feel like if you're a student that is going to be going into a program, especially into esports, it's not going to be one of those things that's just shoved off into a closet. No, you're going to be given some of the best, and that's what exactly these build outs are all about: a standardized foundation for competition, technically and in a aesthetic as well, that will really get students to be able to kind of really bond together. This is a big thing, and it really sets a nice cemented push in the right direction for these students to be able to compete at the highest level.
Bonding together is such a great point that you brought up, Monkey Man, because at the end of the day, what we look for is not only within your own team, which is obviously a must, but also across some of your regional teams too. In fact, we have a video that shows exactly this concept with two teams that got together for a scrimmage up there in Connecticut specifically. Granted, we do this all over the place, but you should check out this video because it does a great job explaining exactly what Stay Plugged In Labs can do for you. Check this out.
Today is the next step in the progress of building an esports program. We built our room. We are part of helping SMSA build their room, and today we're having our first in-person scrimmage. That excitement that had other sporting events, we're now going to get that. So it makes that connection for kids. Like, this becomes part of their home. They feel a connection to it. They want to be here.
All right. Okay, I'll go run. Go off. Wait for it. Okay, run dead. Good all. All right, I got run.
The room is outstanding. We are so excited to have this esports room, the state-of-the-art equipment and technology to best support our learners have the best esports experience.
When you're here, you just have as much fun as possible. You build a family, to be honest.
All right, I got run. We have, I got emergency. Hawks on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hawks. 1, 2, 3. Tigers.
So that's it. That's the journey, Monkey Man, from, competing in some of the Stay Plugged In events. Eventually you get merch, eventually you get an incredible lab and be able to connect with others around. It's just a special moment.
Yeah, honestly, look good, feel good, be able to not just be in your own little realm and an echo chamber, but also proving that you can compete on a stage against other opponents, because that's what this is all about. Now, today is going to be more 1v1 oriented, but you do it at the team level, and that can happen in those kinds of settings. And of course, to be able to compete directly across, it brings a human element, but also you get to see the awesome aesthetic that, everyone then feels good in that kind of new build out they had in their own little esports lab.
Here's what I'm looking for here today. Is 100% how cool can you stay? And it's appropriate because it's Sprite chill, but I literally mean it in the way that, in a 1v1 environment, it can get frustrating, right? The first thing that you see, you go to Twitch, you go to your favorite streamer, and you see them in 1v1s, what are they doing? Probably raging, because it can be frustrating. But the thing is, it's important for schools too. Some schools are looking for 1v1 stars or players that can actually put a team on their back and make solo plays if they need to, or even more so, defensively. How does a player perform in those 1v1 situations? And even in a team environment, that 1v1 skill goes a long way, even in 3v3s.
Oh yeah, you and I've seen it not just at the collegiate level and now the high school level even more prevalently, but definitely at the professional level. Heck, I've run a lot of leagues myself where individual players, if they're doing 1v1s or simply living the solo queue life, are looking for teams that they can then be able to be around and really find some value in. And I mean, 1v1 skill, we know the salt mine. We know that it can be salty and it can be rough out there. If you can keep your head cool, have your mechanics, you have no one to blame but yourself with problems going wrong out there, which means these are some of the best players, especially individually, that can be able to really add value to any squad.
Electrons, welcome to the stream. Also, we want to welcome everybody to the stream and say that #chill is what you want to type into chat if you see a sick play. And then basically what we'll do is anybody who supports your vote will go ahead and add those up and see if we can't get these plays on the top 5 afterwards on social media. So #chill is very easy. Just when you see somebody hit a crazy musty flick, whatever it might be, just go ahead and hit it up. We got our first matchup, so let's check it out. 1v1 tournament starts now as we have Trendy. Trendy is facing off with Core Calf 8. I do not know a whole lot about these players, but Monkey Man, maybe you can fill me in at least on the surface match.
Well, I went and looked into our awesome little document. And so we have Trendy, who is going to be a senior this next year out of New York. They're going against the sophomore in Corcaf, who is hailing from out of North Carolina. And I've actually, by knowing yourself and by knowing a lot of people over there, have seen a lot of talent that's been able to blossom out of North Carolina. So this will be an interesting, kind of stretch between someone that is looking actively for that next level of education, as well as someone that's kind of right in the midst of it. So taking seriously this Sprite Show solo showdown to see what they can find to maybe keep themselves cool. But both these teams, both these players are going to go to best of 3. And after this, we'll face off the #1 seed. But it's going to come down. Trendy are mysteries.
Yeah, it's a quick start here from Trendy, setting the trend, if you will. Corey, just on the kickoff, I mean, you're going to see a whole lot of that. Get off to players that are also can utilize some of the kickoff strategies to really advance forward and not sit back whenever you have a deficit. So definitely a good start from Trinity, trying to keep to that as well. Had an opportunity, it looked like, to jump forward, but instead Corcaf will finally allow a chance to settle in here in this 1v situation and see if they can't get one back. But Trinity did a great job to track them down there and at least keep it 1-0 for now.
I've seen a lot of, big content creator slash tournament setup guy named Fear. I've seen a lot of what he wants that have been conducted by him, and I got to play in some early on in my Rocket League career, also many years ago. And the biggest thing that you're going to see early on is kind of no man's land and that neutral space. You cannot play shadow defense for too long without giving up too much ground, and then you have to be able to set something up for sure. If you go for an aerial play like we're seeing with Trendy, then you're also seeing yourself in a big 50-50, and that's going to be a big miss. They play for the outside ball, and they get a second goal here in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, a quick start here from Trinity. By the way, we're working on that game audio. We will be able to lower it a little bit for you if we haven't already. So appreciate your feedback in chat, and we'll get that fixed. Trinity, yes, quick start, 2-0. It's what you want. And it's also just maybe a matter of getting yourself settled in. Corcaf has plenty of time to calm down. And when we saw the first sequence outside of that first kickoff goal that kicked things off, it seems like Corcaf has really been able to at least go tit for tat, very closely play Trendy, but that one kind of settles in the corner. By the way, these are all best of 3s until the upper quarterfinals. So in case you were wondering, these are pretty quick fire matches at first, and then we'll really pick it up towards the quarterfinals, which will go over the full details after this match too.
Yeah, and we also have a forfeiture rule in place where if a player believes that they can just not come back and the vibes ain't there, then they can be able to take themselves out of it. We know that this can be a long run. That's a great flip reset, and that's going to be Trendy with their 3rd goal. And this one was actually made possible because of what they did before Bear, really just keeping Corcaf without much boost and keeping them off position.
Yeah, and then just clinical trust your mechanics in order to get it done. I've seen too many times a defender try to challenge in that situation, and then really you throw yourself off a little bit whenever you see the defender there. That's why you always want to challenge quickly, which Corcaf did, but I mean, credit where credit's due. Trinity stuck, trusted the mechanics, and was able to bury it. Now it's got a 3-0 lead, and Trinity should try to push and maybe establish more on it. With that said, Corcaf has been keeping it relatively close. You want to be able to capitalize. This is a great opportunity to do just that, but the shot will go wide. And that's what I'm talking about there. Trendy had an opportunity, but just could not. But it was Corcaf that could not quite get around him.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the second time. This one a little bit more blatant, but one just a little bit ago, they've actually been able to win spacing against Trendy, but Trendy is also taking advantage of 2 separate times they've had Corcaf locked in at their own goal line. Now you see Corcaf getting a bit more aggressive as Trendy hasn't exactly gone to do the same thing off their noodle and off their noggin. That's going to be a big win. That's going to be final. Whoa, hold on. Anything but sure. Oh, no. That got away from him.
Unlucky. I mean, that's just nerves at this point. You hate to see the lack of ability to execute there. And Trendy, in fact, will get another one, too. But I like the steps that Corcaf was taking, though. It just stinks to see it happen the way it did. First of all, being patient, allowing Trinity to make a mistake, and then you had a wide open net. But at the end of the day, at this level, you got to bury those. Just plain and simple.
Yeah, especially with the way that you're down 3, and that could have turned that one into a 2-goal hole, but now it's a 2-goal swing, and opposite of that as we are over the midway mark here of game number 1. So luckily for these players, these early rounds are kind of a sprint. We've talked to that. And so you have to get into that mindset. And I need to know, Bear, how much 1v1 have you played? Because I know some people just don't go into it. They're like, no, I don't want to experience that side of Rocket League.
I don't. I really don't. It's also why my mechanics suffer when we get into the 3v3 conversation, right? But we don't talk about it. Diamond 3 was the highest I got in ones. And that was a couple seasons ago, so I don't know exactly where that is these days because it's been a while, right? But yeah, I should probably play more is what I'm saying.
It definitely is it's a mortal reminder of how good or not good you are. And I've been in there. It's amazing to see people think that they're, a pro and they're sitting at gold 3. I've experienced like, oh, what in the world's up with you? So everyone exists with salt at every level of this game. And that's just how it is. And I think that's all competitive, both in sports and esports. By the way, we do have CoreCaf that's trying to establish something, but you see how they've kind of run their way up this lane, no big boost, and they couldn't continue on. And Trinity's just kept this very controlled off the top of their car, forcing the 50-50 game to have to come out from CoreCaf.
Yeah, and check out the boost control as well, just being able to kind of steal those on the way out. Trinity, no panic attitude either with a couple of saves there, which at Trinity's level seems, he makes it look incredibly easy, which, when we talk about pro level, it is an easy save, but still trying to make a name for yourself in the collegiate scene, that was pretty impressive. And then being able to not only that, but transition it down the field. I like Trinity. I like what he's been able to accomplish here in this game, number 1. Everything's going right for him.
You'll get punished if you try to respond too fast, too earnest in 1v1s. And some may say, okay, well, you need to do that at times, and that's true. But you also need to have a method to what could be the madness felt in this particular lobby in a 1v1 mindset. So you don't overcommit, and you don't have a knee-jerk reaction, and that's the tremble that will happen whenever you have to take on these kind of mechanical outplays against your opponent. We're at 30 seconds to go, and well, this one's going to be running the right way here in favor of Trendy. Maybe be able to enforce a little bit of extra damage. That one to the ego as they find a 6 off that demo.
Yeah, and I was wondering when we were going to see our first peak of physicality, and Trendy got the job done. He was doing it in every single category, so why not jump up in the physical game and get that kicked off for us as well? Dude, he clearly has a Sprite chill in his hand because he is just calm, cool, collected, and doing everything right. And everything seems to keep going. But, granted, Corey going to get on the board here. So, maybe it's Trendy looking for that in Brazil, but I'm going to be the optimist and say that CoreCaf, just plain and simple, won that kickoff and now is hopefully going to build some momentum off of it.
Always see if you can carry that forward, but you also have to get Trendy in an uncomfortable spot. And yeah, they're probably going to tell him that they're just working for some extra content and some Brazil on the other end of it. If Trendy is playing with one hand on a controller and the other hand with a Sprite chill, that is something. That I want to see them just drop a clip of them doing that. That I would quit. I'd be done. It would be over. And they're not going to find an extra one to hit somewhere down in South America, but Trendy will still be flying high. After game number 1, we go 6-1.
There you go. That's quick off right off the first jump, right? First 5 seconds, and they were able to kind of run away with it since then. So Trendy making right moves, and it's pretty much what we expected at this level. It was the 30th seed to 33, I think 34 area. So with these players, they still have a lot to learn. There's still going to be a little bit of holes in the game, but it's something they can really patch up along the way. And that's why we run these events too. It's not just, hey, I'm playing in front of colleges, which is incredibly important, and showing off your skill is incredibly important. But a lot of college programs also, directors have come to me and says, this player is growing. This player is learning from their mistakes, and they're getting better. And I think both these players are, which for CoreCaf doesn't really do a whole lot, especially when Trendy's already, jumping out of the gate pretty hot.
Yeah, that's very true. In the greatest words of, I think it came from the cartoon Adventure Time, shout out, one of my favorites. Being bad at something is the first step to being great at something. And there is no sense of the word of CoreCaf being bad. It's simply you see the difference of experience level, because it's a senior versus a sophomore, but also simply where they can go up. You can see amazing growth from players that will be able to progress. So we'll see how that goes into later term. But obviously Trendy's really good. And if they're a senior going into this next semester, then there's a lot of availability now, especially because they're like, hey, I've worked on all this. I could be able to bring that to your program almost immediately next year.
Yeah, exactly. An instant impact is super impactful for a program, or really helpful for a program, rather, be able to jump to that next level. So we'll see game 2 here and bring up Trendy. Trendy's up that 1-0. I think it's a best of 3 situation, so we'll get to sit back into the action here momentarily. Things that CoreCaf has to do. What are you looking for here to turn it around?
Well, okay, so the initial kickoff obviously paid him no favors. You have to put away the goals that you're given. That had a couple of great opportunities where I think he just won the 50-50 game, but then didn't finish. It's like putting your name on the top of a paper. You just got to do that to be able to get the credit. And then you can't allow Trendy to have that much open space. As soon as you see an aerial starting to happen, you need to either be ready to receive it at the very last second, because that's when there's no further mechanics that can happen, or you need to cut it out before it's starting to happen. Trendy can't quite secure this one. They're bumped around. CoreCaf has momentum, but they don't have boost, and this is a scary situation for them, but they do have the ball control.
And was able to get boost and get back, and it felt like CoreCaf a little bit too late on that jump out of their own zone, so Trendy was able to take advantage of it too. And CoreCaf seems to be thinking a lot whenever they're trying to transition to the offensive side of the ball. I know once there is particular strategy, but sometimes when you have the advantage, you just kind of have to roll with it. But Trendy was able to do just that. So again, starting off hot, just like we saw in game number 1, we're repeating it again here in this game number 2.
I think the key thing on that previous kind of position, there's 2 ways to play this game. You either play a little bit more passive, or you're trying to play almost immediate to aggress against your opponent. This is going to be another big win. They force them to jump, and Trendy's going to take the better bank of it. It's about how you work with this neutral play in Trendy. They see them jumping. They just have to win a soft 50, and they get another goal.
CoreCaf with a lone goal coming in. The defense has been decent whenever they're trying to track them down on the way back, but whenever Corey gets out there, it seems like they leave it a little bit open. And Trendy will take advantage of this again. A lot of one-sided affairs, which typically happens in this 1v1 environment, to be honest. You know, you have all this talent come in, and even at the 1v1 ranked, you'll see some one-sided tilts, and Trendy just the beneficiary out of this. Luckily for CoreCaf and/or Corey, as we see in his name, Corey will be able to maybe make a lower side run if he's not able to accomplish a comeback here. With the lack of scoring, it just seems to be trending that way. No pun intended.
I actually like that. See, this is a nice little bump. They put it on target. They're going to force Trinity to have to jump out, but they're going to be able to win just keeping it on their nose, and that's going to be a 4th turned in. One thing I just want to see a dynamic paradigm shift right now from Corey. Obviously, Trendy's waiting for them to just keep ball control for as long as they can and then put something on. Going for that kind of aggressive play just now is a high risk, high reward factor. I want to see CoreCaf force Trendy to chase a booming ball. Send something yard, get your boost, and see what they can be done after. Can't find it off the rip, and that's 5 in a row.
Yeah, Corey was looking for the bump, but it felt like it came a little bit too late, and I'm not sure if they just didn't have, they didn't have boost in the tank, and that's what it was.
Yeah, nah.
And that's been happening off the kickoffs. So I think next step would be off the kickoff. If you lose it, you got to know where the 12 packs are and be able to hit it in an immediate line backwards. So that was the fastest goal, presented by Brightspeed. Up to 2 gigs of speed is great for gamers. Check out Brightspeed Internet. And if you scan the QR code, if you miss it this time around, you'll see it next time. Go ahead and scan that and see if it's available in your area. Brightspeed, no bundles, no annual contracts, none of the nonsense. And Trendy's not taking nonsense either. That's a 6-0 lead now.
I bet they are a Brightspeed employee. They know exactly how to quickly connect and be able to lay down some lines that just cannot be answered otherwise by CoreCaf. And as they see 6 in a row in 97 seconds, that is trending in the right direction here for Trendy. And I feel like, barring obscurity and chaos, they should be able to move their way through this first round. Now, I have seen crazy moments as well for 1v1, so it's not like this is out of works, but a lot of work to do here for CoreCaf.
I'm just wondering if you work for Brightspeed, because you were laying down some lines there for a second.
Maybe. I'm hireable. Freelance.
There you go. Trendy got ahead of that one. An opportunity for Corey to jump on it, but I think we know what might take place towards the end of this one. Corey showing some mechanics here. All right. Maybe this. What are our chances? Do you think, Elma, maybe this turns into a freestyle competition here?
Well, it should be right now. I feel like that's what we need to start seeing. And even with a big loss, obviously 1v1s, it's either just like 3v3s and 2v2s. It's either you win by 1 point or you win by a bazillion points, and it's still the same W. CoreCaf showing that there is a mechanical side to them that just hasn't been able to, be showcased. That's something that, someone will go, okay, maybe that could be brought to my program. But a lower bracket run is going to be forthcoming for CoreCaf, depending on what the rest of this game turns into. And Trinity really is just kind of showing that they're a no-nonsense kind of player, and they're going to make sure they just get this dub.
Also works for Brightspeed, clearly. No nonsense. Trendy couldn't get around this one. And I will not bash any of our players here. It's just Trendy is better in the 1v1 scene. That's literally all it is. And that doesn't even mean anything in 3v3s. We just went over it. Like, I'm not good at ones. And I play at a level that can be picked up by colleges, literally. Like, at the Champ 2, Champ 3 level, some colleges will give scholarships at that level because they're looking to fill their rosters. So for those of you that need a little bit of maybe motivation going out there, you might be subpar in the 1v1 world. That doesn't matter. You can still have the 3v3 skills outside of it, honestly. And we see that so many times. Like, if you're more of a team player, if you like passing, well, there's nobody past you in the 1v1 environment. So that's what we're talking about here. And we're starting to see some of the freestyling. In the meantime, too.
And then a quick pick one by Corey. So we are able to get one. And we hit Brazil. We go to South America. We have ourselves a good time. And Trinity trying to just add a little bit of extra flair, but CoreCaf finally getting one on the board. And to your point, Citadel plays Alabama every year. And guess what happens nearly every single year? Get destroyed. And yet, student athletes are there. It's because they're going to have a program, something to support them, and that's what matters the most. And I feel like that is what we can be able to see. But we've also seen the trend in the right direction for collegiate athletes and scholarly athletes becoming even better at their trade. So, where you are now is not where you're going to be here in the next few years.
Certainly. Agreed. You know what, Avoids? We're glad that you're here, too. We appreciate you being here and hanging out with us in chat. Apparently no crazy goals yet. We haven't seen the hashtag chill come out, but we're very much looking forward to somebody doing it. Alfie was looking for Brazil and got that, so that's good news. And well, Trinity couldn't find a way around Corey this time, at least. It's happened plenty of times throughout this series. And as we wrap up this this first match as well, looks like Trinity will walk away with the victory to move on the upper side of the bracket. We also want to kind of know who you're pulling for. So if you're here in chat and maybe trying to follow one of your friends, one of your teammates, whatever it might be, let us know who you're cheering for in this bracket. And type !bracket if you want to follow along with us throughout the entirety of this day. We got a long one for you for sure. There was over 40 players that signed up for this, and a lot of them are incredibly talented. Just to play spoilers here, Wavy from TSM is involved in this bracket. We've got Kofer, we've got S5 Cosmic as well. Pretty solid 1v1 players in this bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be nasty. Dark Horse down there, not to play too much into it, is Dark. So I can't wait to be able to see how they also play kind of in that top 10, top 11 sort of seeding position. So we've seen a lot of these players across the region. And I want to see, as the summer is slowly coming to a close scholastically, what's going to be going forward. That's also some 1v1s style This Is Rocket League moments that you'll see. Looking for the double flip resets. They land at least half of it. They can't get it on target, but a flash in the pan of some good substance for later. A 9-1 10-goal spread between these two. Trinity takes it in a 2-0 sweep.
Clinical. Love it. Love seeing players that overperform. I mean, when you're in that 30th seed, the first thing you want to do is hop on stream immediately and prove everybody wrong. And I think that's Trinity was able to do that, and perhaps is looking to move forward and be a player that we consider to be pushing for that number 3 spot. In fact, let's go ahead and check out some of the details. We never got to break the ice, presented by Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. So check this out, all the details that you need to know about the event coming up here. Grab yourself a Sprite Chill from your local convenience store. Trust me, it's like a cherry limeade. That's just incredible. So you'll want to check it out. Grab it. Local convenience store is where you find it. Solo Showdown goes like this. It's a one-day double elimination tournament. So that was round 1 of the tournament itself. 1v1 competition like you just saw. I'm sure you can figure that out. We started at 3 p.m. Eastern time as well, if you wanted to know. Upper bracket matches, like we mentioned, best of 3s. Until the upper quarterfinals, we switched to best of 5s. On the lower side, it's the same, except we go to the lower semifinals where it turns into a best of 5. So a long day ahead of us, Hail Monkey Man. But it'll be all worth it if you can find that prize pool.
That's very true. We got $300 for the big winner at the end of this one, and in second place we'll be able to get 150 and 50 to the third place that will be sitting in, well, just weren't able to jump over that lower final. So we'll get to see exactly where that goes. But I mean, you know what? Shout out already, by the way, to the chat, because we got a Void's dad and a Void. I see they're what, kind of like in that 17th seed realm. So there's some love out here. We get to see the parents. Just the other day I got to see what girlfriends and grandmas as supporting players. I love being able to see that. It doesn't matter what kind of platform and what kind of competition. Love being able to see that, especially in this 1v1 concept.
No, for sure. I mean, we're talking about my area of expertise. I get to, I actually get to talk to you, and I work with a lot of the schools down in South Carolina and around the region, right? So let's sit down and talk and find collegiate opportunities. That's what we're here for, is stay plugged in, and that's why Sprite has teamed up with us in the first place. So again, we're part of the cooldown after this match. So let's check out some more details as we'll have the producer bring us up now. And I mean, here we go. And just, it was Trinity from the get-go, out the gate. Although that being said, I think what I saw was that Trinity's got wavy neck. So he is looking real sharp in this one. He's going to need a lot of it next round. But at least the job done in the meantime.
Yeah, there was a real sense of calm from Trendy anytime that any of the attacks was being established by CoreCaf. It was very brief, and I feel like it came down to one single joust, to no secondary efforts, and I think that's one of the few key things missing. Not that CoreCaf was missing the chances to try and go on the attack, but it was just this sense of poise from Trendy that never got them out of sorts, and I mean, you can see that in the scoreline.
QHS, I'm trying to put in my head what high school is that? I mean, it's across the country, so who knows? But representing their school here at the Solo Showdown, you'll love to see it. And again, glad to see the activations and all the players that come out here in order to compete and have a good time. And really, it's all about being able to get there. So also, we want to let you know more about Brightspeed as well, who just came on board with Stay Plugged In. Like we mentioned, Sprite here chilling with this as well. So check out Brightspeed, see if you have it available in your area as well. As we see the fastest goal here presented by Brightspeed. Of course, you can check it out. Scan that QR code that you see on your screen currently, and what that'll bring up is availability at your area, up to 2 gigs in speed. And honestly, with Brightspeed, it's fantastic. You don't have to worry about getting stuck into a contract. No annual contracts and no nonsense. Brightspeed, check them out. So, fastest goal there, so we can see faster. Let's be honest. Players out there, we want to see a nice pinch from the wall. Maybe a good classic old boomer like we are. Cookser pinch is something that we want to see, honestly.
I just saw a Cookser pinch yesterday. It was actually nuts. So we get to see maybe both the speed, but also the amount of time it took. We got to see what a kickoff goal in the first 5 or so seconds. Let's see 4. Let's see 3. Let's see if someone can do it immediately in the first second. But bring the speed and bring the next matchup. I think that's coming up here in just a little bit.
Yeah, let's bring it up here and see who we got next, because I'm know how much talent is in here. We talk about the top 3 being absolutely stacked, but if we go down the list here, let's name some other names that we're kind of looking at. For me, it's Lesser at that number 6 seed. Made a showing, pretty strong showing actually, with Johnny Boy's 1v1 series in Salt Mine, and almost made it to a main event. Was so close in the close qualifiers. They made it pretty far. So Lesser is going to be my dark horse. Is Dark your dark horse, or do you have somebody else you're looking at?
I do like Dark. I feel like I want to see what Mafia Shadows is going to be. They were in the same kind of program between them and Dark, and as well as Nason. So kind of a regional grouping of players that have been able to kind of make themselves their own. There's a lot of my eyes over to Kofor. I feel like that is one of those big standout players. You have that kind of middle of the upper pack that's going to come to play. But there's also a lot of names that I'm becoming new to as well. So I want to see how those kind of all congregate together. So it's going to be a very stacked, I think, top 6 or so, and then I want to see if anyone breaks out from just below that, maybe into that 10 to 15 realm. It's kind of like the same thing that happens in March Madness, like NCAA men's basketball brackets. Just someone in that 12 to 15 range may just go on a tear.
Yeah, we got our next matchup in just a little bit, but we're going to take a quick break before that. We want to remind you this stream obviously brought to you by Sprite Chill Cherry Lime, a limited edition flavor that you should pick out. Hail Monkey Man, show us. That is, oh my goodness.
Oh, it's fizzing. Oh, no.
Well, Hail Monkey Man's going to get a new shirt here. And in the meantime, we'll take a break, and we'll see you after this one. Don't go anywhere, guys. Hey, Monkey Man Bearlight back with you here on the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown, brought to you by, you guessed it, it is Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. You can get to your local convenience store and make a Shirley Temple out of this, and I guarantee you it's going to be mind-blowing, life-changing. It's something that I tried a couple days ago, and listen, it works. I'll tell you that. It's pretty sick, Monkey.
Yeah, you don't need to add too much extra grenadine either. And I like myself some good soda. I like myself some good drinks, and I ended up accidentally getting the zero sugar one. And let me tell you, it's actually pretty darn good. So I advocate for any form of it. So it was delicious. But you know what's even more delicious, Bear, is our next matchup coming up.
Let's check it out now. We've got a couple of superstars, a freshman versus a junior in this one. The freshman, Eva, coming in, rising freshman from Massachusetts, facing off with X-Sync from California, and East Coast versus West Coast. Battle of the Coasts.
That's as far as you nearly could be from each other in terms of the continental United States. I think only the furthest would be if you were in SoCal over to Maine. So this one would be interesting. I wonder what servers we're going to be on. Regardless, it's a matter of West Coast, East Coast, Best Coast, Beast Coast. Let's see how this one all pans out. We'll see off the rip from this first kickoff and how you can act in no boost territory. That's something I want to see going into this matchup.
Oh, me as well. I don't want to call out the production team too much, but I think it's funny that they said join teams because it's habit. It's like they're players, but yeah. But X-Sync over to the flip race out was looking for a little bit of love to get it past Evo, but it was not to be. This is not the Evo formerly Dignitas. However, it's still an Evo that we see in this Stay Plugged In atmosphere, who's a very strong player and obviously plenty of years to develop is the key point there, Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, tons. And you already see as well that there's a lot more of kind of big boom shot opportunities. And this is actually becoming a great opportunity here for X-Sync as they were bleeding out Evo from a lot of their boosts. And yet it only took one, and a nice bounce from the opposite side post as they're able to make the most of this one after being under pressure for 2 or 3 straight shots. They make a great counterplay.
Well, it certainly won't be the bright speed fastest goal because it didn't need to be, right? It was just a wide open net. You just take advantage of those whenever you see the other player try to challenge in inopportune places. And what I mean by that is the offensive corners are a no-go. It's a no-go in 2s. In 1s, you never want to chase it there. And so whenever you do get ahead of yourself, you see plays like that. But Evo just came up with a big save again to keep the 1-0 lead here, as we'll get the names updated as well. That'll make it a 2-0 lead for Evo. Again, we will switch those. We're in the process of doing it, and another hot start, just like we saw from Trendy last series.
This is the same game plan X-Sync had all of 30 seconds ago. They were trying to send it upwards to the crossbar, but they ended up this time being at a boost deficit, which means the counterplay was even more aggressive and available for Evo to do. And because they sent that skyward and weren't able to respond, they otherwise were able to make this kind of thing happen.
Wow.
A nice dunk.
All right.
You can hit #chill for that one.
New keybinds, but it didn't seem like it. X-Sync up their flip reset off of that initial touch, it looked like, and was able to just kind of slam at it. Once he got towards that net, yeah, absolutely, I will participate. And the exclamation point, sorry, the #chill. Got that wrong so many times. #chill is what you want there to highlight some great goals. That was one of them.
You should definitely put in your Rocket League name, parentheses, new command, a new chat command. Well, Evo got a couple early, so X-Sync is able to finally bank off of a lot of the attack that they were pushing through the first couple. Big flip resets gained, and you can also see that X-Sync has gone slightly sweatier in the meta of the grass boost, the lawnmower boost, if you will, to try and hide some of that extra boost to make it difficult for Evo to recognize whether or not they have some boost or not.
Some players will just flat out go for the Christmas boost, which will just be simply put in place to annoy the other player. So that's a strategy, but yeah, it's actually a viable strategy here to not give away too many details. But either way, X-Sync was not struggling to boost, and that's where that boost, conservation comes in handy, because you can really make the other player think that you might be boostless, and really when they steal boost, it doesn't really matter. But here, Evo's got a great chance here. It's pretty open, but it looks like he missed it, and he did, and that'll allow a wide open net here for X-Sync, who will capitalize on this one to even it too.
it feels like a sure thing. They had the car spacing and they had more speed because they took flight. But if you're just a little bit off, just like we saw, you're going to turn that one the other direction. So a 2-goal reversal. This one in favor of X-Sync as we even things up. And this one's a much tighter contest, Bears. They're on both sides, taking very concerted efforts both on mechanical plays as well as just taking into concern when you just got to challenge forward.
Evo, like, it's nothing crazy that you're just saying, but again, X-Sync, no boost to the tank, so sometimes you just need those simple flicks like that. It's enough to get the job done. I think in ones, we need to really stress the fact that every single movement is insanely important, much so more so than 3v3s, where, you know, rotation is important, yes, but every movement can be a matter of just an inch or just a pixel that'll get you back to the save. So you want to be as efficient as possible with every single movement you're doing, even more so here in these situations.
And look how Evo didn't go and grab mid boost this entire time off of the kickoff in the most recent. And it was X-Sync who had actually retreated, grabbed big boost, and so that meant he was an advantage to try and elevate to those chances. You have to, through blind defense at times, just go to deny a challenge, even if it's not coming. Evo's gonna find another one here as they finally just wear him down, and they extend this lead back to 2.
Yeah, it felt very repetitive, the way that X-Sync was trying to escape from that corner, and Evo just stood strong. It said don't challenge the corners. Well, there's certain exceptions to that rule, and that's one of them. Just kind of frustrate the defense, you know, or your opponent, and then they'll just give away possession. And in that corner, if you're able to jump it on time, great, go ahead and do that. But right now, X-Sync, well, they were down 2 before in this game, and again, we're seeing them inch back into it.
Some people may just call in the kickoff goals. That's actually a great no shot on the second touch, just to possess it for yourself and give yourself that next opportunity. So, cutting it down to 1. We're now about the 96-second mark, and this is where you start being a lot more just so methodical about your kind of total boost conservation. And right now, the advantage goes over to Evo. Now he's out to the side of the ball, and just as X-Sync is able to go and grab mid boost, everyone is actually going to find themselves in a true neutral, and that's a huge play. That's big, risky stuff on the ceiling.
Yeah, because if you miss that, it's just plain and simple, you surrender a goal, especially the way that X-Sync has shown and really displayed mechanics and speed. So you have to be really confident to go up for that one, and it did seem like it was pretty high percentage chance, so that's why they did it. Able to pull it off. But the shot, at least it looked like an attempt there too. Almost went up to the ceiling for that one, and well, you didn't have to pay for that one. Here's X-Sync trying to sidestep Evo, but he'll have other ideas and gets a touch around him. 46 seconds left here for X-Sync. Plenty of time in 1v1s. But you gotta get around Evo at some point. Evo's been holding his own as far as the defensive side goes, and Evo's really hasn't had to play defense a whole very often because he's been so offensive-minded, and here he goes again.
Played a little bit at the beginning. Oh, and got them to completely bite. That will be a turn in for a 5th. And that might turn this one out of reach here for X-Sync, who was already under pressure. They're playing a lot of great neutral ball. Evo did not jump, which means they had a lot of inertia left to win that next challenge. And it's the next 30 seconds is not unwinnable. You got to score here soon.
Off the kickoff would be nice, not required, but also not out of the realm of possibility as it is now. As X-Sync wasn't able to get across it. Evo going to take his time. Relatively low on boost. They're going to pick up the pads in the meantime. X-Sync is going to try to take advantage of that by popping in here. 8 seconds left. Goal needs to happen. Does not. It was Evo able to shut it down. So game 1 will go in favor of Evo, who started off strong. X-Sync, I mean, credit him. He was able to come back plenty of times over the course of the game, but just not enough in the tank to finish off that game 1. Evo with the lead here in this best of 3.
And both players had chances to showcase some of the mechanical flair, great possessions, and this one a lot more even in terms of shooting, but there was a lot of saves here for Evo. X-Sync established themselves outside the stripes of the box a lot more often, inside of what I think is the first minute and a half of play, and they were countered twice, and that set the tone. Even though they bounced back into a 2-2, it became 4-2, and it was from there just Evo leading X-Sync along, and they were unable to find those chances to try and even up late in the game.
Evo yet again is hopping is a name that where you see it in the pro level, and now you see Evo come in and roll forward. Production in our ears right now, so we'll see if we can get them out. But in the meantime, Hillmonkey Man, what was your thoughts of game number 1?
I thought it was good. I thought, honestly, that there's a little bit left behind for X-Sync that was going to be a bit to be desired. The first minute kind of establishes the early play, and I feel like there was a lot that they wanted to be able to get through. They trusted too much in kind of crossbar dunk plays to try and bait out Evo, and Evo was just waiting. Okay, what are you going to bring to my table? And then they were much more patient and much more, I think, forward field minded when it came to boost control.
Yeah.
So we get to see maybe if some of that changes up and if X-Sync tries to maybe establish something from midfield before they start squeezing and poking the tiger in its own cage.
Typically when you see a heavy mechanical player like X-Sync, you can almost, in your mind, you automatically diagnose it, even if incorrectly, that they're trying to be too complex with what they're doing. And I wouldn't necessarily say that's 100% accurate. But I do think that he would benefit from a little bit more A to B action versus challenging in these corners and putting himself at risk, like you mentioned. And we saw another example of just that as Evo will get on the board first yet again.
I actually thought X-Sync had a chance of getting back to this. I don't know where they ended up going at the end of it, but they just had a lot more tank in the boost, or boost in the tank, whichever way that you fuel up your car, and Evo's going to get this first score. It's like the people that try to wash their windshield with the gas at the station.
That's what it is. Yeah, the tank in the booth.
Ugh.
It's
Don't do
worse.
that.
Don't be that.
Bad.
Don't be that guy or gal. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
X-Sync got beat to this one as well. Even we're going to try to just sneak it past him. I do like that. Utilizing that back wall. Thought he had plenty of space, but not going to be able to get back to this one. X-Sync did a great job to locate Evo pressing. And we need to see this more often because Evo has been pressing incredibly far forward, more so than you typically see in order to throw a head fake to get some of these opportunities. And we saw a prime example of how it could come back and haunt you, how you could take advantage of it if you're X-Sync, and that's why we're even here at 1.
Yeah, that was stellar work by X-Sync, recognizing that Evo was just doing a bit too much. I mean, they ended up trying to do that backwards, which, you know, great 1v1 players can do as much backwards as they are doing forwards, but they really kind of gave up the goose back there. Nice catch and roll, and this is exactly what they're trying to enforce. Oh, the post ends up being the second man, no longer the fourth in this instance. Oh, and they're trying to, you see the head fakes. They're trying to force X-Sync to come on out, and it turns it into a flick opportunity. Evo will get this lead again.
All right, this young man right here, this upcoming freshman is just so patient, way more patient than I'll ever be. The way that you're like back and forth in this box, in the attacking box, you just go left to right, just waiting out the defense. You're out of boost. I get frustrated in those moments, but he cycled around 4 or 5 times before he was able to finally put it in the net, and did so with confidence with a flick. And you get to ride that confidence in the next goal like we just saw too.
Boost over ball moment. X-Sync was able to get there. Evo recognized, okay, you left the ball behind and it has not enough momentum to make it to the wall. So taking that shot early, and just like you're talking about earlier about frustrating your opponent, sometimes simplifying the game versus doing something much more, I guess, mechanically extraordinary can make them just be like, wow, what? You're not even doing anything. Like, yeah, well, I'm beating you, so this is what it is.
Exactly right. I can beat you to the boost all day long. You gotta make sure you keep that focused. And X-Sync needs a couple of goals here. This might be one. Unfortunately, the bounce for him was not quite the best, but he does get around it. That's great use of the wave dash to get across the box in time to tap it there, far side post, and be able to pull himself back within 1. If there's something you could say about X-Sync right now, Monkey, it would be that it's just he's never out of this game. He always finds a way to at least keep it close.
And he can punish. I like that even if they were unable to win the foot race on that particular shot opportunity that they had played for the next level, they took not only the midfield boost, but they took the corner boost just to deny Evo a second chance if they were challenging behind them to have anything for the next shot forthcoming. But they were able to turn it around. Big demo, and that was going to be on target. Oh, man. Okay, so X-Sync's worth at 3-3 at 3:03.
Yeah, I didn't see. I kind of felt like it got past him, but the smoke screen kind of kept it out of our vision. But eventually we did see it roll in. So those little moments I talked about being a pixel away from, as efficiently as you can move, the better, because otherwise that might have been an easy block. But instead we sit here at this 3-3 mark. X-Sync looking for his first lead of the series and did enough to disrupt, but not enough to land that ball in the back of the net. In fact, Evo was just able to get back down to it. Now he's going to be in trouble. Luckily, he's got boost to try to defend this. Oh, but Evo went straight for the jugular. It was risky, though, and X-Sync will get that first lead of the series that he was looking for.
Been a hot minute. It's been at least 7 of them. And they're able to finally get a point ahead of Evo, and Evo now can showcase to us how they can play from this deficit. And I love, in 1v1s, you gotta have a bit of an ego. They tried doing unto X-Sync that X-Sync tried doing to them for that air dribble bump play, and both sides end up surrendering on it. So what does Evo do if they're able to get back even keel here with X-Sync? And X-Sync is playing very neutral as Evo is trying to establish some ball possession.
Oh, clever move for X-Sync to get that boost at midfield, that timer in your head that's always ticking that said, hey, I need to get to that 100 boost. He was able to use that. Not only that, but utilizes his speed. And it looked like it caught Evo by surprise. He almost froze there, like he maybe had too much Sprite chill. And because of that, he was. It looked like he was just kind of stunned that X-Sync was able to get it to that far side post, grab this 2-goal lead, and maybe we'll be heading to Game 3 for the first time today.
He thought that shot was actually going to be a little bit near side post, and I don't think he expected the power either. We're seeing a lot more out of X-Sync. This is the stuff that was left behind in game number 1. X-Sync already on retreat path, as they're going to have a lot of boost, but they're going to be left in kind of a squishy save moment, and yet they get there. Big save. And they've been able to outscore, outshoot Evo now for the last couple of minutes, but you still have a couple of minutes to go, waiting on a mistake to evolve out of Evo. X-Sync, again, will have to retreat, but their defense has really been shored up.
You've been able to tighten it. Wouldn't say it was really too far off. We saw Evo with a couple of freebies, and I know that's what you're talking about. Now suddenly, you have to earn every moment. You have to earn every opportunity first and foremost, and then you have to be able to execute. X-Sync's been able to do that. Again, another moment where you see that speed come out, and X-Sync suddenly being the one that's got about, it's at least 5 out of the last 7 goals.
This was Evo not turning soon enough. And it was mostly because this was a boost diff moment. They had 17 boost, and it was nearly a full tank for X-Sync, so they could safely retreat and wait out Evo. Took a step too far, and you're going to get outsped because all you got to do is have the boost button held down to beat out your opponent in that moment. Now, this is a tricky one. They should be able to take a shot, and that one will go in. So, recognizing there's still some open space that X-Sync is leaving open. Well, a bit too much.
That time around, and it looked like he was a little bit more focused on grabbing that 12-pack than maybe you needed. Because it just goes to waste at that point. I feel like if you just, you didn't use boost, but you stood in the way, caused a little bit of chaos, got the ball to the sidewall, then that would allow you to pick up the 12 boost. I think he was a little bit too quick to start jumping and thinking about that boost before the challenge. And you never want to keep Evo in a game here. After what we saw in game 1, there's more than every opportunity for Evo to come back in this game, especially in ones where 50 seconds can seem like a lag time.
If you're X-Sync, you do not give him a chance. And it becomes a bit nerve-wracking. A lead is very easy to lose in Rocket League, especially in 1v1s. You can go a bit crazy in 2v2s, but we'll reserve that for another time. That one, soft flick. It's actually going to be another chance. They have to burn through so much boost to defend their net. Evo knows he's dead to rights, and that's X-Sync getting a 7th, and that may very well put this one on ice for game 3.
X-Sync has definitely come alive. Just able to wait out Evo, plain and simple. The challenge is coming at you, but all you have to do is get one touch down the field. Evo's got nothing. You have to pick up pads along the way, and by the time you do that, you don't have that momentum that you had rolling in. X-Sync doing a good job to settle it down there too, because Evo almost won that kickoff, but because he was able to settle it down, looks like we are heading to that game number 3.
Just one extra touch, and you know what? I do like having a good series on our hands. Round number 2 has rendered a fantastic result. This is actually the first game for both of these players, rocking and rolling, the freshman and the junior, biting back at one another, and X-Sync will force us to go the distance. New keybinds and all.
Dabdabic's got the right vibes in chat. Everybody hype up game 3 for the first time today, as X-Sync was able to take it to Evo 7-4. But we can see these series shift in a matter of seconds. We've seen it on Johnny Boy. We've seen it on Fear. You know the names. You've seen the games. And you've seen those matches, and I'm excited for this game 3. It's coming up here momentarily. Hail Monkey Man, what was the difference here? Because Xing looked like they were just able to maybe be more opportunistic, but also seemed like he had a bit of more speed than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, he was definitely dominating where there in the early term of game number 1, that first minute, he was doing unto Evo what I think was left behind. I said that a few times, but I meant it. And it was because they were able to just have better floor presence, but also flat out win defensively. They found some great takeaways. And Evo, I think, was trying to carry forward some of the same mindset and strats from game 1 that just seemed to work because he was just snowballing at one point. But game number 2 was a different beast, and Xsync kind of that first goal, it felt like, okay, Evo's going to keep rolling, but he immediately was able to neutralize it and then built into that lead. I think it was around, what, the 3 or 4 goal mark for both sides, and never looked back.
You know, it's all about those adjustments. We know how important it is in 3v3s and 1v1s ever more so. You can focus all your energy on taking notes on your opponent, and hey, they throw a head fake here. Well, we know it's coming. Therefore, we can take advantage of it. Xing cannot be a victim of Evo being able to change things on him based on the adjustments from last game. Right now, it looks like he's at least off to a good start to making sure that doesn't happen.
The way that I watch Rocket League players do 1v1s is the same way that I get really scared when I watch kind of last minute 1v1s happen in Valorant. It feels like there is just this type of mechanical ego that wants to be able to do everything. And then you kind of step into it and you're like, all right, I got to trust in the way they play. And the same thing has to happen for Rocket League. But I love to play just a little bit more safe and conservative. And that's not what's happening on either side. Both players are kind of swinging for the fences, and it's really coming down to just who kind of wins in some of these jousts. And Xsync has given themselves not just initial chances, but secondary and tertiary ones as well.
And there, all you have to do is be patient. Evo was here. And that's why we saw him win in game 1. We saw good moments in game 2 as well. And it just gets back to it. You see Xsync trying to, I say trying, actually executing on a lot of these flip resets, to be honest. Yeah. But then, like, you just wait till he gets down to the ground. Because the moment they lose handle in an air dribble, you can just wait until that ball comes down to you. Sometimes you can catch it midair, but in that case, it just made more sense because Xsync was close to it. And then just be able to jump on it from there and then be able to tie it at 1.
This was interesting because I felt like it should have been easy view here for Xsync to see Evo kind of getting too far ahead of the ball. And instead they go up into the sky to go at him. But, you know, at the end of the day, it ends up being a video game and you want to have some fun with it. And maybe I'm just too sweaty to try and win. Flip reset, gonna conserve that for later. That's a tap out by Evo. This corner boost will be gone, and now Evo left with less than half a tank. This is actually gonna be a huge advantage for the dunker in Xsync. They get away with it, and they're actually gonna have to get as much speed as possible to send this one to the wall.
Yeah, speed flip really made it possible to get back to it. Out of boost completely, but is able to gain supersonic status and then be able to reach back. So great use of that, utilizing just all sorts of speed in order to get back, which we'll see. Bright speed's fastest goal the end of this one, and see what they can calculate out. It won't be that one, but Xsync will take it for sure. So now after winning game number 2, it's get that lead right back.
That step back is, it's so nasty. Now Xsync, it looks like he's going to the wall to wait for a 50, or maybe just see if he can find it inadvertently off of his car as he turns back into a defensive rotation. But he immediately power steered, turned and waited, and then took a shot. That is confidence in your gameplay. Evo wants to drop it onto his head, but it never makes it past the upright. So those posts just not giving him much, and Xsync isn't either, and especially off this power flick, it forces Evo to make a save.
Every single player that's at a respectable level here at ones now is capable of just the cleanest of flicks. I mean, I can't say enough about, let's talk about like some of the custom training packs that we have, some of the even workshop maps. Shout out to Leth as a buddy of mine to create something special for a lot of these players to get these mechanics down to a science. For those of you high schools out there, you know, just so many resources out there to create goals like we just saw there as well.
Best friends with Lethamir?
I didn't say
snap.
best friends.
Super
We're acquaintances
friends?
at best.
Oh, well,
Wow.
get acquainted with the goal line. So, so this was off the kickoff, and basically no boost in Seattle situation. You grab one pad, but you grab it a second later than what's happening off of the flip. So, kind of down to one. This one hasn't gone anywhere. I was about to be like, hey man, I'm friends with a guy who's friends with a guy. That's cool. You're my contact now with the pros.
We're getting there, that's for sure.
No, you're definitely there. Most famous guy I know.
Well,
Everyone should want Barrelized autograph, for real.
I can't say I'm friends with Wavy. Dude is a monster player. Even better person, by the way. And Xsync wants to show why he's a great player, too. Up to the 4-2 count here with just over 2 minutes left. Xsync is just laying it on. Got up there very quickly, and that might actually be the fastest goal up until this point. We'll check with the production team, but I'm pretty sure that's a good chance because that was a zinger.
Got some heat. Got some boom behind it. 2 minutes approaching, and that's going to start becoming a daunting task because both these players, winner is going to be playing against S5 Cosmic, by the way. So the pressure isn't done. Nice layback shot. They had it on the flip cancel and able to get that one just past, but Evo was able to defend. And now Xsync is trying to rotate this corner really well. They find it behind him, and what a stick onto the car. Now they know that they have no boost, trying to be able to get a putback shot again. Now this could be a clear. Oh, he's just being denied. That man over there in Evo's got to be thirsty for some boost. Got the ceiling reset, and Evo's not giving up.
Not at all. That is some keen, amazing effort. Unfortunately, it'll go unnoticed. Well, not unnoticed, but it will go unchecked, unrealized because Xsync was able to get back to it. But Evo put everything he could into that saving opportunity. I think there's 3 or 4 in there that he made saves without boost. And then by the time you're able to actually settle in, Xsync was able to take it to him. So another 5-2 lead is where we stand. 1:15 left, and in this game 3, it was close, and Xsync going to try to kind of edge away from it. And Evo, after starting off this series pretty hot, has cooled down a bit. Still has every opportunity. That was a great chance for Xsync to really show off some skills, but you can't take those risks. I mean, there's still a minute left for Evo to take advantage of those.
It's very true, but he has the leniency too. And if you're in this competition, you're going to be doing that early and often. I love that mid-wall space. Oh, big demo. Evo can't even set up from both his chair as well as from the field to try and get something. He's going to go ahead, try and go for the bump. That's going to be a repossess by Xsync. And now they're going to go for an aerial play. That's the takeaway. X is going to give it to you right here. Off of the dribble. No! What a save by Evo. Good recovery, but he has a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. Not impossible. Sidewall momentum going. Flip reset once. Oh, what a shot! Evo! Oh, and such a big moment, too. Will clutch up with such a high mechanical play on that flip reset and slotted it above Xsync. That was incredible. And also a chance for Brightspeed's fastest goal. That is awesome. Oh, 67 is the new fastest, so it's not the fastest, but that play was sick.
Could be in the dying moments of this upper bracket run here for Evo, but it depends on what they can do next. Is that going to dive on target? No. Off the post. Can they score with at least 1 second remaining? You've got to be able to lift this one beyond Xsync. Xsync finds the better part of the ball. That one will put this on a nice icy chill as we send it yard to yard, end to end. Xsync bounces back and reverse sweeps this best of 3 over Evo. Oh, trying for the exclamation points, but this ends on just a period as Xsync will be moving on into the next round.
Exclamation point. I see what you said.
Nice, thank you.
Yeah, that was great. That was absolutely. Evo, clap in chat for everybody. That was incredible showing from both of these players. Evo not going to be very happy about dropping down a lower bracket. There's no doubt about it, but you showed off some insane skills. As a freshman with so much time ahead of you and that much skill, you're only going to get better as time comes along in the 1v1 scene. We've already seen you pop off in threes, so I mean, what else could you possibly do is just work a little bit more, and maybe you'll get a bottom side run going. In the meantime, we're going to get a run going on the upper side, so let's check out the replays in the meantime and see how Evo was just not able to edge it out. A very strong start, though.
It really was. And it was starting all from this first goal. And it was surviving the initial attack of X-Sync, who was doing exactly that. That was the third try that they had done on the initial series of offense. And they had bounced back in a big way. But game number one eventually went the way of Evo. But it was because X-Sync was starting to find their rhythm and then find some accuracy that they were able to eventually punish Evo overall.
Yeah, it was just little moments where Evo knew he got ahead of himself. He was able to pull away with it and do it early in the series. But then as time went on, X-Sync started to evolve, and we saw just speedy plays in order to get the job done. X-Sync really was able to find Evo in compromising situations. And when you have that level of speed, you're able to just take it to him, put more on the board, and just catch Evo by surprise. He was really having to dig out for the latter half of both games 2 and 3.
Yeah, you have two options in this game, and you got to find a way to kind of mix between them. Play boring and fundamental, or add a little bit of extra spice. X-Sync had some extra spice, and this shot in particular was my shot of the match. Unfortunately for Evo, it was the one that didn't win it for him, but it's X-Sync that will now have to be moving on. They're going to be playing against Cosmic, and that's another tall task for this player to have to go and face.
Yeah, Cosmic actually with an upset over Wavy in the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star 1v1 skill challenges last season, and so we'll be looking to maybe cause that upset again. Obviously, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with that one, but I imagine that'll be a matchup a little bit later on. But yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup moving on in the bracket. You know it's inevitably coming, so all you can do is prepare by playing the best you can with these matches prior to.
Yeah, that's all you can do. And of course, just kind of keep yourself calm. It's a long bracket. No matter if you're making the top side, the bottom side, it's a lot to be played and a lot to be had. So make sure you keep some cool refreshments with Sprite Chill. And of course, helping us out there, a few of you did as well. Hashtag chill in the chat whenever you see awesome scores just like that, because you'll be able to add it into an awesome montage of the top 5 after this entire solo showdown is done with.
Yeah, and make sure that when you're on stream, that you're also in, in the stream itself, typing hashtag chill, so that way you can actually tag yourself in the top 5. Imagine. So it's just a fast fact for you here on this channel. Yeah, Monkey Man, we're 2 rounds. Let's go ahead and check out the Brightspeed fastest goal. Brought to you by Brightspeed, of course, the 2 gig speed that is good for gamers up to 2 gigs. And so, again, just a massive goal from X-Sync a little bit earlier. This one, the momentum really started to hit, and so did the goal. Is that one at 67 miles per hour? But, hey, Monkey Man, we've seen better than that. Let's see these players really amp up some of these speedy goals.
You're not going to see it unless we go super slow-mo. That's how fast it was moving. A blur, if you will. We're going to see some fast goals. I'm expecting someone to eventually break 70, but that's also the difference between solo play versus mechanical threes or twos play. Sometimes it's off the collisions and off the ricochets from passing plays. They have to generate it all themselves. So maybe we're actually at the peak of it. Maybe they can't get faster than this. I'm issuing that as a challenge. Who can break 70 first?
All right, I got a speed challenge for all of you in chat. We're going to take a quick break, and that gives you a chance to speed over to your local convenience store and pick up some Sprite Chill from that convenience store. You have about 2 or 3 minutes. You better run. We'll see you after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown. We got Hill Monkey Man here, playing with some toys, playing with some octanes there, I think I see. Is that correct?
Yes, these are models. These are very one-to-one scale accurate octanes. Thank you very much.
That's what we
they're
call
going to a one. They're going to a 1v1. Come on.
That's too cute. You bring them in there like every stream, and I never point them out, and I feel bad about that, to be honest.
It's okay. They point themselves out. They're cool.
We got our top 16 on the top side of the bracket now, which is awesome. We see somebody who's been hanging out with us in chat. In fact, an 8th grader, upcoming talent, we talk about him. Dap Dap is facing off with Tiber, the senior. So a bit of an age gap going on. Tiber is very young when it's compared to you and me, Hill Monkey Man, but when it comes to Dap Dap, he's probably a little bit older than them, looking for the collegiate opportunities here and now as they're about to head to that collegiate level.
This is literally the anime setup for the main character, where they were so cool and good and awesome at what they do, they beat you up in middle school. We get to see if maybe this huge age gap between Dap Dap and Tiber turns into a real thing. But we've seen some big pros at the highest level be able to really evolve from all of the age of 13. So let's see how this one kicks off. To start things off, the senior is going to try and pressure Dap Dap first.
Dap Dap's got it off the wall, though, and a quick conversion from the wall. Nothing fancy, just A to B. And D to D, I guess, as Dap Dap gets on the board, a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this is a fantastic find. And I shout out also, Dap Dap is from apparently one of the most esports driven states in the entirety of the US, in Michigan. Like, they just turn out Rocket League players like it's their main export. And I know that it's actually soybeans, so don't even try and get me started on that. But
You'll see what Steven's been doing up there at Detroit Central Catholic, right? Like,
yeah.
If you haven't and you're in chat, go YouTube it, because he is doing insane things over there. Won the state plugged in, or sorry, this won the Play versus Cup that you got to cast with your boy Zuby.
Yeah, that was nuts. We got to talk to them about that, and it's all about the setting up the community. Everything that you guys have seen on the pre-show today and everything that's been happening around Stay Plugged In and just the total community, the exact same kind of stuff. So maybe Dap Dap is looking to become not just a product thereof, but a long-standing factor of the same kind of success. Oh. And Tiber, though, the senior, showcasing that the prodigal son isn't going to be the only thing that we're going to be showcased today.
Yeah, he needed a quick turn and a banger there, because Dap Dap was on his way back, almost had the momentum to get there. If he shot it a little less accurately, I think Dap Dap would have had it. So that was a perfect dime. So Tiber on the boards, he's 2-1 rather in this lead. Doge in chat, play loser of Dap Dap and Tiber. I'm cooked. Yeah.
Oh,
maybe not. If they're gonna own goal, maybe he'll have an opportunity. Just kidding. But it is 2-2 off of a mistake here, El Monkey Man.
You know what? Ends up working out. Tiber, kind of an over adjustment. They thought that ball would bounce a little bit sooner, and they score on themselves. The good news for Tiber, they've scored 3 of the 4 goals on the scoreboard. Sadly, they don't have the advantage at this point. This is also something that I had not seen yet, and I was wondering when we were going to start seeing it more often. We've been going for the neutral 50-50 just game off the kickoff, but we haven't seen the receiving game. And then we see Tiber kind of falling off their game as they fell off the wall.
Insane how Dap Dap is just, he loves that right wall, doesn't he? It just is the second time we've seen that happen. And Tiber couldn't quite track it. The back wall was maybe a poor choice in that situation, as Dap Dap was able to kind of just carry it in there. Off the kickoff, here's a great opportunity to get it right back, and does. Yeah, able to sneak it in. Thought that one might be a little bit wide to the far side post, but it was not. 3:45 left, and we're dead even.
Just enough to send up our booth an octave or so. And kickoffs, I feel like this is going to be a long series. This game is already long. We have 6 goals in the first minute 15. It feels like it's gone much longer. But as we accumulate some more time to see on these replays, I want to see some consistency, because it's been kind of just full fluid motion between these two. We've not seen a lot of separation. Dap Dap's been immediately challenging, and that one could punish them. Tiber's going to put it on target, but look at Dap Dap's recovery.
Yeah, it's so speedy. I mean, there's just the way you land is everything. If you've got to be on point, but you also have to be angled correctly and get that speed flip off right off the bat. Otherwise, you're kind of wasting time. Tiber's not wasting time, though, trying to get this answer down the field, but DapDap's still able to answer it nonetheless, and will actually grab and steal that 100 boost to the mid side. That'll leave him some room here, but the extra touch was read all the way by Tiber, who'll just punch it out here to midfield.
I feel like we're in a completely different game now. First minute 15 had 6 goals, and now they're just looking to adjust. You have some great recovery and a fantastic save out of Tiber, and you see DapDap are going to try and sky this one as they go to get some extra boost. Tiber's going to at least force them to respect this next shot, and because of that, there's nothing left in the tank, and he's stolen the pass too. Maybe was even skirting over to get a third, but as they flip this pitch on its other side, we're at the midway mark of game number 1. No home run swings as of yet to guarantee a lead for either side.
But if anybody was to cause a bit of an upset, when we talk about the Cosmic and Wavy and Kofor top 3 that we see today, it might be one of these two to at least give them a bit of a challenge because they have been very efficient. DapDap with a big goal here too. We'll move him to 4-3. So now that 1 goal lead with 212, but these two just continue to trade punches. It'll probably happen 5 or 6 more times at least throughout the entirety of this game number 1, which has lasted a while. That's what happens when you get 7 goals on the board this quick.
Yeah, but it's taken now another minute and a half before we even got that one. Off the kickoff, oh, in the post. The physics of this game playing as a menace against them, and DapDap has done great to force Tiber now to answer his touches. This is going to be an elongated play. It's going to come down to final touch, looking for a double flip reset. They get it, a triple flip reset, and they're going to be able to push it through. Tiber, good mechanics. They knot it up again.
Hashtag chill. Hashtag chill. Throw it in chat. What a play. The double flip reset. And just in like a nonchalant way in the middle of a game to tie the game. That's clutch, that's chill, that's everything to me. I love it. What a play.
Oh, easy peasy. Off the backboard, not knowing how much power that one was going to generate, especially as this was actually kind of a swing shot. They went for the hook shot immediately, thinking that Tiber was going to get there a bit faster, and DapDap, late to the party, makes no contact before Tiber has 2.
Tiber with a couple in a row, make it 3 maybe off the kickoff. There was an opportunity and went low. I love that fake. Getting into DapDap's brain currently, looking for bit of a doomsy opportunity. Wouldn't call it a doomsy dish, if you will, but let's try and use that back wall. But DapDap was so quick, and that one's got some speed to it. Maybe a candidate for that bright speed fastest goal. At 57 miles per hour, it had a long way to travel. I guess it lost some momentum along the way, but still a great goal nonetheless.
You either got to let it hit that hard bounce off the floor and then bang, or you're going to take it straight off your nose, and sometimes those can end up being more of a punt than a line drive shot. This time around, DapDap got the prior, or rather the former. So we got to see if DapDap can maybe reestablish themselves in front. Tiber and DapDap have been very close to one another. Tiber's going to be thinking about bringing that across his own net. Doesn't want to give DapDap even the sense of a chance. So they're going to retreat just enough. Neutral space, 360. Trying to do it twice. Hit him with the 720. But that one not quite lethal enough on target.
And DapDap to chase is a little bit low on boost, so we'll cycle it around here to the back wall. But Tiber got in the way and almost looked like he was able to try to chop at it and get DapDap to be in an awkward spot. But DapDap did a good job to fight that one off. But now Tiber's got a chance to settle it down. Catch on the top of the card. DapDap's still going to challenge in after him. And there's that pinch we were asking for, but Tiber went off the ceiling with it. Almost rainbowed its way down towards the net, but it won't count. It stayed out. DapDap has the opportunity as well. He caught it, but off the front side of his car was a little bit left of the net, but the demo will free it up anyways. And DapDap here with 18 seconds left, a big goal.
Going back to that patient play, they were set to receive it on their fender, and then the demo was just a cherry on top to that extension. Now DapDap with an 11-goal game set here in the first iteration of this third round has an 18-second just a moment to try and keep Tiber at arm's reach. Tiber, they got to find some power. They got to find some distance from their own net. DapDap is going to let this one come up. They may get bumped, they get demoed, and they get scored on. We're tied at 6 with 6 seconds to go.
I love it. They learn from the pros so well. I mean, we see this all the time. You're not going to hear Johnny Boy or Fear get super hyped about this kind of play, but it's still so meta. And it's crazy how long that play has been in the meta. Just jump out, especially if you need a desperate goal with 6 seconds left. Guess what you're going to do? You're going to take a shot. You're going to jump out in front of it. You're going to get that demo, and you're going to just watch the ball trickle in. Here's a chance for Tiber to catch it. Did he get it? He did. Oh, 0 seconds left, and 7-6 will be the final after Tiber from his own end somehow caught this and launched it up the front of his car for a victory here in game 1. Wow.
Just enough boost to adjust. Dap thought it was safe and secure to go for the challenge, because then if it's end to end, you're going to be using a lot of boost. Late term, as soon as he got beyond Dap, Tiber fully flexed underneath the ball to be able to have it trampoline and doink forward, and that's curtains. 13 goals between these two, Bear. We spent so much time in the replay section of it, I thought it would keep going, but Tiber comes out with a 7-6 win, and game number 2, I can't wait to see what that's going to look like.
That was insane. I love a finish like that. That's great. Out of the game 1 effort from Dap, the youngster came in and really hit it hot, but yeah, Tiber was able to stick with it, and that's why you always play every game to the very end. From the, let's not forget, lest we forget, the goal that tied it, the jump out, get the demo, and that's a crafty play. So if you can string together those, that's how you're able to challenge a Wavy or a Cosmic. So I love that from Tiber, but he's still got some work to do, because Dap was hanging around. They went goal for goal the entire game number 1, but a great way to wrap up that game 1 with a 0-second goal.
I mean, 18 seconds to turn it all around and get a regulation game win. That's pretty clutch, and we're going to get to see if any of that ends up on the big chill montage. I'm sure at least one of them will be. But game number 2, if you're Dap, you know, this is also where experience comes to play. The the late term middle schooler, see if maybe they can just take into incorporation some full game macro strats. Make sure to not give up what could be some bonus Rocket League overtime is just as good of a win as well.
See how the youngster responds to something like this, and that one bounces away. Tiber was able to respawn in the exact right spot that he needed to. Able to cycle around before Dap got the goal, and that's something that Dap wants back for sure.
That is unfortunate if you're Dap. It was a tough double to try and get off that post, and now you see how just kind of close proximity they're keeping this one. That's going to go off wall, and Tiber has been so sure-handed when it comes to possession and taking it upfield, and now Dap's going to be very kind of slow of it. You're going to need one of those bright speed, fast kicks if you're gonna be able to get enough power to get it beyond Dap, but he goes right in the most optimal direction as well. In this first minute, renders no scores, Bear, after we saw 6 in the first minute 15 in the previous game.
Yeah, different feel. And that's what happens. We said adjustments, and we always seem to refer to it in the way that like the losing team is going to adjust, or like the losing player is going to adjust, but we never really, not often, but we do from time to time. But maybe more so, we should recognize both players are actually adjusting at the same time. Means that we have 2 incredible players that are looking to be a little bit more defensive minded after giving up a couple of free goals. Well, that's a freebie, so everything I just said in the last 30 seconds, you can just strike it. But anyways, that's a good bit of it.
I'd keep it. It was
You
just
think
a matter
so?
of
All right.
yeah, because Tiber did the exact same play he did in the previous, but Dap have adjusted to this one because he didn't get ahead of it enough to force a physical play. So that's actually Dap knowing that they cannot turn around too far, but also it's kind of a razor thin margin of difference depending on how they want to challenge that ball.
Right now, the winner of this is going to go up against Wavy. I think everybody knows that. Even Dap and Tiber know this, but they still will put on a show for us in the meantime. Exclamation point bracket if you want to check out who's where. Wavy has advanced. We have Kofor advancing as well. Dark looks like he advanced as well through Lobster. And now X-Sync is going up against the S5 Cosmic, so we'll see how he's able to manage that. But right now, the game ahead of us, Dap is doing exactly what he needs to do. Maybe this defensive style game is serving him more well than we saw in that high barn burner, high goal count that we saw in last game.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like this is a little bit more control, but Dap was also, I feel like as soon as they allowed a bit of space, it's when you get Rocket League players to think, something's going to go wrong. Then when the neuron starts hitting, then you're really going to see, all right, who's kind of more prepared for the mental warfare. And Tiber was actually winning a few of those extra moments. Dap is just going to win this based on speed and reaction. Should be able to turn this into a 3rd goal chance, and they do.
The quick conversion. Dap has been much better off the walls. He's not relying on aerial plays off the wall, but more so wave dash, quick transition plays that have been serving him better. And 3-0, the count, and it's been his best lead so far. It's really been the biggest difference we've seen from any player as far as the lead goes, and it is all owned by Dap halfway through this game number 2.
If you are Tiber, you're kind of thinking, all right, well, there was a lot of hype around that previous dub, but Dap, I mean, they're showing some experience beyond their years about just not being at all daunted by the idea of it. Taking that previous game, all right, I dropped 1. It's a best of series. It's not a 1-game series. Now they find 4 in a row. Just got to keep it up.
And the way that I want to go back to those days where, like, you know, when you're playing video games, obviously you want to be competitive and you want to get to the highest level, but you know, at that age, you're looking to have fun with it. And I know, like, you know, there's some players that kind of fall off. They don't have fun with it anymore. But at Stay Plugged In, we like to encourage players that to keep at it. And if it's, you know, still fun for you, that's when we want to see you compete, right? We always want to find new opportunities. And if you're not having fun with the game, it's all about trying to figure out how you can get back to a place where you really enjoy, where it's worth your time almost. It seems like that's always the better vibes really get it out. But my point was, like, at the young age, Dap, like, it didn't even seem like it bothered him that Tiber was able to pull off this insane last-second goal. And that collapse has just completely gone the other way. And now Dap is just able to do it the same, like nothing ever happened in Game 1. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's also something to be said about just, you know, getting some sweet revenge. They had a game in their clutches. 18 seconds went by and Tiber clutched up. You're like, okay, all right, I was not aware of your game. And then another one comes through. Tiber, I don't know if he was kind of late to the party on that, but 6 in a row. Dap is in full control with 98 seconds remaining. So at this point, if you're Dap, you full wind in your sails, and it's got to. You've erased that Game 1 completely. Game 3 is all but inevitable.
Tiber's got his bow tie on. He's got his suit on. He's in court. He's saying, "Can we strike this one from the record, please?" Because this is not one that I want to remember here. This one's gonna waterfall down too, and Dap just gonna tap it away. Really just killing all sorts of time at this point. You never want to surrender one, and you never feel like you're out of a game in a 1v1 situation with a minute left. But at this point, it's like chalk it up to a loss. Let's go ahead and play it into Game 3 again, boys and girls.
Oh wow. Is that on? Okay, no. Okay. I'd be like, okay,
yeah.
you're even winning the boomers. That's fine. Whatever. But this is also going to go both ways. There's going to be a lot of momentum here for Dap. Also, the Dap tap is going to be something that happens eventually. Maybe even right here as you go all the way across. Can't quite get it in. Nearly listening to me in the booth. But Tiber, they're going to be looking for the exact same kind of performance going into game number 3. Nice steal, good thievery, good finish. Not to be found here.
Close to putting an exclamation point on this one. I mean, the deed is done, but I was just saying in style, and that's a demo. That one's what you call injury to insult, because you already done it. And the finger guns feel even more insulting when it's 7-0.
I don't know. Are you more insulted by, finger guns, the dabbing Grim Reaper, or Splash? I need to know.
I think the Splash is more annoying, because it's like, it's just there in your ears. Splash. You know what I'm saying? It's almost calm, cool, and relaxing, like a nice Sprite chilled out, you know? So it's not as bothering some, in my opinion, at least. Could be wrong.
Okay.
Dapper says Splash is the best, actually, so he agrees.
Oh, okay. All right. I see you, Dapper.
With me.
All right. That's fine. Well, we may be seeing a splash be made by the youngest competitor in the entirety of this bracket, as it's 8 in a row. You can't take the goals with you, so leave them out on the pitch as long as you can. We're going to be going to Game 3 a second time in a row here, Bear. So this bracket's starting to get spicy.
And, you know, Dap looking for the back-to-back. Maybe that's why they call him Dap. He waits. He goes down 1-0 in the series, and we'll see him pop 2 in a row pretty quickly. That one was convincing to me that he had figured something out about Tiber's game, that Tiber was hiding for a little bit of time. But it is no longer hidden. It is on the table. Dap just needs one more to move on and face Wavy in the upper top 8, I believe, is where we'll be after the series. But he's got to get through Tiber in this Game 3 next.
Wavy making work of everyone in front of them, and Dap wants to do the exact same thing. Imagine the meetup there as well. If you're seeing not obviously Dap as like a middle schooler going into their next year. I think they'll be in 8th grade, but the fact that there's a chance if they do get beyond Tiber that they'll be playing against one of the pros that they've also seen be on that big stage. Everyone wanted those kinds of chances, so that's kind of huge, to be honest. And so we've got a lot of those matchups, especially into the top 8 that have already gotten all set up. Kofer's already made it. My dark horse and Dark versus Cosmic, that's going to be a matchup. So I'm wondering if Tiber is okay, you know, after the first 4 and couldn't get anything started. Can they go to this next game 3 and get us to shut up about Dap and start talking about them?
Yeah, I mean, and we talk about Guido versus Mafia. It might be a good one too. The way that Guido's been playing right now, and that's rounding out your top 16 right now. That's the last spot is available against Wavy in the next round. But the question is, who can get the job done? And Dap and Tiber, this game will name it all. And Tiber kicks us off after getting held scoreless for the entirety of game number 2, pops off from end to end all the way in the air for a 1-0 lead.
You know, I thought for a moment Tiber had hit the randomize button when they switched out cars, but I forgot that this player is from Texas, so that cow head skull on the top of their car makes total sense, and maybe that'll be the little boon that'll help them get able to go to the distance. Flip reset, double flip reset, looking for a chance. Dap though will extend this one all the way upfield and find a counter play in just a couple seconds after.
Yeah, and that's what you expect if you're not going to hit the flip reset. Dap, you have to be more efficient if you're going to hit that double flip reset. You got to go far side or at least challenge and recognize. If Dap's already on that back wall challenging, maybe you want to pull it down for a fake instead and try to get a ground pinch to pull out Dap, because otherwise you're just kind of leaving yourself wide open to that sort of thing. With Dap, try the challenge there. That one won't work, so Tiber now will regain that lead pretty instantly.
This is a timing moment, because they know they have to put it up just away from Dap, because Dap was immediately turned into the top of his box, and then they set it actually outside to hit that backboard. So a great idea by Tiber, who's immediately found themselves right back in the driver's seat, but Dap wants the finisher, and now he's going to be careful. They can sprint this away. He's actually going to take the ball, go home with it, get some boost, and we're going to reset from down the other side of the pitch.
Just healing, and I don't think Tiber can get back to this. No, he can't. Wow. Okay. That's uncharacteristic, I would say. I think Tiber has shown some pretty good speed, but Dap, I mean, to be honest, I mean, that was a quick conversion by Dap, so maybe Tiber just wasn't able to get back. I think it was a combination of both.
So interesting idea to go and challenge on the backboard, by the way. We saw his green car up at the same level with Dap above his own net. Kind of wondering about that one.
That's an interesting choice. Oh no, Dap's messing up here. You saw him miss, but can Tiber get around this one? No, what? That was not a sequence we're used to seeing by any means, to say the least.
Oh, boost moment. Tough read. Still, maybe they'll get another chance. Dap has actually been scoring, well, rather, has been kind of tracking onto Tiber a lot more often. He's been left with right there, zero space. Big demo, should be able to turn this one in. That respawn is gonna be just a bit too far. Dap gets themselves just an inch ahead.
And those just hitting it are like, oh yeah, here come the demos. It's a 1v1 tournament. We haven't seen that much of physicality, to be honest, in the first couple of series, if at all. We saw a cool play from Tiber earlier in game number 1 where he jumped out in front, got the demo, which has been the meta for I don't know how long in ones. But we really haven't seen it. And Dap with the demo, just in a perfect time where it made sense. And Tiber went for one there, but he's going to miss. Now a chance for Dap to convert, and he will. 4-2 now will be the scoreline. Dap looking to run away with it after Tiber had that hot start.
The difficult part about going for a high mechanical play, especially one that I think, again, Tiber was trying to get ahead of the ball and go for that bump. Once you've committed to that jump, especially because you're aiming on net, often your car is going to be deep in net, and Dap, depending on position, can be just off wall, and immediately with boost comfort and conservation, can make a counter play. Win it off kickoff, and now you can see some of the salt mine, maybe a bit of the tilt into Tiber. Dap just getting the better of him.
Yeah, does this GG go next? 3 minutes, I get there's plenty of time, but like Dap Dap, that's 4 in a row and very quickly. And Dap Dap, what he was able to do in game 2, is it done yet, Hell Monkey Man? What do you think?
I don't think so. No, we saw a clutch up in game 1.
That's right.
Nah, got to see how that happens. But Dap Dap is winning the lion's share of challenges, and I don't know if Tiber's clutch up is gonna manifest here soon.
Let's be honest, chat. Whenever I said those words, you said, "Oh, this guy, get out of here." There's so much diamond once. But listen, here's Dap Dap putting in goal after goal. The last time we saw this was an 8-0 victory in game 2. That's all I'm saying. And Tiber's got to find a way around this, though. I get it. You can't count him out, but you got to start now. Oh, that's a good way to get past him, but Dap Dap was able to adjust the demo, though. But Tiber's not going to have enough time to get around here and score this one before Dap Dap will be able to challenge. Though a late flick there? Oh, he couldn't convert. Oh, it was that close. And it seemed like a last desperation chance to try to get one on Dap Dap. And he was that close, but he couldn't just get it.
That post is a paid actor that hates Tiber. Absolutely furious with him. I don't know what Tiber did in a past life to that post, but they are not friends. And that's the second time that they have been unable to get it around an interior of the upright. So Dap Dap is taking advantage of that, and now is off of a respawn challenge as well. So Tiber's in a pickle. Not one that's unsolvable. I love that move, but Dap Dap puts it just a bit behind him.
The adjustment and the fact that Dap Dap got that touch actually blows my mind. He's kind of in a very, very awkward spot and still was able to launch himself up and cause just enough chaos to keep this lead going. Dap Dap wants more. Hungry for more. Oh, Tiber was able to track him down, though. It's a good way to realize that Dap Dap had the potential of landing that in the first place. Well, at least keep him within 5. Look at that adjustment. It was able to catch that and run that towards net, but Dap Dap was all over it.
Whenever you make those long catches, you're using a lot of time and a lot of boost. So Dap Dap knew they just had to kind of place themselves on the wall and force them to come up. Air dribble bump, looking for a double tap. And as Dap Dap turn this into yet another goal, it looks like we will get a free one out of it again. And so Tiber, he's going for about everything, as much as you can. And Dap Dap is pretty much just waiting him out, which is a very smart way to play, especially if you're just trying to secure a series as well as conserve what's coming up next into maybe one of the toughest matches they've ever played.
All right, how about now? Can we call it now?
No, there's still time.
I love your energy, and I'm the same way. I'm honestly the same way.
Never forfeit, never surrender.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here because I obviously want to see a close match, and I know Tiber is incredibly talented. This is nothing against Tiber. I knew, I had a feeling, an intuition that Dap Dap was just so, I want to say streaky, but that almost has a negative connotation, right? But just like the way they're able to string goals together, not in a negative sense that you're being streaky, but just like when he gets going, look out.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is definitely cooked, as the kids say. So Tiber went and took a NASCAR lap, and Dap Dap, this is now, I think, pretty much been out of reach for a minute. But shout out to what Tiber did do. If you want to go and see basically the differential of when it started to lean the right direction, obviously, game 1 was so close. Game 2 was a blowout, and game 3, I mean, has become even more so now. Actually, it's now matched the same differential we saw in game number 2.
Yeah.
But that first game was stellar. That's exactly the kind of never give up, never surrender that you want to see out of players. But there's also a time and place when you know kind of ones just get away from you, and that's exactly what we're seeing in real time now.
Happens to me every time I queue, and that's why I stopped queuing, Hell Monkey Man.
I feel that. Yep.
I'm like, oh, I'm getting close here. 3-2. Okay, I'm back within 1, and it's 10-2.
Yep.
It's sad, but it's true. And yeah, you hate to see it when it happens to you. But also, Tiber is not out of it. He was able to march his way to the top 16 on the top side. Boy, that's redundant, but either way, now it will be on the lower side, so at least you made some progress on the upper side, and less so having to make a giant run on the lower side, although it'll feel that way. Still a lot of talent down there as well, but that's where Tiber is going to, unfortunately, end up. Dap Dap, 11-3. We'll go and call it there. 11-2, I believe. 11-3? Was that the last goal? Either way, we'll call it in 11-2. There you go. And Dap Dap will be the winner of this one. And we'll advance to face Wavy, which I would be excited to see if we get that one. May not be the case, but either way, Dap Dap, I mean, if Dap Dap is able to put up those goals like he did consistently throughout the entirety against Wavy, we might have ourselves at least a challenge at the very minimum.
I feel like there's also going to be so DapDap was able to take advantage of when there was a bit too much being established. It's kind of the X-Sync problem, but X-Sync was taking advantage of total play. I want to see how that ends up going as DapDap. I mean, experience on the pitch is going to be a big thing going forward into big programs, and they could be able to do that against Wavy moving on. But we also have to, I think, cinch up the end of this previous game.
Yeah, you got to check it out. The replay's coming up here for you. And it was Tiber pretty quickly and in an insane fashion, by the way. The way that the game number 1 ended, you'll have to check it out and see. But DapDap, I mean, even in game 1, was able to jump out to that early lead. And they went back and forth for quite a while before Tiber was able to pull off something truly special at the end of game 1.
Yeah, it was bananas. You get to see 4 minutes up there, and this ends up being just tit for tat. 6 goals, an own goal to kind of be in the mix there, but 6 goals between them in the first minute 15. And then it was a bit of stall as well, as you're seeing some of this stall as they get flip resets and the mechanics starting to flare. But 18 seconds were eventually came up, and that's when Tiber really had to shine, especially because DapDap was playing for counters.
That's why a majority of this replay session, I guarantee, is like game 1. It was so close, competitive, and that demo right there, 0 second, or that was to tie it up with just under 18, like you said, 18 seconds, and then 0 seconds. Check this out. Yo, what? That's insane. Nice. And that's when we thought, Tiber can dig deep, but then DapDap, it was all about revenge. You were right, Hail Monkey Man. You were absolutely right.
It was one of those where, okay, you know what? That one was close, my guy. Let's see how close it's really going to be. And then you bury them. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it was 19 goals to DapDap and letting only 3, or maybe actually just 2 in those 2 games. So what a differential to be plus 17 in 2 games after you lost by 1 in a 0-second goal in game 1. Rocket League is just bananas.
It can be absolutely ridiculous, that's for sure. It can hit you pretty quickly, just like a goal can hit you pretty quickly. Let's check out the Bright Speed fastest goal, presented by Bright Speed. And it was just a turnaround and a quick swing shot. So it was pretty methodical. That means the defenses were pretty on point for this one, Hail Monkey Man. Granted, that was a great catch to kick things off.
You never know how quick something's going to happen, and Tiber got to see how quickly he was countered, and that's honestly what moves into this. So, what a way to be able to get that one in. But yeah, I can't wait to see what Tiber does in the lower bracket. Can't wait to see what DapDap does with Wavy, but we have a lot of matches still ahead of us.
You sure do. And remember that you can always type in #chill whenever you see a cool play like that one happen. Make sure it's top 5 worthy, though, because you got to get some supporting votes there as well, and make sure you pick up some Sprite Chill, Cherry Lime specifically, the limited edition flavor from your local convenience store. And we will take a quick break and do the same. We'll see you after this one. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Sprite Chill. You threw me off with your hand motion. Solo Showdown. We're back with you, Hail Monkey Man. My name is Barrelites. Messing everything up here on the re-entries. But we've seen a lot of good 1v1 play, and we get our first sneak peek at the first 2 seeds. As on the B channel, is twitch.tv/staypluggedinb. Pop up into their tab and watch Wavy from TSM. He'll be making his first appearance on stream. And then we've got a good one of our own. Hail Monkey Man, talk about it.
That one's gonna be Cosmic versus Dark. Dark over from North Carolina. They are in fact a freshman coming out of there, and I've seen a lot of their play, a lot of their awesome schools that they've been able to be there with, and I think even Dark does some of their own content creation on like TikTok, so they're used to making clips. But if there's anyone that you've ever seen make some clips, it is in fact S5 Cosmic. They are a graduated senior this year, and they'll be going to their school later on. I believe they are committed, but I don't know which program they're going to. They're out of California as well. So not as super far as Massachusetts and California, but it's still North Carolina, California. So it's still from coast to coast.
Yeah, no doubt. Cosmic, part of 0 to 1 right now, it seems. At least that's the last time that we've seen them compete together. So I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but has been seen playing and competing with Angel and Tool. They are obviously of West Virginia. They play with Matter, aka it used to be Daunt. Those 3 combined, it makes you wonder if West Virginia is the school. But once we get that knowledge, if we have that knowledge, we'll definitely let you know. But yes, Cosmic, also the champion of the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars Skills Challenge 1v1 situation as well. So he's got a lot on his resume, including the final event of Salt Mine. I mean, this guy is absolutely stacked in ones. It'll certainly be your Dark Horse's biggest challenge yet.
It really will be. I know that some people think that's a pun, but Dark actually has so much mechanical flair, and being able to see them play on their high school program that they did for the last couple of years has actually really proven how much talent they can bring over into not just their schools, their current schools level, but also a possible proper collegiate level. But they got a long time because they are in fact a freshman. Cosmic, I can't wait to see what they continue to do at the pro level, but also in this game. Both players so far, first scoreless minute, it's coming and going. They've been challenging each other, and Dark is slowly getting backed up, but undaunted as he sends this one yard.
Undaunted, after the reference I made earlier, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Mm-hmm. I see you. And Dark sees Cosmic, was able to tap it past once, but not twice. Cosmic, the quick turn, and that speed is just unbeatable. I mean, how? Even Dark was a little bit surprised there. Cosmic will get on the board first. Granted, it is a lot closer than I had this pictured. And this will also be a best of 5, so I'm hoping the series is as entertaining as it's starting out to be.
Yeah, this is where you're also going to have, so for best of 5s, especially in 1v1s, it's going to feel like not just a grind, but it's going to feel like forever. And it's from now through the rest of the bracket, at least on this upper side. So gotta take it in stride as best as you can. Cosmic, double flip reset already gained, has it in the back pocket and already on the adjustment, but Dark waits for that second opportunity. And the only reason that they actually had that earlier shot by Cosmic is because Dark had overcommitted on a challenge. Where in the world did Dark go just now? That's what I want to see on the replay, because it feels like this one should have been a neutral challenge, and they end up just a bit too far upfield.
Yeah, especially the way that Cosmic was able to catch it. It seemed like he was in a good position to be able to transition it back towards Dark's end pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. And that's why I was confused that Dark continued the momentum to grab 12 packs instead of just kind of darting back to try to get a challenge and maybe throw him off. The Cosmic just continues to roll in. Oh, that answers my question about 0 to 1, by the way. Still rocking that on the tag. So Angel, Tool, and Cosmic. That's a team that I'm going to be looking out for 100% because I feel like they've got really the skill to do damage. They've always been those 3 players that have been very close to breaking through. They just haven't had their chance to do so. They've been at the pro level, don't get me wrong, but just like to be top tier, if you will. And so Cosmic's got something to prove almost.
Yeah, especially at this level where he's mixing both his professional experience as well as his scholastic experience. Dark can't really do too much off of a soft rollover 50, and again, they end up upfield with no boost, and Cosmic is going to try and continue to bully them. Now, as they hold their hand, Dark does find the interior lane just enough, so maybe there will be a flick chance. They actually find it off of a big flick as they kind of reverse musty that one. Actually ends up going the other direction, though, and they're going to have another chance to reset. It is playing away from Cosmic. They are dangerously dodging a demo just behind their exhaust pipe.
I mean, that was a matter of pixels. Dark had 17 boosts in the tank, able to get the flick off, but Cosmic tracked it well. And again, able to just find that pinch too. You basically trap Dark into one potential opportunity. Look at the speed. I mean, my goodness. That's why Dark was paused, because Cosmic, the way he was able to maneuver his own net in order to get back out to the field of play was actually one of the fastest plays I think I've seen in one. That was ridiculous.
That was such quick execution, and you do that with full confidence if you're Cosmic, because right now you have a 3-goal lead, and so send it. And they actually just kind of reverse the field with it off of landing on a, I guess, call it a reverse squishy from the top side of the net. And otherwise, Cosmic then just out-positioning Dark. Game number 1 is starting to feel a bit dark for him as Cosmic is just lighting up the other end of the pitch.
I mean, we've seen him do this kind of thing to First Killer. We've seen him do it to AJ. So, like, who can go up against this man? Like, sometimes you have good days, bad days, but all realistically speaking, this man is absolutely unreal. And by the way, I kind of, when I was seeing him in his development as an all-star on the Stay Plugged In channel, what I've noticed when he was in the top 24 of 2024 is he doesn't want anybody to call him a 3 specialist, right? So, or a 1 specialist, rather. He wants to be known as a team player, but he's just so good at ones that you kind of forget about it.
I mean, so I feel like we use maybe the word specialist with, by the way, Dark is able to find a big bomb down the other end of the pitch, but specialist almost feels like negative connotation, because it's just like, okay, well, they only want to be able to kind of live in this career path, which is not the case. They just have an affluency. They have an expertise in it, if you will, but it's also really cool and easier to say specialist. So Cosmic ends up getting 1 back after another got bombed the other way. And it is not a bad thing to have a specialty in ones. Then if you can influence it, that means that not only can you catch and deliver great passes, but you're also able to be very confident in the 1v numbers game.
We might end up running into Dark whenever we do coverage of the bottom side bracket, and you'll be like, how did he lose 6-1? It's not possible, because Dark is that talented as well. Like, there's so much skill here on this pitch right now. But Cosmic is just that much stronger. But here's an opportunity for Dark to get on the board once. Be able to fake out Cosmic as well with a fake touch, but he ran out of boost, so there's not much you can do there except for just maybe surrender possession. That's exactly what he did.
See if he can run out the rest of this minute, trying to limit the damage. And if anything, just like losing the game number 1, you have a game 2 that's on the way, guaranteed. Seeing if you can at least mess them up, and this will not pay them any favor.
No.
That one was tough. It had already gotten just enough past the post that you try to do that without any boost on the adjustment, and I mean, you're kind of dead to rights.
Yeah, that's unlucky again, which I guess you create your own luck in 1v1s, if we're honest. So it was just Cosmic throwing Dark off. I mean, when you do so many things right and you get a little bit, I wouldn't even say frustrated, but you're just like, when things are happening so quickly and you have to react at the speed of light, essentially, to even compete with Cosmic, sometimes things like that are very difficult to get to. And Cosmic somehow adjusted to make that possible. I know game 1's over, but Cosmic is still trying this Brazil, and we'll see if he gets it done. He does. And sure, because when you're creating moments like this, when you're creating insane plays, if you're just this talented, basically the world is at your helm, and he can create a Brazil out of thin air.
That's actually a heck of a talent. Creating an entire country just out of nothing? Amazing. Got to see it happen. And you guys get a treat to see it happen maybe one more time. Oh, can Dark ruin it? No. Cosmic will take game numero uno. It is a best of 5, so there's a long time to go, and Dark, well, they're gonna have to see if they can kind of bounce back to match the speed. Tall task for anyone, but Dark is gonna have to be up to it, especially to prove pretty much that they can still challenge with the big ones. Even if you can't match a specialist, you still can prove that you can keep up with them, especially when it then eventually evolves into that team atmosphere.
You do not call my man a specialist, okay? If he doesn't want to be
do
called it, don't do it. I don't take stats into consideration that much when we talk about ones, obviously, but the saves exactly the same. The shots were obviously favoring Cosmic a little bit, but nothing too devastating. But that 7-1 victory, the Brazil, it's just when you do the little things right, you're not going to have like, it's not going to be absolutely crushing on the scorecard, I guess, but like those little things matter, and that's what causes these goals. That being said, I mean, Dark with a quick reactionary save, that was pretty dirty. Kick it off, has plenty of boost in the tank as well, but couldn't get the flip reset. That's unfortunate.
Oh, did get a bump. A little smack in the old jawline to Cosmic, just to keep him honest. And I don't get to see how this one acts. When the most problematic position in ones is ones that you have to get used to because you have no one to support you, and that's facing your own net on defense. So getting used to being backwards, it's almost like cyclists in the Olympics where they have to face in reverse to see how they're going to get challenged off of their back fender. And it's a tough position to beat. Cosmic has all the boost right now. Dark is going to operate from their near side post, and Cosmic is going to bring this one to the sky where he knows Dark cannot challenge them.
Dark did a good job to, you know, sometimes you don't want to creep up on that back wall too soon, and it looked like he did, but he adjusted well. Cosmic now will, oh, he gave it up to Dark. Dark with a good read. There was nothing Cosmic to do. Handcuffed, and Dark will have his first lead of the series.
This is a good find. Cosmic was actually trying to bring it down to his nose, and Dark just stayed a little bit higher than Cosmic. Knew he could kind of challenge out, get on top of him. So I think that's the first lead that we've had out of Dark, but can he hold it, build upon it?
Bit of a stalemate here off the kickoff. Dark after it, that'll be 2-0 as he was just able to beat Cosmic the ball plain and simple, as efficiently as we've seen Cosmic. Not only today, but in the past, what, 4 or 5 years? Okay, maybe not that long, but it doesn't happen often where you're beat to the ball, so credit Dark for playing speedy here off the kickoff. So they got the 2-0 lead. 3:45 left in this one. And maybe in for a longer series than maybe we thought. Stark's got it on the top of his card again, just going to carry it to good fake. Cosmic still almost adjusted, but the fact that Dark is pulling off these goals is a telltale sign that he wants it.
Cosmic's kind of pulled back, and Dark has some extra tricks in the back pocket that he was not allowed to really use in the previous game. And no, shout out also to that goal explosion. I never knew we had that one, so that's pretty cool. I'm actually going to pick that one up because I'm such a D&D arcane nerd, so shout out. But that's not the one you want to give up. Cosmic picks the pocket of Dark, and he cuts this lead to 2.
Hey, sure, that was a quick transition as well. This is putting up vibes of what we saw in last series that we watched too. Referring to Tiber being able to basically adjust to Dap Dap and be able to do things, and then Dap Dap kind of figured it out. And credit Dark for adjusting to give himself this lead. But I feel like Cosmic is on his way to something else. Shut down in that sequence, though. Dark will put up another one, so never mind. That is going to be 4 out of the last 5 for Dark. He's got the 4-1 lead.
Right here, they were banking off of getting Dark kind of pit maneuvered. And if you don't win that challenge, then it's a free turn. Even if you go and grab the boost, they were able to maintain full speed. They were hoping they could turn them sideways. But any good Rocket League player is going to be holding onto their drift button or whatever kind of their roll button is, and to allow their car to be frictionless. Dark gets the flip reset, waiting for another one, and what a save by Cosmic. And now we get to see if there is a rebuttal, but he's stolen both big boosts.
And we'll look to get around it. That was a tough angle, though, and Cosmic was so quick to get back. Had to use everything in the tank. Still stealing the boost from Dark, too. Just enough in the reserve to challenge Cosmic. Takes a shot as well. Now Cosmic knows that he has no boost. But by the time he went over it, it was able to respawn for Dark. So that's some unfortunate timing for Cosmic, but Dark will say, we'll definitely take it. He's able to recover anyways, make this save. 2:30 left. Dark is still holding on to this lead.
Yeah, he is, and Cosmic actually was trying to find a quick wave dash to get back to that ball, maybe take a third shot on net. Now Dark can kind of dominate from the sky. That one's going to be a drop on, but not in. Cosmic with a great catch. He doesn't have a lot of boost, and that allows Dark to kind of reaffirm their position up pitch, and they were hoping for the 50-50. That's going to be another one that continues to force Cosmic to trail backwards. It's going to be just in and out. What a save opportunity, and now Dark is trying to keep this one away from Cosmic, even if it involves kind of stretching this pitch back to his own net and then right back into mid-pitch.
Yeah, every single goal that you go up, that you add to this lead is one where you feel like viewers are giving more and more of their belief that it's a possibility of actually happening. And there's another one to add to it. And Dark really has had a majority of the actual scoring chances too. It's like Cosmic has had trouble, has been handcuffed because Dark has been putting him in compromising positions. Another example of that, and now I'm becoming a believer that Dark can keep this series at least tighter than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, for a minute. I mean, I see it both in real life traffic as well as in Rocket League traffic, which sometimes I feel like those are both the same. You see body language of people in their cars, and it felt almost like Cosmic was kind of playing with Dark just enough, but then because they allowed themselves to get a bit too close, they lost out on that. What a bump! It didn't have the momentum, but eventually they can body block it in.
Yeah, just by sheer force was able to arm wrestle this one in. And Dark did everything they could. That's actually a weird little sequence there. I'm not sure how that one found its way in, but I digress. Cosmic back within 3, creeping up a little bit too close for comfort if you're Dark right now with 1:12 left. Meanwhile, see the bump playing out. Here's Cosmic around it. Sure enough, that's 2 goals right back to back. 1:05 left, 2-goal differential. Cosmic bringing it back.
Held Dark's hand, pit maneuvers him, and runs away. That's the exact play they wanted to have happen 2 goals ago. So, not out of the woods yet. Dark had a, 5-1 lead at one point? Maybe 5-2, and now it's been creeping back in, and it's going to be just down to 1 goal. This is where the mental game has to be checked.
Oh, here we go. By the way, similar thing happening on the B channel. Wavy's got a 2-0 lead in the series, so about to close out. And DabDab's got the 3-2 lead in that game. So we'll see if DabDab can pull that off. That's going on at Stay Plugged In B. So twitch.tv/Stay Plugged In B. But keep it parked here because Cosmic is on his way up. You're right.
Can't be untested. Dark is going to be challenged a lot. Cosmic will too. And maybe there's an inevitable kind of matchup between himself and Wavy, but Dark has to stand in the way as best as they can. Burn through some boost, looking for a bump onto Cosmic, stealing the back corner, and now you're down to a third. When does Dark press out? That's going to be just a drop to the crossbar. Has to continue sending this laterally. They cannot use too much. As soon as they do, it's going to be Cosmic that's going to tie this one up. They back up. They're going to look for a boom, look for control, look for an off-angle shot. They send it away. Have to turn into the stripes.
That was on purpose.
That one doesn't have speed, and that's going to be Cosmic tying us at 5.
That was on purpose. Cosmic missed this on purpose because he knew that if he took a shot on net, Dark was going to be able to save it. Not only that, but have the momentum to go to the sidewall and roll through. I am convinced. Cosmic, if you're listening in, let me know, because that seemed like it was like he meant and turned his hood to go wide of the net so that it would just beat out Dark, and then all he had to do was just get it back. And now with 16 seconds, you blink, Cosmic's got the lead.
Kickoffs are a brutal mistress, and everyone has to live with her. Dark ends up seeing 5 goals happen in a row in favor of Cosmic, who simply wasn't giving in. But 16 seconds, we've seen this kind of lead before. Tiber was able to clutch up in a game 1. Maybe this will happen, but Dark's mental could be just curtains. Cosmic, a flip. Dark with a chance, but he's going to see that ball boom away from his possess with 2 seconds to go. He's got to get underneath it. Cosmic gives him an extra helping hand to keep it alive, but instead, it's just going to be an exclamation point, and they win this one. It'll be at match point.
Wow. You knew it. It was 4-1. And it was, and still in my mind, I was like, nope, not safe yet. It went 5-1. I was like, okay, maybe we're a little bit having a conversation here. And then Cosmic said, what conversation? The only conversation we're having is how do I win 1v1 games? And he did it again. And the scoreline is so similar to the last time. The only difference I can really see is Dark stepped it up defensively, was able to make a couple of bigger saves on Cosmic shots and chances and opportunities, which are still outnumbering Dark by quite a bit. That is the adjustment that needs to be made if Dark wants a chance here. But in the meantime, if Cosmic can win, even if he's down 4-1, it's a long shot for Dark, but that's why you play the game, so you got to play it out.
someone go clip the soundbite of Bear saying Cosmic missed that on purpose, because that can be the copium call for all 0 to 1 team streams. And whenever he misses, just
It was
hit
on purpose.
that button.
It was on purpose.
Missed on purpose.
That was it. I guess I'm a cosmic apologist. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for being an apologist.
Well, no apologies here by Cosmic, as they want to lay this one into a 3-0 sweep, make this an easier, shorter day for himself. But Dark, well, they face one of the toughest tasks in all of Rocket League, not just a reverse sweep, but doing so by yourself.
And flip reset. Why not a bump at the tail end of this one, too? All right, it hasn't been used. Dust off the hashtag chill for a late flip reset, but one that carries you into the defender that would have made the save anyways. That was impressive.
I mean, obviously everything that you do in ones is isolation, but when you're caught having to face your own net, especially if you can kick off at that deficit and you cannot be able to meet and match your opponent in the same sphere for that challenge, it feels like such a high mountain and a tall task to do. Trying to get a floor pinch. Great find.
Oh.
Dark. Can they back into it? Cosmic even pre-jumped to block them if they went up.
That works on everybody except for maybe the top 3, because I love the thought there. Dark backing up rather than trying to jam it in, because then you're just coming and giving more momentum to Cosmic. But instead, it was just Cosmic is so pinned on it and has such good possession that he was able to even translate it down or transition it back down and get another goal to make it 2-0. And Cosmic, well, he can turn any situation that looks like it's against him into one that's going to be favoring him. It's crazy.
That's just patience, the poise that you have to have when you're in these duels. Cosmic, again, flip reset, looking for the crossbar. Good defense by Dark, but they're going to be buried underneath and into their own net. They use some extra momentum to carry this ball out, but now they're stuck in a quandary as they're looking for 12s. Cosmic has the flip, and they just adjust it away. And I
So
mean,
easy, right?
They are stone cold shooters.
So easy, right? You can do this in your sleep. And the additional touch first, and then does a full turn and a half to get the flip reset across your body, across your car. But basically all the way across the net, and then be able to just land it on the hood of your car to go to the other side of the net, aka the short side originally. That's some impressive car mechanics in the air. Number one, I get it, it's Cosmic, but still impressive goal from Cosmic to make it 3-0, and Dark's got an answer for it though.
I like the nice little step back, forcing Cosmic to have to at least wait a little bit.
Yeah.
They now have that leniency to do so. Dark, not at all giving up. It's been, nearly 80 seconds, and they've seen 3 in a row, but that's also ones. This one's going to drop. Can they find the jump? They will not.
Wow.
What an adjustment.
That speed is unbelievable. We saw it a little bit earlier on the defensive side of the ball. We see it again from Cosmic. Just the wave dash, he was low on boost, and look at the speed there. You don't need boost. Dude, boost is a crutch. We've been saying this for years, and Cosmic is proving it. That's insane.
Boostless warrior. The only boost they use is just seeing this one kind of get flipped from the end, but otherwise it was Dark that was keeping up. But that's also knowing whenever you can just find a level of height and flick it over. So Dark found one, then loses one, and maybe another one. This is going to be tough, and it's going to be impossible. Cosmic finds 5.
And we're going to be walking away with this one saying Cosmic 3-0. Dark did good things. And even when you become patient and you're making smart plays that are making Cosmic uncomfortable in situations, it still just wasn't quite enough in the situation to challenge the top 50 in the world in ones. That's what Cosmic has been consistently. At some point in 2022, Cosmic was #1 in North America. I'm sure he's hit that mark a couple times since then. That was just the last time I've seen it. And it's just, it's such a pleasure to watch here in the booth and be able to hang out with you and be able to call such a talented player like this. And I get it, it's like, oh, why are you just being so, you're just, all about Cosmic and just he's that good of a player. And Dark is too. And when we see Dark in the future, I'm telling you, the score is going to be looking pretty similar here, except in his favor instead.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild times, and I mean that's where the baton handoff goes. But Cosmic isn't by no means handing that one off here. In fact, they're gonna go full relay by themselves in front of Dark. Now, again, 5-goal lead, or 4-goal lead happened with Dark over Cosmic. If I'm to believe that it will be a comeback, it's going to start pretty here soon because there was a lot of time remaining for Cosmic to get game number 2, and that's exactly what they did in a comeback fashion. Cosmic is going to steal this boost out from corner, take it away from Dark, elevate the pitch, and they've got a flip reset to help them out. Ground game from end to end. They are forcing Dark to chase them just everywhere. Finally, they get the ball away.
And Avoid's dad, I have to agree with you there in chat. 100%. I really have a strong appreciation for my fellow North Carolinian in Dark. Very young player as well. We rarely pointed that out, that he's a rising freshman in high school, so plenty of years to develop. The fact that you're this talented already is insane. And we'll continue that same trend as well. Well, Dark still has an opportunity. Seems like it's out of the cusp, but when you're hitting plays like that, a nice little flick off the front side of the car, call it a musty-ish, and it'll at least bring him back within with 4 here.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, these might be breezies. I think based on the cyclone adjustment of them, because it's not quite the cyclone, but like, I don't know. The names evolve as players just like exist. But
that one's called the Dark.
Yeah, it's the Dark. And then when Cosmic shoots, it's the light, right?
No, that's whenever somebody misses a shot, it's a bear light.
Dang. I'm surprised you and Dark aren't like faded rivals or anything like that. I don't know.
I mean, we couldn't be because he's too good. He would win every single game that we went up against each other. So a rivalry is one that has to be close, right? I feel like that's a definition, right?
Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of caricatures of people like, I'm your rival. And like, you always lose. I'm your rival. So maybe. It's all about the mental of it. And wow, Cosmic gonna carry this one from side to center as find big boost and just glue it to their nose.
Yeah, which is wild. Like it's not wild that it's you see air drags from pros all the time where it's stuck to the front of the car. But what made that one impressive was the fact that he like launched it from so low off the wall, number one, and then in addition to that, he hit it away from his car pretty far distance away, and then was still able to catch up with it and then pin it to the front of his car. Like what? How? The physics don't add up. Like you have to match the speed of the ball, and you do so in an instant. But either way, it's 7-2, and Cosmic is sitting pretty as far as getting up to the top 4 or the upper semifinals, which will be approaching here momentarily as well.
Trying to play with it as well. They know that the work has been done. There's not much left to prove here. Gonna shake hands with Dark, and they'll be moving right along. Dark will fall to the lower side bracket, and Cosmic will see themselves in a top 4 position. I believe that, yeah, okay, that's pretty much what I've been looking at. Gopher is going to be coming up, but Dark is going to try and leave some lasting impressions.
Yeah, maybe some momentum rolling into the lower side. I definitely favor Dark to be in that 4th to 5th range at the very minimum. I think he's proven that he can be there and that he can get there for sure. And, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that he bounces back. Even as a 10 seed, I can confidently say, like, I think that's where he'll fall based on how he was able to play Cosmic in this. But it was Cosmic from the get-go. A 3-0 victory here. Mind you, relatively close games all the way through, but Cosmic wins fair and square, and we'll move on to the upper semifinals.
As a shout out to this bracket, by the way, Trendy was beaten by X-Sync. So I'm not too surprised by that, but seeing how we're slowly cutting away from everyone, and as we get to the kind of top side of this 40-plus person bracket, really cool to see how this develops. But Cosmic got the work done, a 3-0 sweep. Not too surprising, but also great challenging by Dark. He's going to look back at that game number 2 and really say, all right, here's where things went a little bit wrong. And that's some good coaching that honestly can help them out, especially from a freshman level throughout the rest of their high school career.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, they're only tracking in the right direction skill-wise. It's a little bit of him trying to get to the head of Cosmic. I think he'd maybe anticipating Cosmic falling to the lower side and getting into his brain. I don't know if you saw the in-game chat, but I digress.
No.
But still, I mean, as a freshman, yeah, you have that time to develop and get there. But let's check out the replays now as we have them brought to you by Sprite, Chilled Cherry Lime in the cooldown section here after this match. And you'll see that it was a lot of Cosmic Dark actually challenged him pretty much later on, but Cosmic got off to that hot start, and as you would anticipate, ran with it from there on.
That fourth goal right there, still one of the fastest recovery into counter plays I've ever seen from anyone in any game, be it ones or threes. That was disgusting. We had Dark that was able to impress themselves here into game number 2, but a lead is just never safe when you have that much time to have to deal with.
Yeah, in moments where Dark seemed like he could run away with this one, Cosmic just off the kickoff, just the fundamentals first kind of player. Which, it's like, well, how is Cosmic not broken out to that next level in the 3v3 worlds? Because he does. He's a fundamental first player. He's very strong mechanically. That goes without saying. I mean, what we just saw in his 1v1 specialist and 1v1 talent. And just, I did it myself. I can't believe I did that. But anyways, Cosmic just absolutely taking it to him and being able to accomplish something big, including the fastest goal that we've seen so far today. So let's go ahead and check out now the Brightspeed fastest goal, brought to you by Brightspeed. And you can scan that QR code and see if they're available in your area for up to 2 gigs. That is a speed that is perfect for gaming. And
74
so
miles per hour. it was helped out by Dark.
I know, I saw that too.
Just a little extra touch here. You know what? I was asking for the first player to get it. I didn't think we'd have the first team play in a 1v1 showdown get the Brightspeed shot. But you know what? It ended up working out for him.
Dark got the fastest shot, actually. Unfortunately, it was into the wrong net, so I digress. But we have a little bit more action here for you, and we've got a lot of updates as far as the bracket, but you'll have to wait until after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown. This right, chill solo showdown returns here. Hill Monkey Man joins me, Bear Light, into the booth, and we've seen some great gameplay. And Cosmic advancing from the last series, and he's moved on to face Kofor right here on this channel. I'm excited for it.
It's going to be a heck of a matchup. Both these players in particular are some of the most looked at. And, you saw a lot of Cosmic. Obviously, they're already committed to their program out of California. But Kofor is out from Texas, and they are a senior this year. So this is going to be a neat kind of tell to see where they may end up going over to. Kind of a pro-level matchup here, Bear. I can't wait to see the level of quality we're going to get even stepping up. Every single match has been stepping up to the plate. This one is not going to be any more of a slack.
Not at all. Kofor's ready for it. Dark, if you thought Dark played well, he did, and Kofor will be even more of a challenge, I imagine, just from pure talent alone. And in fact, he's got Cosmic here trying to shadow. Cosmic will be able to handle this one and utilize that same speed, that same strat that we saw earlier, but Kofor was able to read him all the way. And a tap-in should be inevitable here. In fact, he's going to mess with him a little bit. Count down the clock to 4:27 before scoring the first goal of this best-of-5 series.
I love already seeing Kofor do stuff like this because this is what we're going to get between these two. It is going to be, hey, come and try and block my shot. Try and block my shot. Ah, you can do it. It's having the handshake and then you just swiping it away behind your head. So the attitude, the ego, and the altitude of play is just going to be escalating at every second. Wow. Nice step back. Kofor got the job done early.
Yeah, once again, off the wall, flip reset to kind of cook it up, and I'm not sure if Cosmic, yeah, it looks like he was just off that sidewall, was awkward with it, and Kofor was like, it's actually a better decision to let it go and let it fly into the back of the net, and it just bounced off of it, and Cosmic had to make a decision in that moment, and I felt like he still made a solid choice, just Kofor was able to outplay him. Now trying to repeat exactly what we just saw a second. Flip reset, able to dunk it top shelf. How about a hashtag chill for that one?
This is such an extension. Great flip reset. They get a double on it and then just chase it down. What do you think it feels like as players that get to watch this kind of stuff and recognizing not only that Cosmic 3-0 swept the previous series after a comeback in game number 2 as well, but now Kofor has them down in a hat trick hole in the first minute of play. That's gonna feel such like just a daunting task to take on either of these players, especially now Kofor.
Oh yeah. And, you can talk about matchups all day. It's like, who did you play earlier in the bracket? Are they maybe not as quick, and so now you're trying to adjust to it? But, I mean, you can say the same thing about Kofor and how he's had to start this bracket as well. Oh, but ooh. Cosmic. Bit of a mistake there. Here's Kofor back the other way. We'll look to launch it, and we'll be able to put up a 4-0 start before Cosmic even gets on the board here. So very much a 180 of what we've seen, and Kofor getting the job done.
Good Musty, just to send it up yard, and that pipe, and you know what? I feel like that post in particular is no one's friend. It's tired of being used to send goals in, and apparently anyone that tries to get it on the outside attack is just not for it. Cosmic does get a little awkward moment to manifest out of Kofor, but he actually has boost. Gonna see how that one does progress, and bouncing it all the way through. That's 5.
That one looked like it was high, and so Cosmic is just really unfortunate circumstances surrounding this particular one. Yeah, that one looked like it was going to go bar and out, and Cosmic just, I don't blame him for trying to sit still. Because what you're trying to do is just field it off of that top bar and then be able to catch it and run the other way and finally get on the board. But instead, Kofor's got his 5th. And looking for more. It's trying to stun Cosmic here early. I say stun. Kofor has been here. Kofor has beaten Cosmic in 1v1s before. This is not anything new, but the degree, the magnitude of which we're seeing right now is just kind of surprising to me. Cosmic will get on the board, though, for the first time here in this series. And we've seen Cosmic behind 5-1 before in a game, and it did not end well for the opponent. All I'm saying.
Yeah. So it's not unfamiliar territory, but you have elevated to a degree that the opponent is even tougher than they were a bit ago. Kofor gonna let that one kind of go. Don't allow Cosmic to get any extra opportunities. Oh, even when they possibly had a chance for a kickoff run. Not gonna happen. They're gonna take boost and ball and then reset on this corner. Now, do they challenge inward and outward from this wall? This is gonna turn into a bump situation. No, it just turns into a fat win situation, and they find it. It's a couple lately here for Cosmic.
Yeah. inching back a little bit. And it was just like upward momentum. It's typically when you want to challenge the back wall, which in Cosmic's mind would have been the right choice, I feel like. And Kofor knew that, and when he challenged high, that's when Cosmic quickly adjusted and pulled it back down to the ground. And that decision-making is one that we've seen pretty frequently. We'll see it again here, 5-2. Currently the score, Cosmic inching back. Kofor will he go for the top shelf this time with the bump instead, but he missed Cosmic. Now Cosmic will actually take a pass from Kofor here. So team plays are hooking up on the passes there. Look at that.
too many passes, too many situations. But this is actually a fantastic read because just like Cosmic had taken their ball and gone home, Kofor is going to do the same thing. So if you try to take possession and maintain it, you're going to get caught out if you don't have boost to recover. So that corner rotation ends up paying them no favors. So that's 5 in a row one way and make it 4 in a row the other way. This one was never out of reach.
Nah, it never is. You could say 10-0 against Wavy, and I'd be like, nah, Cosmic still has got a shot. If there's any more than a couple minutes left, any more than really a minute left, Cosmic can really burn down the bridges of a big deficit. And Cosmic back within one in a blink of an eye. But Kofor put up those goals early and just as quickly able to get one back here. I think he did just enough. I'm not sure if it was a full fledged bump there, but he'll take it nonetheless with the 2-goal advantage is back.
Oh,
Big
man.
ball.
I think, yeah, there ended up being just enough off the fender because during the flip that Cosmic then pushed, it ended up sending him flying. I was looking for sparks, but Kofor ended up in front of the ball, so that was actually hard to see. So now as they finally at least cut short, make him miss. Axles left everywhere, and that's going to get us back down to a 1-goal game.
It's a catch first, and to be fair, Kofor, I feel like he jumped a little bit farther in front of where he should have. I feel like I get it, you have to play quickly against Cosmic, but that was too quick a reaction in my eyes, where if you leave yourself off the ground, Cosmic will find a way around it. Sometimes it's as simple as pulling it back down like he did, and Cosmic still lingers around, but Kofor's got it on the back wall, and Cosmic, well, he's all tied up on the back wall himself, and Kofor trying to keep that little 2-goal difference going.
Poor Cosmic ended up being like a flying turtle. He was on his back on the wall and was able to flip back to it. And as soon as he did, he got bullied again off of a pit maneuver from the hexagons. Kofor just teasing him back there.
Kofor now trying to hold on his lead. Look at that quick catch. Caught Kofor by surprise. Cosmic missed the bump originally. I thought he was just going to bail out of it, and so did Kofor.
A catch.
You don't see that from Chiefs receivers, do you?
Never. Not once. No. Actually, you guys started catching like late in that season.
Super Bowl
mattered.
wouldn't matter. Exactly. That's what I was going to say, honestly.
Oh, I need to win a trophy now? Okay, I'll catch the ball. That's fine. Going for another diving dunk doom play, but no. And then this one's just going to have enough heat to outplay him. So from end to end, Cosmic finally equalizes the pitch at 7 apiece.
Buckle up. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a close one. Many goals going on the board based on the pure willpower positioning that these players like to approach this game with. Both of these players. Very similar styles. It's what makes it kind of like a was it Bizarro Land whenever you go through the mirror, because it's like they mirror each other very well, and it's so entertaining to watch. And Cosmic might have his first lead of the series. Kofor able to make a clutch read. It's still not out of harm's way. Here's Cosmic again, able to get the initial touch, trying to get Kofor to bite. He does, but Kofor was able to find him in the exact right moment. Cosmic back to the air, an extra touch. Got the bump on Kofor, it looks like, but he's stuck with it to get just enough out to the corner. Still not done, though. Cosmic wants it, will not stop until it's in the back of the net, and he's got a lead.
Ain't no rest for the wicked here. Kofor consistently was seeing Cosmic go end to end, side to side, and just taking his boost and going for shots. On the last one, a no touch after it was lofted into the arc. So finally, Cosmic catches up and takes themselves a step ahead. Can Kofor get back to any kind of scoring run? We've not seen them touch the back of the net in a while now, as Cosmic's found the last 2 or 3. Kofor has to send it across the corner and gets to see themselves respawn. They'll have some boost. Cosmic, they're going to find both on the same lane. Kofor's going to have to win a 50 here just to get beyond the possession of Cosmic, who's proven themselves fearless in the face of adversity and deficits.
Cosmic's going to just tap this back to kill more time. Kofor. Yeah, you're right. Had that lead early. And it looked like he was trying to slow a lot of that momentum down as well. 10 seconds left here as Cosmic had amped it right back up and then slowed it down himself. Kofor with the pre-jump. Now comes back down to earth, but Cosmic gets the extra touch. And with 0 boost, doesn't matter. Able to slam one in the back of the nets. And we'll take this one 9-7. And another comeback effort where, even though we thought it was going to be out of reach, perhaps, Cosmic said it never is.
Never, not one bit. Showing how to turn a 0 into a 1 in a big way. And that 1 becomes a 1-0 in the series after game number 1. Cosmic just completely cool-headed. 30 shots between both these. 9-7 as the outcome. And it both have the same kind of saves. But it was Cosmic that was in that absolute hole. I think it was, what, 5-0 at one point? Which really goes to show when it was 5-0, it wasn't all in a row, but it was a 9-2 scoring difference after allowing that first run up by Kofor. That's huge to be able to just come back and take that dub.
30 shots taken in that game, by the way. And to see Cosmic take a majority of them is not surprising, but to see Kofor take them early and finish them was a little bit surprising. Cosmic came out a little bit chill and then had to amp it up a little bit, and sure enough did. Hail Monkey Man. It just it goes to show you how any kind of vulnerability that you might show, Cosmic will take advantage of it. We're going to see the same thing whenever either of these teams, whoever ends up going up against Wavy in the upper finals, it's going to be a challenge. And I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. I think Kofor has done enough in game 1 and really has been trying to hold off Cosmic. I get it. Cosmic has had the last 8 of the last 9 goals, which is insane. But Kofor knows how to get it done, knows how to really transition and get on the board here. So Kofor needs a hot start here, but he also needs to finish just like he does at the beginning of these games.
I wonder if we're going to end up with as high of a scoring amount in total between these two again, because I lend back all the way to, I think Fear had made a 1v1 tournament where you only get to play one game, but it's 20 minutes long. And I saw scoring totals of like 25 to 24. Both these players nearly did half of that in a quarter of the time. So, you know, they're not afraid of sending the offense, which is really what lended Cosmic to taking some extra chances and not being afraid of the outcome. Big catch, big turn, but they actually lose it off their nose.
Kofor, you're at the mid boost. That's the 100, but the flick wasn't very crispy. The Cosmic almost read it as if it was going to be good and almost missed it because of it, but he does recover. And he will get on the board first. 1-0 Cosmic here, both in this series and in this game number 2.
Ooh, that one has a chance to be one of our bright speed highlights. 71 miles an hour, and they find it in stride as Kofor cannot take the inside lane fast enough to deny Cosmic as they lost that initial grab off of the midfield. And then they get bullied, a slap to the back, and then putting another one in the stack.
Yeah, that's Cosmic running away with that momentum that we saw from last time, from last game, but I mean, before that last 71 zinger, it was 62 miles per hour, then 63 outdid it, and then 64 miles per hour outdid it that one. So we were really ticking up. So that one does take the cake right now. It's the standing bright speed fastest goal. We'll see if that changes over the course of the series. What has changed is Cosmic is putting up goals in bunches, and Kofor hasn't had an answer quite yet. But is this the time where it begins? Plenty of space. Flip reset once in hand and then fakes it. And then Cosmic still reads it. But then Kofor are able to just staying back. So that's a smart play to give him a little bit of distance. Once he touches it, that's when he finish.
Kofor knows that they can set up 2 options, the initial shot and then the one that they follow up and are successful with. And I think the main thing that's been different is Cosmic's not been just stutter started on the initial shot. They've been able to actually get back to it and then send it out to the corner. But this time around, from the kickoff, it was an awkward moment. Just body blocked up both of them, and Cosmic just unable, well, to stop anything that Kofor leaped over them to get.
All I'm saying is, I was talking about Kofor And now he's going to get back in this. And then suddenly it snap. And here we are. 2-0. Oh, 2-2 rather. From a 2-0. And Kofor can put him up with the best of them. Then Cosmic can't answer with the best of them. Back up in a blink of an eye. I think it's going to be just the same barn burner that we saw in the last game, honestly.
It took a minute. I think literally a minute before we saw the first one. And then now they just keep going. But that's also based off of when the best reactionary attempts after the initial challenge. So Cosmic goes boost, and now they find themselves behind Kofor, but they find that demo as well, so no harm of issue. Gonna try and boom this one. Great catch. Kofor is now gonna start bleeding out boost. It's a difference of how can you take advantage, and Kofor actually finds a huge boom the other way.
Now it does have the very tight angle, but was able to put it in that window with ease. We find ourselves back even. Yeah, those big clears when Cosmic is still returning back is going to try to grab boost along the way. So you had time to turn. You have to hit your mark, but that's what Kofor does best. You see him in 3v3s, dude. He is sniping those corners, and that's what he had to do and was able to execute it. And here we are back even. Not surprised in the least bit. Kofor now pulls it down. It's got Cosmic shadowing. Just patience for days, but the way he had to land Kofor, that is, he'll have to backtrack again, turn around, full boost tank. Cosmic didn't challenge him early, so he's going to have his hands full trying to challenge and lead his car just back in time in order to make the save.
It feels like there's, it feels like a dangerous moment for Cosmic, and then they recognize, okay, same play. All right, here we go again. Flip reset. Still adjusting from the exact same position, but this time they didn't get the clear from the backboard. They sent it yard. That's going to be a shot just short, and Cosmic finds the massive save. They dig it out. Can they dig it fast enough to go and take another shot? They force them to have to play defense with no boost, and they're not going to have any boost for the remainder of these shot attempts unless this goes to the opposite corner, and Cosmic doesn't let it as he gets this lead back.
Cosmic just straight read him. I mean, what else is there to it? Kofor was on the back wall waiting for something. It seemed like waiting for Cosmic to go airborne, and instead just try to go straight for the nets and wasn't able to pull up anything defensively in order to get the job done here. Now we'll try to turn as well. Cosmic from his own defensive side, that should be wide open. He's got 100 boosts in the tank, and we'll swing it around. Cosmic again able to establish the lead and score goals in bunches. It's 5-3 now.
Late timing use of Cosmic's flip saved him on the early kickoff rotation. And that's going to be some of the head fake game that's really coming into play for both these players in particular. Keep want to say teams, but they are their own team. Cosmic has a chance to be able to swing shot this. He sends it top shelf. Big boost obtained by Kofor. And now you have the ceiling reset. Cosmic's going to drop with it. Then they're going to be in chase. They could get a demo onto Kofor. They can't bump him in time, but that ball falls way wide of his target. So 85 seconds to go. Kofor has time and a chance, but now it's just, they're going to get bumped away. No,
Kofor
down. Fantastic catch.
It was. In transition, though, couldn't quite find the grab and didn't have the boost in the tank. Otherwise, that would have been a clutch challenge. Cosmic now trying to challenge Kofor, but he's able to tap it out here in the corner. Boost stolen. Don't matter when you have 50 in the tank. And now let's try to shadow Cosmic, which looked like a desperate touch. Maybe it will be after getting bumped here. Cosmic, such a strong center of gravity on his car. Settled it down with ease. And now we'll take a boomer of a shot, and Kofor wasn't ready for it. It's a snipe from his own side of the field, and Cosmic continues to do damage.
Just right as it hits the ground, that's the best way to hit that ball if you're trying to send it yard. And they send it all the way over top Kofor. Now there's 45 seconds. You got to score a goal every 15. You really want to tie this up and maybe force some bonus time. It's been a while since we've seen overtime here, Bear. Between these players or between any players, which really has spelled the difference that they're getting the job done in regulation. Don't want to edge your way up too far if you're Cosmic, because there's way more boost in the hands of Kofor. Use that wave dash. He has to elevate just in time, and he cannot. Kofor makes sure to punish him.
Oh, absolutely. That's his own end of the field, literally on his own back wall. That flip reset right there set him up. And then not only that, it was a late flip almost. To hit the ball late in order to get it off the front side of his car, that takes such pristine adjustment in order to get that last touch to just bury it with velocity where Cosmic, who's been great and quick on the defensive end, can't get to it. And now another opportunity developing top shelf, but Cosmic again able to get up to that corner and make a big save. Over is just running out of time here after that last defensive sequence from Cosmic.
Based on the run it down, this should be just enough as long as Cosmic can keep in front of Kofor. That takeaway will do it. It's going to be a 2-0 series running into game number 3. Cosmic staying a step ahead. We're going to see the placebo change for Kofor as we go into game number 3. Let's see what Kari's going to come out with. Maybe just to change up how they want to adjust into this challenge game against Cosmic.
If nothing else, just seeing the main menu, honestly, like as a player, as a Rocket League competitor, can make a big difference. I get it, like the fuel of the car is also very important, so maybe just switch it up a little bit, but just being able to back out and being like, get out of the grind for a second, take a breath. And Kofor, when he did that last time, when he came into game 1, was the last time he was outside of the lobby. Guess what? He was popping off to a 5-0 lead. So I think maybe that's even part of it too, just trying to get a mental reset heading into this game 3, so that way we're not talking about a 3-0 sweep for Cosmic.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of giving yourself a chance maybe to go to the lobby, even stand up, shake it out, see what, okay, get the shoulders going. You gotta reverse sweep now if you want to be able to make it into that winner's final. Which, speaking of how this bracket's progressing as we go into game number 3, shout out to the youngster. Dap is all the way in the top 8 now. So that's actually kind of huge.
That is awesome. Yeah, the middle schooler, literally 13 years of age, getting the job done there. So I saw great things when we saw him live here on this channel, and we're seeing great things again throughout the bracket as well. And also took a game from Wavy, by the way. 3-1 was the result there. So that just tells you what Dap's all about. I also misspoke. I said Wavy was heading to the grand finals, or the upper finals rather, and he hasn't gone through Mafia quite yet, so I can't make that statement too soon. But he is up 7-2. Actually, you know what? Right on cue on the B channel, it looks like he's closing that series out. So I spoke that one into existence. So Wavy will be in the upper finals, and Kofor trying to make a statement as to why he should be there, as again he gets on the board first.
The statement's got to come in the form of a game win. That's the biggest thing missing, obviously. And I think Cosmic may have helped on the back end of his flip to help that one through, but it was already pretty much in the back of that net. So just a little kiss on the forehead by Kofor from that kickoff as they separate. They grab some boost. I want to see how they can keep Cosmic at bay, because so far that's been unavailable to be done, and great find as they get 2 in a row.
As the chip up first, and then up on the wall to get some height, and that's really where Cosmic has had a lot of his challenging moments rather. Seems to be a mastermind when it comes to the grounds, and obviously in the air he can hold his own, but it seems like when Kofor is scoring, it's because he's been able to launch up with some height, with some verticality. And then when you do that, that's when Cosmic is his only weakness, if there is one, would be attacking that. And that's why Kofor's got the 2-0 lead, and perhaps when you're getting demoed off it too. So now Kofor's got some more room. Let's see if he's figured it out. He's going back up to the air to test this theory. Flipper he said once. Extra touch, shot taken, and almost had an extra touch as well. He did, but Cosmic shut him down twice.
Trying to turn that into an outside sling, and now they have all the boost in the world, considering that Kofor has basically a 12-pack, trying to put it right behind him. And yet, that box is still yours defensively, as long as you can take a good read, trying for the musty, now for the fake, now simply just waiting him out. Great patience out of Cosmic, forcing Kofor to look at every option.
Yeah, and as great as the guess was here from Kofor as far as where that was going to land, see that? Oh, it had the right direction, but Cosmic put enough chip into it and is able to go over the card. Kofor to put him in an awkward spot. And no lead is safe with Cosmic. Certainly not a 2-goal lead. As Kofor still holding on to what little hope he has here after going down 2-0. He definitely didn't do himself favors early in this series, and you're not doing yourself favors here. Allowing Cosmic this much room in order to operate? I mean, that's just a death sentence.
I mean, I thought that he was actually going to go sidewall, a tougher adjustment point, but at least some elevation. But when you're from the floor, and I know that it's falling fast, but he still is able to take a shot at just above crossbar level, that's not going to give you a chance to actually fight that fight. So Cosmic, oh, this should be a putback shot. Not made easy as the crossbar denies them. He decides to not go for the corner boost, and that allows Kofor to actually come out with a bit more confidence. Less than 3 minutes to go. We're still tied at 2 apiece. They're looking for the bump play. Corner boost gained. Do they grab midfield? They don't need to. They're actually going to leave that for their recovery rotation. I actually like that idea. So 2:45 approaching here, Bear, and both these players looking for a lead.
Wow, what a shot. We've seen it many times on a flip reset, but that one had some pure heat to it. As he dove out, flip reset, and then just tossed it top shelf, and Cosmic couldn't quite reach to it. Kofor back on top with 2:40 left. And if Kofor ends up winning this one, we'll look back to that missed shot from Cosmic just maybe 20 seconds ago and call that the reason why. Especially if it's a 1-goal difference. Cosmic doesn't really miss those shots, and when he does, Kofor is going to make you pay. And right now, another bump play. 2 in a row from Kofor, now a 4-2 lead.
This same play was the one that he did twice on Aquadome, and both times Cosmic was able to defend it well. But finally, instead of finding that very narrow trajectory to be able to get to the side of the ball as Kofor wants to go into a bump position ahead of it, he ended up just in front of the ball, and Cosmic was unable to provide that kind of challenge. So now he finds himself in that 2-goal hole. What a read! Getting there so fast, but Kofor got there just as quick, unable to find much more than just a shot, but it wasn't enough before Cosmic was able to retaliate.
Look at that from Kofor. Kofor knows. I thought Cosmic's coming back the other way, and will just knocked on his head. Playing a bit of Pop Goes the Weasel. And able to just keep him down so he's not able to jump back up. There was the Goomba stomp is what keeps him down. The 4-3 lead now from Kofor as he sees his leads continue to be dug into by Cosmic every single play.
It's me, Cosmic, as he's able to just land straight on the noodle and go straight into the goal. Less than 2 minutes to go. It's the same play, and it works out again. Kofor with a dunk the other direction.
Are you not entertained? Another great play from these two players as they have fun with it. That time the flip reset too. Oh yeah, why not make it a double touch while we're at it? These players are just insane. Insane. Love it. Kofor again with a 2-goal lead. And you have to make plays like that. That's the thing. You have to make plays like that in the 1v1 environment. You have to take risks against Cosmic. Otherwise, just chalk it up to a loss.
Oh, I love the bait. The bait and dash by Kofor. He actually left that out in a neutral position as he went to the corner, and it's the same thing again. Here we go. Can he make the read? Does so. But Kofor caught flipping. No. That one's going to be just offline. Cosmic has to find it from the sidewall, but that's not a difficult task for them. They fall within 1, but they definitely got a bit of extra help as Kofor just couldn't adjust after the initial touch.
I was about to say, it's like, no way that Cosmic doesn't score this. Like, there's no way that he's able to bail himself out. I mean, it's an unfortunate flip. It happens to clearly the best of us because Kofor's been putting on a show. And now Cosmic with the equalizer as well. Easily done. Taps it in. 5-5. Continues this insane series that might just be a sweep. Like, I hate those words together as a sentence. I hate it.
Worse sentences have been spoken into to existence, but, you know, it's as real as it's going to be, especially for Rocket League. You have close contests. This one's still not over. 80 seconds approaching. Kofor actually comes away with a boost, so Cosmic is stuck in a bad position. They go from ground, and they're going to have that boost, and they're going to have to wait it out. They force Kofor back through physical willpower. Now they actually come away with a boost themselves, and so you're seeing a full retreat by Kofor. He's going to go to the corner and then try and make this late-term push. That's actually a very smart position. It's going to be just offline. Oh, no, he wanted some more height, but Kofor gets the better of it, I guess.
I mean, Kofor put him in the awkward spot. Cosmic was so confident. Look at him. He was already on his way back. He was already on his way back, utilizing what's the opposite of a squishy set? What do you use the top side, and then you fly through down towards the goal line? Anybody in chat help me out too? What is it?
A firm strike instead of squishy save? I don't know. Trying to find something about it.
That ain't it, Chief.
That's not it.
It's hilarious though. But yeah, he was looking to amp up that speed from the goal line is what I was trying to piece together then.
Mm-hmm.
And then swing and a miss. Unfortunately, he thought that it would bounce off the wall, but he's been very unlucky when it comes to those crossbar touches. But I digress, because we got 20 seconds left, and Kofer's looking to be able to dig himself out of this series and maybe put one on the board finally in terms of games. In fact, he's going to try to make the dagger happen here, but with 10 seconds left, you got to look out. Cosmic waits for the touch from Kofer. Here we go. 5 seconds left and room for Cosmic to work. He missed the last flick. He's going to try to go high with this one. The bump doesn't work, and Kofer will stay alive in this series and make it a 2-1 series instead.
Not at all a decided contest at this point. Kofer does end up with the plethora or the majority of shots, but only just, as it became a 6-5. And why are you mad as if you're not air demo? Okay, that's also the type of stuff that we're going to be getting out of players that go deeper and deeper into this bracket, because not only is it becoming a longer contest and a longer journey for them, but that's when even more of kind of the attitude and the spark of the ego ends up coming in, which, you know, as a competitor, I mean, I'm not as good as these guys at ones in Rocket League, but I appreciate that. Leave it on the pitch. That's where all the extra, you know, I guess personality and passion gets in a great position, as long as you can weaponize it to really play well.
And also finding like new ways of strategy in addition to that, because you're right, but like being able to just hop out of the main menu and make a car switch, and suddenly Kofer's found a win. And I don't think it's necessarily that it was, oh, this car was different and Kofer was playing better. Literally, it's a mental game here at this. It's a placebo effect. It's a sugar pill, if you will. This is, but it works. I don't. How do you explain it? Except for it's a mental game at the end of the day. That's what makes esports so beautiful. It's what makes Rocket League so incredible with the physics engine that it is. And that's why Kofer is so wonderful at what he does, which is also apparently challenge Cosmic in ones. And I'm here for it. This series has been nothing but the most of entertainment.
I wonder if we're going to see the same shot again. I'm pretty sure we've seen the same,
12 times.
like,
yeah.
mid to back third air dribble flip reset setup by Kofer, and it's now, instead of trending on the lesser side of success, it's actually 50-50, and he knows that too, so he's forcing the retreat out of Cosmic to give himself those opportunities. But Cosmic, because of, you know, the full field that requires, is actually giving up the same amount of space that Kofer was given to them. So both these players are actually taking on the challenge and the ego play against each other.
And I'm wondering if it's a solution to challenge that early. And I say that because if you challenge early and you get ahead of yourself, that's how we've seen so many players crumble in the presence of Cosmic, is by trying to challenge. Kofer's got a one-up, Cosmic's got a one-up in the fact that he's so speedy, but Kofer can really just, like, he can play you one way or another. It's like rock in a hard place. What are you going to do? When you try to challenge early, he can just flick it past you. We've got a wide open net anyways, but Cosmic does have that advantage with speed. I think an early challenge would do him favors, because when you leave him that room, Kofer has found ways around him. I get it, it's kind of predictable, so maybe you can pull off a defensive play on the other side, but are you going to rely on that when Kofer's been able to hit double touches off it, double flip resets? He's been able to even fake flip reset to a pinch on the ground to score as well. So there's just so many things you can throw at him. What is the solution to this Hail Monkey Man? Give us the answers.
There's so many. I wish I had all of them, but there's so many possibilities as to what someone can do at the beginning of their jump sequence, but there's so few that can happen at the very end of it. And I guess that's where, if you're a defender, you're trying to simplify what is simply left. Oh, Kofer gonna score right in front of Cosmic off the demo respawn, and just enough to say, hey man, there's gonna be more of this in the near future.
Yep. That's not the goal we're used to seeing. He did not take off from his own end, right side wall. But instead he gets in the physical game. We said I was going to amp up here. It's been a meta in 1v1 since the beginning of time. And it reappears here. Shows its nasty head. And Cosmic wants to return the favor too. We got a bloodbath going on. A demolition derby. And now Cosmic wants to equalize, and does. Goes low. After Kofer thought he was going to go high. And back and forth, what we expect, continue to see, 1-1.
Found it from his bumper, from his back bumper too. It was able to get it as he went and kind of let that ball float away, but they played for the 50 from just the back of his car. So utilizing the full length of that octane to really just kind of take advantage of the defender's folly, having to make a late-term touch. Kofer has that flip.
Oh.
Cosmic gets a big touch. They can be able to swing this the other direction. Not guaranteed, but will be through. And they find two.
Yeah, Cosmic had a dive towards that one. First of all, the save was impressive, and then grabbed the 100 boost, and he didn't even need it. He literally used no boost on the way back to it because he still had his trail. And so made a fine-tuned adjustment at the tail end of that shot, too. I don't know if we saw that, but it was enough to at least put it on target, and now the 2-1 lead. Cover's trying to dig into himself. What reset, and he fakes it again. There are so many adjustments you can make. Kofor made another one, and we're back even again.
Doesn't matter if it's at the ceiling level or literally just above the floor. As soon as you get that tiny extra twist and get that flip again, it creates such a power differential that you have to account for, and you can't if you're just being so speedy. So Cosmic, again, they go to the corner. Here's a flip reset one more time. Good read. It's been basically over and over and over from the same position, and this should be a free goal. So if he can make the read against Kofor on these long developing plays, then he just finds an easy catch. And that's going to be something that maybe Kofor is going to stop or slow down in doing more often to try and just get rid of Cosmic instead, like he found in the early part of the game.
In the early part of the series as well, he was showing hints of that too. So he's kind of, I want to say, he's reverting back to what he did, not in the negative sense, just finding certain pockets where you find some mistakes, and Kofor found one there as Cosmic tried to get ahead of himself a little bit. Got to play it down the field, and look, all threes on the scoreboard, El Muggyman.
3-3, 3-33.
It's actually my favorite.
I mean, it's even better because we had, what, a 3-3 at 3:03 earlier?
That's right.
So 3-3 at 3:33 is just,
3 games played as well.
Oh my gosh.
Perfection.
Great. Oh, if only it was like actually game 3, but I guess 3 games played. Yeah, you know, it's a great moment.
You can create your own luck, as I like to say. Cosmic's got plenty of room here. Kofor found one of maybe 2 possible chances to challenge there in order to keep that one away. And in fact, he really just baited Cosmic in to playing a little bit more outfield than he wanted to. So Kofor's got the lead back again. And we might have a game 5 if it continues in this fashion. I know it's close, and Cosmic has been better in moments, but Kofor is knocking on the door.
It really is, and this is coming down to just who makes that little mistake that's far more punishable late term. Kofor has not been able to show that they can keep a lead because, I mean, well, at least a deep lead. We got to see game 1 turn into just an insane return by Cosmic. And now he's actually doing this simply to force Cosmic to have to adjust and see if they can win on the timing from these big boost pads. And look at the pre-jump. Actually goes up early, and that allows for the read by Cosmic. Can he get it to the outside? Won't do so now, and he's actually completely out of boost. Has to play coy here against Kofor. He's going to go for a soft wave dash, trying to be able to get it, and just waited out the bounce. Great patience to turn it into force.
I think Cosmic figured something out here. Kofor's having to dive at this one, and it's not that he lacked boost, I don't believe. He might have been a little bit low in reserves, but he had enough to get those touches. And so you could see, one of the things I love about Kofor is his eagerness. He does a great job to get out, make a play happen without, and throwing people off guard with how quickly he's able to develop these plays. But the way it might haunt you in these 1v1 situations is when you really have to dive to it multiple times and quickly in succession. And Cosmic realized that and played back off of his touches multiple times. And we've seen that a few times where Cosmic's been able to pull it off. So if he continues that same run and does that consistently, then that might spell trouble for Kofor, who's trying to at least keep himself alive in this best of 5.
Big boost grabs. You'll see this a lot in 1v1s as well. Something that we kind of touched on in the first series of the day. You can just burn like a little boost and steal all the sides. And so now you see zone control happening. The perimeter is basically empty. Save 1 as the respawn timers come through. Kofor trying to extend this to the opposite side. If he can get there in time, this one's going to be done and dusted. But no, it's way too far outside for his landing pad. So he's actually going to back up, wait to see what Kofor does. Great extra touch. Everyone resets, and now we go into a long distance duel. Pop fly. Cosmic, I think, wanted to adjust after it. Kofor has to stay to the backboard. 80 seconds to go here, Bear. This could come down to this just last final goal.
Yeah, the way it's been kind of calming down in goal sense. It's a couple more sequences that will do the trick. There's only realistically a few more chances up and down for both sides. So who will capitalize in more so a percentage? And Kofor is looking to do just that. Good fake! Pulled it back down, but slung it over. And now he's at a boost and leaves it wide open for Cosmic. That is tragic.
Oh, no.
And you hate to see it. Cosmic going to kill a little bit of time off that clock, too. And it's all because Kofor couldn't quite handle it.
Ooh. This is the attitude that's coming up as well. I'm loving a lot of that. Because, you know, late term, they are in each other's head. And so Cosmic, if they can hold on to this, less than a minute to go. Kofor, work to be done, has the boost, has to make this turn. It's the same shot we've seen a bazillion times where they're trying to do a bazillionth and oneth, and they do it as they get it to the top shelf one more time.
A bazillion and one time. Kofor comes up with reset and just buries it, and Cosmic, it's just left when you give up that much room. Kofor's gonna finish it. You're picking up pads, sure, but 12 boosts is only gonna get you about halfway up the net. And not able to challenge a top shelfer like Kofor was able to put in, and now equalizes at 5 with 30 seconds left. Kofor missed for it. He jumped. Cosmic an opportunity. Waits back. Shot taken. Kofor. Big save. Now wants to draw in Cosmic. He was able to accomplish it once. He might have done it again. Wave dash actually bails off of it, but that allowed a little bit more room from Cosmic. Off the ceiling. Kofor taps in with 10 seconds left. And he'll have to just kill that amount of time in order to try to force us into a game number 5.
It was an awkward landing. Kofor pit maneuvered themselves, and then they ended up with a second chance. 6-5 was the ending for Kofor in game number 3. Can Cosmic find him one last moment to breathe? They get bullied out. Kofor's gonna make this difficult. He's gonna bring it back to his own corner. You have to come and play with this ball. It's mine. Cosmic, they're gonna see that one go over the edge. They're gonna try and dive into him, and they kill it. We're going to game number 5 to see who's going the distance and into the grand finals. And this is about as just mirror matched as you can see from the previous game to now here, Bear. I think Cosmic just came up 2 shots less to just have it be as even as it was that last time.
Yeah, I mean, that is how you get it done. To be able to do that late with 10 seconds left is insane. Kofor sticks with it. Game 5 is on the horizon, and Cosmic, you had 2-0. And now, I don't want to say it. I don't want to spoil it because it's an opportunity for Kofor to do exactly what everybody's mind is currently on. So we'll see if he gets it done. Obviously capable of doing it. He got a reset. But Cosmic, you can tell in chat, he's just going tit for tat. He's actually in Kofor's mind on a lot of those plays that we saw late in that series. Monkey Man, just he couldn't close it out. And so just a few more things if it transitions in Cosmic's way, he'll be able to hold off. But Kofor is storming in.
You know your weapon set. You know what you want to do. Simply execute and get the job done. That goes for both sides. We go to Champions Field. Banners hang up there, possibly in the future with one of these players' names. They're going to try and match each other in total play. Now from the side wall and this back wall position, Kofor does have that flip, and they nearly got it from the ground. But Cosmic, they'll counter and find first blood.
You go from 1 pixel away from being down 1-0 to literally scoring in the next little bit. Okay, that was more than a pixel, but it was like half the ball was in there. And Cosmic dove across, used that speed, got that save, and was able to just launch it the other way for this 1-0 lead. And honestly, Monkey, it's been a lot of Kofor leading games early and Cosmic having to dig out, and now we'll see the opposite effect here as Cosmic takes the early lead. Cosmic's been great either way. If he's been trailing, he's been able to pull it back to a distance and be able to pull off comeback wins. But when he's in the lead, he also tends to run away with it. So Kofor has to be just as careful as his attempt to come all the way back from a 2-0 deficit in the series. Well, it is being threatened now by Cosmic, and we'll see who gets the next opportunity. This one's not from the wall, but it's Kofor going right back up. Flip reset in hands. No, he did not get the flip. Pulled it back down, and Cosmic now will have his opportunity to try to push it back down this pitch. And now it's just any foot race with Kofor, and it continues to be this tug of war back and forth down this field.
The thing is, though, Kofor has actually won adjustments with the exact positioning like this in the same style with no boost. That was the one that actually gave him the lean forward in the previous game. But now they have enough time to actually separate. Cosmic actually hates it when you're right up on his fender, and that's been kind of showcased by the way of them just kind of losing out on those challenges. Kofor wants a dunk, unafraid of giving up what could be another counterplay goal, and what flipped, man, it just stowed that one away for Christmas, and just see how late, instead of the immediate use of it, right here, boom, just enough to slap Cosmic out of distance.
That's literally what it was. It was a very minimal kind of delay there on that flip after the flip reset, but it was exactly perfectly timed, and he literally lined up Cosmic to get that bump. So hey, even if it doesn't go in with the velocity, it will go in eventually, and Cosmic will always answer eventually. This time it just happened to be in the matter of 4 seconds.
Look a little bit. Kickoff goal.
A long time, that 4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds is forever in dog years. I don't know. Actually, wait. I'm gonna do the math on that later. We're gonna get one back. So, all right, we are no closer to knowing if there's gonna be any amount of separation. We've seen 0 from these two players. I mean, they're playing up to that level and then some. And this is gonna feel like a long, dragging series, because not only does the winner, I mean, get to go to the winners finals, but then they have to play against Wavy.
Yeah, and both of these players have a solid chance. We're gonna see a series just like this one and the next one. It's so exciting. But this is a grind, and you're right. After having to put in this much mental fortitude in this series, and then go up against Wavy, Wavy's loving every second of this just as much as we are, because he knows it's going to give him an advantage. And that play was absolutely filthy. It's the same one we've been seeing, but this time, hey, let's throw a musty instead of a double touch or a flip reset. Insane.
Just right on the flip cancel, too. Just stalled out on him and had this waved at him through the windshield. So Cosmic sees, again, Kofor post up, and then they post up a second immediately.
Oh. Kofor wants it. Another touch, it's just a simple touch, and you see Cosmic storming towards that 100 boost, and the minute that you see him fly by and he's in your vision, and you know that gives you the signal, he's going for the 100 boost, I'm going to turn and shoot this one. And that's all it takes. It's very quick decision making, yes, but it's just steps in the process that you want, and this demo will free up Kofor for another one. 5-2 now, as Cosmic watched his 2-0 series lead slide, and now Kofor is inching away.
A quick dash was the difference between Cosmic having possession and Kofor just not being able to actually catch up, because he was able to get up to that demolition speed, which otherwise I felt like Cosmic was actually safe. But Kofor showcasing they don't need much to make an impact in a big way regardless. So at the midway mark here of game number 5, Cosmic with a shot. Kofor has enough. It's going to go off of the backboard one more time. Great catch from the fender. Long form hook shot. They're going to go for the bump, and they've got it. He sets them down. He's able to get one back.
Yeah, we've seen that one before as well. Simple touch. Knew that Kofor could not go in pursuit of that one, and then just jumped into the equation. And then jumped on his head. Another Goomba stop. And with 2:25 left, 2-goal differential. This kickoff will be huge. Will really set the momentum, and Cosmic won it, but didn't have a lot of boost, so he tried to flick it to himself there in the back corner. Off the ceiling he'll go. Went back down and caught a good reaction time from Kofor, because it was Cosmic going for his throat.
He's trying to bump him straight out of the way, and great focus in an inverted moment there for Cosmic to take advantage of the ceiling, but now it's the same thing. Whoa. Staying seated was the safest thing that Cosmic could do. Otherwise, he would just become a ball being bounced alongside the same one that he's trying to now score. Looking for same kind of bump. Great takeaway, great adjustment. Can Kofor be able to get it rocketed upfield? No redirect. 100 seconds to go here, Bear. Cosmic needs a couple. And it feels like he's got a lot of time, but he's definitely going to feel like he's let this series slip away.
I agree. And it's crazy because Kofor, right now, what a save. Again, able to adjust to this one. But Kofor has been relying so heavily on these pre-jumps, on these pre-reads, that it's so sketch. It's so difficult to win that way against Cosmic, a player of this magnitude, but you have to play that way sometimes, and the risk has been paying off for Kofor right now, and he's got another dunk that went off the post, though, and try to follow up, but Cosmic has got some open space. Now he'll take a shot and off the hood of his car with no boost, but Kofor read that one as well. Catch. Oh, but Kofor reads that one too. His reads have been unreal, and why he's got this 2-0 lead, or 2-goal lead, and now we'll try to must it and beats Cosmic back. Kofor's just different. With 46 seconds left, has got this 3-goal lead.
I didn't know that Cosmic was going to be caught out by this one. There's a lot of power. Oh, I see that on the nose. That one should have lifted. At least I think so. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I'm thinking that we got to start prescribing Cosmic some copium pills because this has gone the wrong way. 40 seconds coming around, and the reverse sweep nearly complete. He thinks to Squishy. Kofor actually is just going to look for a dunk. Cosmic on the turn. He's got to score immediately. It looks like we're at least going to get one back with 30 seconds to go.
Not done yet, Monkey. It's not done.
Not done.
And neither are the bots in chat. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Just had to hold on 1 second. All right, we got it. So 6-4 for Kofor. 2-goal differential can, oh my goodness, it can, and I get it, Kofor's talented, but 1v1s can be anything, and this is possible too, as Kofor able to dig it out and flick it over to the sidewall before anything's able to develop. Cosmic credit though, this is waterfall down. Cosmic should have this one, does! Oh, 20 seconds left, what did I tell you?
Devil May Care style of play came out of nowhere expeditiously, and what a favorable bounce as that went ceiling, and all you can see is Kofor chasing. We've had a 5-6 ender here, Bear, in the last 2 games. Guess where we're at? 5-6. 20 seconds to go. That's twice as much time as Cosmic had in the previous game. He now has a chance to be able to cinch it up. We're finally tied.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go into overtime. Hey, let's have a last-second goal. I don't care how it ends, honestly. Here we go again. Dead even. Cosmic does not quit. There ain't no quitting this boy. Continues with the fastest goal at the tail end of the series, and he faked out Kofor too with a fake. 12 seconds remains. Kofor will launch it. Cosmic wants to roll back with it. Wavy freaking out in chat thinking that Kofor might have blown this opportunity because Cosmic's got it. Locked and loaded. Up he goes to the top, but Kofor shuts it down. We have ourselves overtime.
That was the same style of save that happened at the end of game number 4 to give him the game!
What?
And from the kickoff! Trying to fake him out. You don't fake Cosmic, not like that. One adjustment right over your head. The reverse sweep, not to be.
Oh, just a single tear down the face. All that effort. And I didn't say it. I didn't jinx it. I was going to say, oh, he's going to go for the reverse sweep. It was not me. I just want to point that out, all right? I did not. Okay. I was not guilty of this. And neither were you, Hail Monkey Man. I did not hear it from your mouth. All that work. Oh, it feels bad, man. But Kofor now knows that he can beat, well, I mean, I know he knows that he can beat Cosmic. He's very, very confident individual, as he should be. But it doesn't feel good to drop when you're that close to it. And Cosmic with that dig out. I told you. 2-goal leads are never safe against this man. What do you mean? We're going to go to replay. Show the replays. What a series it was.
It was a 3-goal lead, 6-3, and Cosmic just not to be denied. It was a bazillion and one replays, clips beyond clips, some that some players have never had a chance to make in their entire lives, and we got a just smorgasbord of them here between these two players. It was a great comeback in game number 1. Cosmic setting themselves up for success and for victory. They took it 9-7 in game 1, Bear, when he was down 5-0.
Exactly. The hot start doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how deep you dig a hole for Cosmic. He will dig himself out, and he will find ways to win games. Cosmic, you ran out to this 2-0 lead, but granted, I will say this. You get the first on the board, then you're able to win game 2. Now you're at game number 3, and you're like, oh, okay, well, Cosmic's going to close out. Kofor came from nowhere, left out to the lobby, and when he got a new car, he was a whole different 1v1 player. Like, it was ridiculous.
End to end too. And this is when we constantly saw Cosmic, as Kofor was starting to heat up and apparently starting to only play into flip resets, what they could do to try and come back. And you had some great Goomba Stomp plays, and they were able to just suss out a few of these. But as time went on, Kofor was executing that exact same style and composition of mechanics over and over in just perfect timing. And I mean, Cosmic was showing they can come back, but they were just falling one step short. And this series was starting to get just way too close for Cosmic's comfort. And right here, I thought that's when that game was done.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence play, right? He was flexing on him. This series is over until we realize we're going to game 5. And Cosmic, again, that save, that was the difference. Right there, I know it was early in the game. Like, I get it, but like to get that goal where Kofor was so close, and then you basically a 2-goal sway early in this one is why even when Kofor started to build a lead, even when he got to the 3-2 mark, the 4-2 mark, and we were like, oh, Cosmic might be out. It's 5-2 now. And guess who comes from behind like he always does? Gives him a nice Goomba Stomp, a little tap on the head to let him know I'm still around. But not only that, I'm going to go ahead and close it out as well. That was 20 seconds left. He was down by 1. We see it happen all the time in ones, yes. But to see Cosmic do that against Kofor was fantastic. And he was able to wrap up the series, and it'll be Cosmic moving on to the upper finals for a rematch of the Coca-Cola All-Stars 1v1 challenge that we saw last year. It's going to be a good one.
You know what? We still need to see the fastest goal that happened in this game. Let's show them the bright speed highlight shot. This one coming off of what ended up being the tying goal at the very end. And look, you don't lose speed if you just connect with it at the very last second to make sure it goes through.
Scan that QR code if you want some speed from Brightspeed, and see if Brightspeed is available in your area. Up to 2 gigs download speed is what you want. I mean, that is just that's great for gamers, and you'll want to be a part of it as well through Brightspeed. No annual contracts. There are no bundles, and there is just absolutely no way to be confused or disappointed with the services. My name is Bearlight. This is Hail Monkey Man. We're about to see a stellar upper finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown. Again, brought to you by the limited edition flavor Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. Get it from your local convenience store today. Beat the heat with Sprite Chill. We appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out with us. Again, that's Hail Monkey Man. My name is Bear Lights. We got the winners final coming up, which means let's see how we got here in the first place. And bring up the bracket as Wavy and Cosmic. A rematch like we mentioned, and this is how they got it done.
Yeah, we actually still are waiting on some results for the lower bracket, but the biggest thing that I think has developed, obviously Wavy and Cosmic have been taking care of business. Cosmic was heavily tested as Kofir was trying to get that reverse sweep completed. It was dramatic, it was awesome, but after losing, Kofir is out of the picture. So Dap Dap, our youngest competitor in the entire field, is actually waiting in that lower semi. So as we complete those other games that are still BO3 into BO5 and get this one done, that's going to be my biggest look in to see if Dap Dap maybe can rise to the occasion again.
It's possible. I mean, that's already a huge advancement there. Through X-Sync was a big win. Through Niels as well. Pretty strong showing so far for the youngster. So love seeing that. Also, your Dark Horse still hanging out there on the lower side too. Dark, you know, he's seen him plenty of times with his high school team and now showing up in the 1v1 worlds, at least giving himself an opportunity there down low.
Yeah, that's going to be, I feel like that one's going to come down to doing play execution, but then at a higher speed, which really translates across, you know, every tier of competition. So can you do what basically we saw Kofir doing, but even faster? So if they can do that, they have to get beyond avoidance sprees, and I think that they're gonna be up against a tall task with Mafia, but it's kind of a dealer's choice position now between Dap Dap and the winners of any of that side of the bracket for who's going to be taking on the winners final, or lower final rather, after Wavy and Cosmic.
Well, you won't have any lack of speed or execution in this one. Cosmic versus Wavy for the upper finals. It's a matchup we've seen plenty of times. It's a matchup they've seen many times, which is why it makes it even more so interesting here in this best of 5 scenario to see who gets to the top side and doesn't have to win 2 back-to-back. Imagine having to come through the lower side and winning 2 best of 5 matches against the other. That is a stretch and a half. This series is so huge, and we'll see which one gets the jump done here as we begin game number 1.
And for once, our admin's call for teams to join makes sense. It's TSM versus 0 to 1. You get to see how both of these aces of their particular squads come up and get to play. Wavy, we haven't seen all day, but you know, I think you told me the last time that these two played against each other, it was Wavy that took it. So I can't wait to see how they are tested and how Cosmic aims to try and overcome them.
You already see the adjustment there, but Cosmic forcing his hand and getting creative early, and we'll get the first goal on the board also, as Wavy had been waiting a little bit of time earlier before this match started, so he might have a chance to regain and get going here. Might have a second to maybe chilled a little bit too hard, which is almost nearly impossible with the new Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. Make sure you grab one from your local convenience store. But a 1-0 lead from Cosmic nonetheless. See if Wavy can get to it. He made a big save early from Cosmic. Cosmic's really been the one knocking on the door. And here's another chance as well. Took the shot, but Wavy was keen to it. Have a little bit of space to work with as well. Try to chop it down, but it served as a fake to try to get Cosmic to bite, and he will. Wavy still has to wait for every touch that Cosmic is taking, but he seems to be putting together back-to-back touches really well. And that shot, what? How? All right.
I feel like Wavy was in the same seat I was, of looking at this next touch and thinking it was going to hit sidewall and that it wouldn't just skate along that super flat trajectory. So Wavy got a lot of scouting report from being able to watch both Kofir and Cosmic and the way they played. So I'm already seeing that they're kind of taking on Cosmic for, you know, just full honest what he brings to the table, but he's also not immediately going for high mechanical plays. Cosmic is also undaunted and fatigued, and yet Wavy just puts a simple shot on target, and that one's gonna be Cosmic calling what a save against himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I would be honest, and he knows it best. Like, it's not like I'm sitting here roasting him like without him, you know, having a chance to defend himself. But a really funny sequence, and Wavy gets on the board through a less threatening shot, and maybe another one here too. He'll bump him out of the way. This one should waterfall down. And Cosmic didn't read that one either. So a couple of mistakes, and Wavy's taking advantage here and equalized.
The way the ball falls and the way that you bring out speed from the that upper part of your own net, that's tough. And the fact that Cosmic goes for just so, you know, all right, I'll hit it, whatever. It can be tough to adjust to, and Wavy was in a free position to basically take that as they will. So nothing at all mirroring the way that we saw the gameplay going into the previous series. It started to feel like we saw copy pasta of much of the same. A putback shot that ends up just skirting along the front face of the net, and now Cosmic with a breakout play that will end up coming up a bit too wide.
Cosmic allowed a chance to rotate around it, but Wavy was already above him. Grabs 100 boost from the mid side, and now will march forward towards the box, but Cosmic was waiting for him. An extra touch there from Wavy, tried to cut that angle, but wasn't able to do it as well as Cosmic did the time before.
It's like, you give him that flat angle game, but you can't give me the post? What the heck? Now no boost, no problem. Wavy just powers it forward. Sometimes a good shot just involves, hey, a straight line. Nothing special here.
Exactly, simple tap. I think you choose where do you go with it. And Cosmic wasn't terribly positioned. It wasn't great, but it still required him to kind of go backwards momentum-wise in order to get up to it, and there was just no chance, especially when you're lacking boost, like you said. Beautiful back, Cosmic, a shot. What a save. Reaction from Wavy. We'll have to turn again, try to make it happen again, and does. But at lack of boost, in Cosmic still after him, bullying Wavy. Did not let him get to it, and that's how he's able to equalize himself.
I just visualize someone kicking a kickball at a brick wall on outside someone's house. Old man comes out, tell him to stop, and then he just kicks the old man away and keeps kicking it at the door. Eventually, Cosmic breaks in. The midway mark of game number 1. We're no more decided nor in the know as to who's going to be taking this one, and Wavy and Cosmic are honestly trading more unique moments between each other. I like the adjustment. I like the kind of feel-out process both these guys are getting here in this first iteration.
Wavy's got some room and just sneaks it by Cosmic. Looked like he didn't have a whole bunch. And Cosmic looked like he took a nice angle at it, but it still wasn't able to get to it as Wavy uses that speed and able to bury it yet again. There's been nothing fancy, but this is exactly what we saw the last time I saw these two match up last December. I'm sure they've met since then, even not in a show match. It would be in the in ranked, obviously. They probably play each other quite often. And I get faked there from Wavy, and still somehow Cosmic was able to read it.
He was underneath the crossbar on just a float, and he saw that the bounce was going to come up and be that circumstance or otherwise. Great hook shot. Wavy gets to it. I feel like, yeah, Cosmic's going to prioritize getting to boost both at back corner and midfield. Wavy does have it on his head, though, and now he's going to be able to turn around right into the stripes, and he turns that into a winning opportunity.
Remember when I said, they missed on purpose? I don't think that one.
Not that one?
No, that one was a little bit less so convincing to me. But Wavy knew that even if he missed, perhaps it would get a nice bounce there. You're forcing Cosmic to go up, so regardless, he's going to be in a bad position. So, a good finish there from Wavy. And this 5-3 lead. Looking to turn that into a 6-3 lead, and we'll do just that off the kickoff.
I'm surprised he turned away for this one. Look at Cosmic right here. He actually had a chance on this turn to go right into the nose of Wavy, but then he ended up deciding to face his own net off of a kind of a side fender adjustment to flip left or flip right. I think he could have been able to take the 50-50 on that and at least force it to be neutral, but instead Wavy just zigs it aside. So less than 90 seconds to go. Not an unfamiliar sight for Cosmic, but he's not been able to score as quickly as he was in that previous game against Gopher. So 6-3 might be a task too high. We'll see as this one progresses.
You say that. You say that.
I
you
do.
say that. Oh, yeah, fair.
I did.
Right. Every time we have, traditionally, it has not worked out. Granted, you've never played a Wavy, and that one was a bullet. That one's got to be a nominee for the fastest goal, and it is right now for the series. Early in the series, yes, but that was a clinger.
Nice. And then honestly, that's a fantastic placement shot because he went top 90, but not to the left where that ball was kind of fading. He went opposite side where Cosmic was already standing. So finding 7 here is Wavy. A 4-goal hole, again, a site that Cosmic's seen before, and it's going to be made 5, and it could be made just a bit too far for Cosmic to reach up to. Less than a minute to go. We're going to need some big kickoffs here. So, and it looks like they're asking for run time. Okay, so this game in particular, Cosmic is waving off GG go next.
Yeah. 8-3, that's a fair statement. So we'll see them honor that one here, as that's why they're going to drop back. So once we go back to the booth here, we'll kind of break down that first game, because it all went awry whenever Cosmic, you know, had an early established presence against Wavy, but Wavy was able to get the first couple goals and kind of take it to Cosmic. And when we saw that hole get dug, it's rare that Cosmic is going to give up on one of those deficits, and that's what we saw. Wavy is just so strong, powerful, and whenever that happens, you see it slide like that. It's very easy to just be like, yo, all right, you got me there. And Cosmic doesn't do that often.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like a soft war of attrition. We've had that a couple times, depending on how we've seen rotations happen, especially from perimeter moments. But Wavy very calm inside a lot of those. But he won at least 3 big 50s that happened just at the last second on the goal line against Cosmic. So Cosmic, they've got a lot on their hands to have to adjust into this. And I like that there is already the respect, though, that because Cosmic got just past Kofer and denied him the reverse sweep, and then Wavy got to watch a lot of it and knowing they're all right, went through a long series, I see that you're hitting this, there's not a way I'm going to go back to it. Very businesslike between both these players, really taking kind of that professional literal lean and bringing it into this 1v1 moment.
Yeah, a lot of people watching, you know, whether it be traditional sports or in esports, it's like, oh, you just gave up on that game. You know, there's still plenty of time. Minute 30, you can do something. You have to understand that, like, this is how players push one another too, right? It's like, you know, we get it. I get where I am currently. I get what you're doing. So let me reset a fresh. How many times have we seen games? Like, a new game is completely different feel, and that's what Cosmic is going for here.
Yeah. Oh, and it might work out. Oh, just in the last way. And now Cosmic's going to have no boost. He's going to try and find what he can from center lane. He goes to the corner. That's a very daring way to do it. And now he's got a chance to counterplay the other direction. Can Wavy get there? He gets a demo in the same step. I didn't see that part of that last recovery coming.
No, I didn't either, honestly. But here we are. And here's Wavy. And just a delayed flick there, or a delayed swing, rather, to try to get that swing shot to get in. It just did not work out. Now Wavy's got it from the side wall. We've seen Kofer do this so many times. Now we see Wavy's a little flare as he does it. Clearly, they've studied on each other, because Kofer did it, and Wavy can do it even better, it seems.
The main thing that we got to see a lot, though, from Kofer is that he swung for center to far post to force Cosmic to track after him the full distance, whereas Wavy has now favored shooting interior post to force Cosmic to have to jump early and then taking advantage of where he came from and can't adjust back to. So I love that challenge out of Cosmic. This may even just drop in mathematically, but he's going to give the extra nudge to make this one an even game.
Yeah, and Wavy, I mean, just thought he had a clear zone, to be honest, but Cosmic did a good job of kind of tucking behind, like, on the wall to make sure that it was, yeah, sure, Wavy could see him, but he couldn't quite get the judged distance as far as how far away he was, when he was going to challenge, how much boost in the tank he had. So Cosmic really just played his cards close to the chest in that last sequence, and that's how he's able to find the equalizer. Now from the wall, fake flip reset, look at that little dash at the tail end of that one, pulls it down to the ground with some fancy footwork there to make it 2-1.
Does this count as a ground pinch? No, they just kind of kept that one right behind him as he got that short-footed wave dash. So Wavy thinking that he would eventually push the ball a little bit further towards them, and instead he kept it retracted back, really hid those cards. Maybe a few extra aces up the sleeves between these two, and Cosmic has become a little bit more confident, but Wavy should be able to get back to this ball. Will do so, and we're tied one more time.
Wavy couldn't get to that in a clean way, but he still messed around and was able to use his mechanics to get it. Just pulled it back down. Simple touch to the grounds. Or maybe he did try to flip where he's... I don't know, dude. That was very awkward sequence there towards the end. Mission accomplished, I guess. It's 2-2. There you go.
Goal's a goal.
That's right.
Win's a win. Yeah. Maybe that'll be what ends up happening on the other side of this. Loser of this one will end up on the loser's final as well, as Wavy finds this one in the kickoff. I didn't think that this one was too out of sorts, but I guess Cosmic Wow, Cosmic did not get to that boost before Wavy. Man, that quick flip and dash was just so fast out of Wavy, and he now gets the lead for himself.
Yeah, it's interesting that Cosmic may be outsped by Wavy. It doesn't seem that way. That being said, Cosmic able to equalize here. But the point is, like, when you see Cosmic explode from his own goal line in that whatever crazy sequence that he likes to do there defensively that we've seen a couple times in this broadcast, well, we see Wavy, and he beats Cosmic to places, and it doesn't seem like he's that quick to some degree. It's just, I think it's more efficiency than anything else, but Cosmic is being efficient at what he does best, which is dig out of deficits here to get the lead back.
I think we've seen 3 kickoff goals in a row, maybe 5. I've lost track. We're at 7 goals now, and just a little over a minute and a half of play. And Cosmic trying to do it again. Wavy's, I think, tired of this nonsense, and he's going to retract back, take actual possession, and everyone's going to put themselves in a much more regular stance. And yet it only takes 1 touch to win it past Cosmic. Bear, I'm not going to lie. We could end up at 10 apiece.
Yeah, it's possible. The 3-12? Yeah. Oh, yeah. With how quickly these players play, and how many of these goals are able to find over short periods of time. Literally 30-second spurts, they put up 3. You saw it from Cosmic to hold off that reverse sweep if you're just joining us. Against Kofor to push him here in the first place. That shot going to go high. An opportunity you don't want to miss. He's able to pop it to himself. Now has clear range. Shot taken, but Wavy was able to adjust. He got on the back wall in order to push forward and get this save.
Uh-oh. This goes behind, though. Wavy's going to try and outposition him, but he can't set up for any kind of dish. Going to adjust back, go to the corner. And that's going to allow Cosmic just enough space. He actually plays it very conservative. Instead of taking that shot early, he's ends up just putting it off of his hood. Wavy's going to put this into open waters, and that's exactly where Cosmic wanted it. So a great receive, and that just over the halfway mark puts Cosmic back on top.
That's one of those times where you really don't see Wavy play it away from himself very frequently. And he's done, he loves marching out to the right side, because that's Cosmic goes from right to left to try to beat Wavy, so he'll catch it. And he'll start working that way. But you don't see him very often give away possession from that exact angle, because he's played that a million times against Cosmic, and to see that happen is pretty rare. So to see Cosmic take advantage of it is definitely a promising sign for him. Look how cool calm collected Wavy is there on the goal line, as that one was almost in. But he'll pull it down now. He's got Cosmic looking in his shadow, and he does a great job of just that to push it back out the center.
Just around the outside one more time. You're seeing Wavy now take a few extra risks to try and get beyond Cosmic. They know they have at least the boost advantage right now over them. He's going to back on up. This is actually full tilt Wavy's discretion. He kind of loses handles. Oh, it was all of a decoy play. Waiting for Cosmic to try and clear this one out, and that's the time he took to shoot.
Look how quickly he got and just read it. It doesn't seem like anything special. Like I'm telling you, it's just Wavy landing in the exact right spot where if you're going to take a little bit of extra time here, I'm just going to read it, jump up in its place, and then be able to finish it before you can even blink an eye. So nothing crazy. That's pretty crazy, though. You're going to take off this man from the field and then grab the lead directly back. So physicality is what we saw last year. We're seeing more of it now.
I'm not sure if it was immediately looking for Wavy. He went kind of for a 50-50, either player or ball. Came up with Wavy, and the ball just kind of bounced nonchalantly aside before it was received again. So at 11 goals shared between these two, anything but decided. A little bit of extra boost for Cosmic. He can adjust to it, but it's just better placement shooting by Wavy. Wow.
Patience. The catch. Cosmic tried to commit and pre-jump and actually read it correctly and still wasn't able to get a finger on it because of how Wavy was able to place it. And what is it about this Aquadome that's just putting up great games every single time we've been here? It's been games within one. I'm just waiting to see which of these two players is going to run away with it. In game number 1, it was Wavy to back where Cosmic wanted to concede for time. But now Wavy's going to try to run away with it again. He's able to dig out of a deficit. Now he's got the lead here in game 2.
I'm gonna make a fat statement. Aquadome is a superior version of this one versus the grass field they tried to make for the other new.
Yeah.
What are the salty shallows or something? Terrible field. What are you doing? This one better. Anyway, 70 seconds to go. Man, it is literally just trades. We've had 0 times during this second game here, Bear, where we've had an elongated rally between these two. It has really just been about anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds.
I don't know if it's adjusting tendencies and finding those. It seems to be that way, which is how they're able to just get back and forth quickly. Yes, a lot of them take risks, but a lot of them are, like, both of them take risks, but they're both also just playing very methodical, being very calm. Cosmic now going to try to play aggressively. Wavy did a good job to fight off that bump backwards. He's able to half flip to this position to flick, but he goes well high. Now we'll chip, and he has plenty of the boost in the tank to follow this one.
Oh, that was dangerous.
Down it was, and he catch it nonetheless. Put it behind Cosmic too, and they trade again, and Wavy back on top.
This was an awkward catch. I know they got it off of their undercarriage and it was a drop down, but I guess they recognized how much space Cosmic was actually giving up so that they could basically just full-blown stop the ball and then go for whatever shot they want. They love that right side post, by the way. Kind of the Wavy favorite at this point. They should be able to find a dunk here. Cosmic is actually going to be able to take both big boost pads. So Wavy caught in a dire straight, but he uses literally all of it. Wavy jumps early, and Cosmic never gets a shot off.
Yeah, it's the first time we haven't seen that happen before. Seems like they have shot after shot, but we're down under 10 seconds, and Cosmic was getting bullied. And Wavy will be able to flick this out, and he will get the lead in the series 2-0 now and head to match point.
It feels like these two have just played each other so much, so often. And for the first time today, I think, Bear, Cosmic ends up putting up more shots and coming away with a loss, which is something that we haven't seen through our other games. And they're really showcasing the duel that these two veterans of the sport, both from a professional level and a scholastic level, are used to. So now Wavy in a 2-0 lead, and Cosmic has to do unto him what he denied Kofer to do to him in the semifinals.
And the tense nature of this matchup is so real. We kicked off this broadcast. We were having good times. We were laughing. We were just chatting up, you know what I'm saying? And we're still having a great time. Don't get me wrong, but it's gotten so tense where it's like, my goodness, it's going to be such a close series. And so Cosmic, did we hear word from Hell Monkey Man? What's the word here? How does, Wavy just come off of being cold and then being able to establish what he was able to accomplish in the series?
Well, there is one way to do it, and it's with a forfeiture. So, Cosmic has decided to leave this particular series. And to his credit,
wow,
we have seen the adjustments to the same kind of thing, knowing that you're playing to kind of all right, I have to take this series the distance. Cosmic knew what he just stopped Kofer from doing in a reverse sweep. He would have to reverse sweep Wavy, and he's decided, nah, I'm not doing any of that. So that means Wavy's going to the grand finals.
Wavy to the grand finals through the top side. That's such a huge win on his part. Let's check out the replays from this shortened series. It almost felt like a gentleman's agreement of a best of 3 instead of the best of 5. In fact, that might be what it is. We'll get you word on that. But either way, it was Cosmic again getting off to a start. A good start, by the way. It's 2-0 in game 1. We haven't seen a whole lot of that over the course of this day. He's been having to dig himself out from behind. Instead, it was Wavy's chance to do exactly that.
Yeah, Wavy just stayed super calm and poised, and honestly, this ended up being a breakout win for them, which didn't see coming considering how close it was at the start. But if there's anything of a pattern we've seen, start of a game has nothing to the end of the game, and great hook shot to be able to get that placement shot, and Wavy just continues to do it to him. Cosmic, though, this was close. Came down to literally a last goal, and they just couldn't get that possession off the nonstop trades happening in game 2.
Yeah, it's certainly right. And they continued to just lay it on. And it was just, a back and forth battle of two monsters. So you hate to see that Cosmic bails out of this one because of how close game 2 was. But at the end of the day, when Wavy gets it done, it's a bit frustrating for Cosmic. Instead, you're just going to pull it back down and head into the next one. Because after all, that's what you got to do as a competitor to move on. Plus, kind of respectful of time as well as we head into the late hours of the night if we keep seeing those best of fives like we saw last series.
Yeah, this is a long sort of format. This is a long format. But you know what? 1v1s, you never know exactly what's going to come at them. But I think we also have the fastest goal of what happened during this matchup. So I think that one's going to get queued up for us right now as a bright speed banger. Cosmic with an ender there, as that was the early part of game number 2.
You know those like fastball, how fast can you throw your fastball? And you get like right up next to it. Like, wow, I can throw the ball really quickly. That's what that one felt like. But either way, that fast goal brought to you by Brightspeed. You can scan that QR code that was on your screen when it comes up next if you would want to. And check out the availability of Brightspeed into your area and see if you can't get that blazing speed here from Brightspeed as well. We're going to take a speedy break of our own and be right back with you here on the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown. Hail Monkey Man and Bear Light back with you here on the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown, and we've had a showdown of some of the Titans, and right now one stands above the rest as Wavy has been able to make it to the grand finals through the top side.
Do you think Wavy has really wavy hair, or are they just waving at everyone from their seat in the winner's circle? Do you think they play into their namesake like that at all? I don't know. I feel like it's deserved because Wavy's just that darn good. But an update to things that have happened. They beat Cosmic. Cosmic decided, I'll chill. I'll do the lowest finals, and we'll see how this one goes. But Dark has made their way through. Dap Dap, much the same. So I get to see basically the up-and-comer and the dark horse maybe have a chance to take on and go into third place.
That's crazy. Literally, the Young Guns are at it here in this next best of 5 in the lower semifinals for a chance to guarantee themselves $50 in this solo showdown. So that's great for Dap Dap, like we mentioned, just in 8th grade coming up. And then Dark, the upcoming freshman. So literally just the battle of youth to try to go on and face off with Cosmic. They're on the lower side finals. We'll see who gets it done. A very interesting conversation could be had. I liked what I saw from both of these players. Who did you like the best whenever we saw them going on here, Hill?
I mean, it was kind of a weird sample size there for Dark, because Dark never got really to have a chance to get things started. They had great mechanics, and we got to see a lot of Dap Dap in big ways. And I feel like the experience of just kind of securing game wins when they can was all that needed to happen. But that was the one that they bounced back against their opponent to be able to slap him out from a game 1 loss. But Dark will find first purchase as they got the last second, and they actually faked out Dap Dap on that last touch.
And I like the route that Dap Dap took until he took off flying, simply because it seemed like he was too high anyways. So like even if a low flick happened, I'm not sure he would come up with it. But the efficiency to get back to it was great. It's just the execution on the other side of it, not so much. And Dark has been the better of the two currently. Oh, it's an early series. 37 seconds in, but a 2-0 lead here for Dark.
We do have now with, I guess, the 13 and the 14-year-old for 8th grade and freshman between these two. We get to see how maybe there's some more adaptability over the course of this still best of 5, because Dap Dap, they adjusted very well into their best of 3 earlier after surrendering that first game off of a very clutch near win against them. But Dap Dap takes this immediately as they have the boost advantage, and Dark I nearly said Dark, but wasn't able to get back in time.
Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. That was a great goal we came up with there. Yeah, Dark, it's been impressive. Dap Dap does get one back. But Dark's been showing it as well, showing a lot of improvements since I first saw them in that high school league. I got to see him at CBCC, one of the campus series lands that we do with Stay Plugged In as well. If you want to check out upcoming events, although no lands currently announced for this semester, that will change very quickly. So go check out staypluggedin.com/events. But in that event, Dark pulled off a 3rd and 4th place finish in this single elimination bracket. So this guy has had some talents as of late, and he just continues to impress, especially in these 1v1 environments where his talent can really shine.
And there's also something to be said about players that maybe feel like they are really, really good at their high school program, but don't have the same support that they could be able to find from, what they do at a full team level. Dark, again, a fantastic player that knows how to just adjust on the fly, faking out. Oh, Dap Dap's ankles left behind a second time as they find the second touch, and that one much more affordable for them to get a 2-goal lead.
It looks simple, but it was underrated, in my opinion, to be able to head fake like that and then swing around, grab boost, and then hit that nasty angle is pretty impressive to me. Dark is going to take a shot. Dap Dap able to get back to this one at least. I was hoping to see a little bit more momentum grow from Dap Dap after he got that first goal, but Dark has been able to answer directly back. Oh, is this it? Dap Dap does find one and brings it back within one just from that far side post alone. And Dark just with a questionable challenge, in my opinion.
I mean, he turned up into it, but also it was kind of one of those weirdo backflips that was able to just kind of, instead of it getting full power, which is kind of the expected take it on shot, it went off the sidewall, and that's where Dap Dap brought it to. So be it inadvertent or with purpose, much the same way we missed some shots on purpose, we get to see Dap Dap get this one back to one. Dark is going to lift this one up. Maybe a musty. No fake being found this time as DapDap plays neutral.
It's a smart decision because look at the opportunity it builds here off that corner, or off the sidewall rather, where Dark had to kind of trace it down, but did a great job. The air to pull it back down. The shot was taken from that. Creative ways to use the ground in order to propel that ball forward, but it just a little bit wide. And the next time, if you can find that angle, though, that would be a tough shot to save.
And they get there in time. That's a demo, but that's going to be a very healthy bounce. And so DapDap is going to find some good fortune from their respawn. But now both of these players, with full tanks, and Dark had way more possession.
That was crazy. That late flick was very creative. Look, as he turns backwards and fakes and rolls it, and then there's 1, 2, or 3 different touches within that musty / breezy / combination, whatever they're doing these days. The measy? God, it sounds terrible.
The musty breezy, the measy.
The measy. Wait, the brusty is way better. Yeah, the brusty.
The brust. Okay, yeah, no busties here, please and thank you. But it's a 4-2.
Busted.
Less than 2. Less than 2 to go. And DapDap has actually, the few things that have really kind of come up as an issue for them is that they've kind of adjusted or over-committed on some of these challenges.
Yeah.
He does run up into that one, forcing Dark to have to retract back. And this is actually huge because they're getting Dark to chase them, got around them, and then able to outpace them.
And that's great. I've been talking about the efficiency and speed of DapDap, and that little flick to play it high, and then the extra bump was everything there. And Dark still almost recovered, though. I mean, give him credit. He was bumped and bullied off of it, but he used his momentum to try to get that touch, but it wasn't enough. So great play both ways. It's just DapDap happened to be on the score column for that one.
And a 20 to go. Flip reset. Looking for a bump. Maybe a catch. He's going to take this corner. Oh, no. He gets demoed immediately. DapDap with a foot race. Trying to be able to sprint it on in. And, he plays for the no touch. Now we're tied at 4 with 70 on the board.
Yet another demo from DapDap. Yeah, you had given your opponent the chance to respawn there, but it's like Dark just overshot. I wasn't able to get that read at the tail end of that sequence, and DapDap was the beneficiary of that. So with 110 left, DapDap gain enough momentum, get the train rolling in the right direction to continue them here. Dark yet again forced backwards. DapDap is doing a great job to force him to almost mentally default into a shadow defense. But now he'll have to do the same as Dark has got him lined up. DapDap with a great touch. With a shot, he's got to get around it, he does. And now we'll take the lead after 3 straight.
Dark actually was trying to fly this upward, but DapDap didn't overcommit to the sky. In fact, he just kind of stayed grounded and waited for a soft challenge. To be able to take those air dribble, especially the bump section at the end, it's a long developing play, and they waited until it was about midway up high in the middle of the pitch. So DapDap has really stolen out momentum. That goes off the interior of the post, and this one's going to go back into the net as DapDap finds how many in a row? Is this 4?
Yeah, it's 4 in a row. Dap, as we call it. Used the 12 boost. Circled around, and it's like he wants to run track. We're running circles, we're running laps, and Dark just hasn't been able to catch up. Whenever he's playing, east to west, typically it's not how you want to play ones because it allows so much opportunity, but DapDap has been finding so much advantage to it.
He's going to take his ball, go home, come back, and then throw it in the window.
Okay.
Right here. Oh my goodness. That's the DapDap quintuple tap as he's able to get 5 goals after being down 4-2, finally sussing out what Dark was trying to put him and bury him under, and apparently it was just shifted the other direction. 23 seconds to go. It's not unwinnable, but there is a dead boat in calm waters for Dark, whereas DapDap is just full on cruising.
Yeah, lucky for Dark, it's going to be, it is a best of 5 scenario. So I think you're right. Game 1 will go to DapDap. And it was 5 goals in a row? Yeah. About to be 6 if he doesn't be careful here, and maybe he wants to tap it into his own net.
Not about it.
At the end of 1v1 situations, especially when you know you're going to lose. Really, any playlist for that matter might be a good sign of just wanting to head next. GG go next. Listen, Cosmic said, I don't want to waste any more time. These players are like, oh, 0 seconds when it doesn't matter? Oh, let's go ahead and just dribble and keep it up. Rule 0 doesn't apply in ones. Listen to me.
It apparently does. Oh, no, he was trying to hand it off to him, and he even apologizes at the end of it.
I know.
What a courteous young player we have right there. But, I mean, this is, I think, by age, our youngest face-off between anyone in this entire bracket.
Yeah.
So, really cool to see some youth coming to fruition, and that's a lot of pressure that was turned around, hitting 50% of their shots from the pitch and not allowing more than 6 to get developed by Dark. And Dark saw a 4-2 lead just disappear as quick as Dap Dap.
Yeah, literally, he was gone. After one lap, he just kept on running. And it's crazy that we're sitting here talking about how, oh, this is the we get to see like the established players, and then now we're seeing like the new like up and comers potentially. But Wavy's still like, what are you, 16? Are you in chat? I'm pretty sure. No, he's like 17, 18 now. That's crazy. Because I ran into Wavy when he was like 15, right? But now it's like he's 17, I believe. Which is crazy. It's like, oh, up and comers versus the established players. The established players are still young too. And any like college program that gets any of these 4 are going to be extremely happy. It's just a matter of where can they land. And right now, Dap Dap is making a name for himself, and he's only in 8th grade. It's just wild to me. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's not even just where can, but where will they land? Because it's a moment of inevitability that they're going to have a chance to do it, especially as everyone is able to enliven and really strengthen their programs across the nation. Also, shout out to Cosmic saying this is pain whenever they were keeping the ball up.
You know, you got to learn from the ones that have been around in one tournaments pretty frequently. That's
got nothing to do, and this is still summer vacation.
That's exactly right. And Dark's, oh no, that is a missed shot. It's not one necessarily anticipate, but he does make up for it, I guess. Right on cue, with 4:20 left, able to at least equalize here at 1 after just a quick statement. Dap Dap was typically beating out Dark in some of those foot races, but that time it was Dark able to win it out. So maybe a good sign and step in the right direction, quite literally.
Yeah, they equalize. I want to see if we're gonna be ending up in a deep series, maybe 1-1 after this first 2, or if we're gonna be kind of on the lesser end of it and see if Dark will have to reverse sweep. Oh my goodness, skirting on the edge of calamity off of the possible demo, but unable to connect. And instead, it's been these soft bumps in lieu of the big demos that have really played in earnest to open up chances. Dap Dap's gonna have to go and defend this flick. Great catch, and is able to settle it just fine as they play for the counter immediately.
Opportunity to allow Dark to get the touch off again. I love that strat. Being able to just play off of it instead of just aggressively going after it, and playing off those touches can typically help, especially when there's low boost in your opponent's tank and you know it. But Dark did a great job to handle it. He's got boost on the other side. Dap Dap kind of struggling on that back wall. Dark will carry it back. He's going to go for this side wall boost. Waiting for Dap Dap to commit, and he goes right past him. It should be a catch and a carry, but it is to the corner, so not able to get it in the right direction, so he'll have to back off at this one.
Dap Dap with no boost, and that's actually become, well, a regular pattern for this game. And then Dark gave up the interior, so this actually should have been an advantage to Dark. He parked the bus, went to the side, and then just through thievery and making sure that Dap Dap couldn't get his boost canister filled, he forgot that you got to play defense on the net.
Well, the thing is, like, he went for like, I get it, like, it's a boost over ball, obviously. But the fact, like, he realized it right after he went, he's like, oh, that's not the right move, like, instantly, and then went for the demo because he knew that he'd been beat. Thought that was kind of funny. You learn from your mistakes, regardless. But will he be able to learn in time? Because Dap Dap's got this 1-0 lead in the series. He's there's a lot of time in this game too, but also has the lead here, so looking to perhaps build on it. And that flick is a monster flick. Dark was able to shut it down on the other side of it though, and a touch taken. Dark couldn't get back to it. That's a couple of times where we've seen him turn a lot wider than we thought we would, and that's how Dap Dap gets this 2-goal lead.
What a patient kind of couple of attempts there by Dap Dap. As soon as they saw it bank off, even with the possibility of that going over his head, it drops into a spot that Dark can't jump right back out to, and they're actually going to go fight over the corner boost, and that means Dap Dap needs to retreat back to midfield. So we go full 100% both. Trying for the breezy, grabs it, backboard. Dark will turn, and he goes to retreat instead of a second attack. A wise decision. This one, not so much. He thinks he has just enough boost to get around Dap Dap, and he catches up just in time.
And then goes back to the 100 boost. I get it, like your opponent's respawning, but Dap Dap is a quick player. Oh, the launch, the hook shot, well high. Was a bullet, but couldn't quite control it. There it is. Now he's able to swing around and do exactly that. So Dark pulls it back within one. It hasn't been a perfect game, but if you're still hanging around, does it matter?
Not at all. I mean, it all comes down to that final goal, right? Final differential. Dap Dap got completely sat down. Not Goomba-wise, but literally just was told to watch. Never got ahead of steam, ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch this, young man. See how this one goes. Shot on target to keep Dark honest, and the redirect. Actually, this is going to be a very fortunate position here for Dark, and is going to be, well, another miss. That's 2 goals we've left behind for Dark here.
It is. You do all that work. You put in all the muscle in order to put out all the energy in order to get into a great position. And then the shot should be second nature, but it wasn't in that moment. So once again, Dap Dap only holding on to this lead based on the mistakes that Dark has had. I'm going to try to take a shot to make Dark pay for it, but he just hasn't been able to capitalize. As much as we talk about the mistakes that Dark has been making, Dap Dap has equally not been able to capitalize on it. And that's why Dark actually has a chance here with a minute left, but is it going to go away? No, he's able to fight it back. And now we'll have possession under a minute.
Dap Dap practicing his 3-point turns for his driver's test. It'll happen in a couple of years to get the learner's permit. And then he immediately just finds this one turn all the way upfield. Apparently, those are lessons well learned, and they extend out this lead. They catch Dark by their back corner, and they were done skis after that.
Do you know my driver's license actually still has the picture of me when I got my permit? Hasn't changed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. They were like, hey, you know what? This is your best one. We're keeping
Just
it.
young cut, probably. Hey, why don't you get some
is that when you were in
emerge?
the
Why
band?
don't you get some
You still
emerge
got-
so you start looking good, okay?
You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, apparently they were just like, yo, you don't need one. I've been able to renew online the whole time in North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
So it's
they
great.
just kept your picture. Okay.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, let's keep talking about us. That's what everybody here in chat wants, right?
That's what they want to know. The boomers talking about being boomers. 10 seconds to go. 4-2. This one's signed, sealed, and delivered unless we see a score by Dark.
Wait.
We may get one. Okay, cool. As soon as we go back to him, we find drama.
Okay, hold on. I was nervous when he took this last touch. The way that he's been going off of posts and in crossbars, I was like, no. Just leave it 3-10. But he's got 6 seconds left. I think that was the fastest one, too. Fastest goal. We'll keep track of that. But here, you need a fast goal as well. And this is it. Off the kickoff. Need a flick. There it is. Is it enough? It is. 0 seconds left. He's equalized at 4. And now is the time where we amp it up. We got ourselves overtime, Mr. Monkey Man.
And you know what? We fit enough time for some anecdotes between you and I, and then we see a 4-4 in end of regulation. So, let's see how this overtime does go. And Dap Dap, this is the same move he's pulled once before, and last time around it actually punished him. This time, playing for the early possession is gonna pay him some favor. Dap Dap's gonna elevate. If he goes all in, this is gonna be huge, and he actually sees Dark right behind him trying to be able to use their boost. It's gonna be all the way down to the post. They are unable to get it on target.
We've only seen 1 or 2 overtimes, I think, in this whole day, and the longest one has been 4 seconds. So this one already beats it by 10 times. Well, there's the musty shot taken. Oh, almost followed up too, but now he's out of position, and Dap Dap staying grounded and able to just keep it simple. Let Dark go and challenge. He's been taking risks the entire game, so why not play off of it? A smart move here in overtime, and we'll take the 2-0 lead in the series.
He just said these low 2K players shake my head.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, man. You know what? Shout out. I love that. Dap Dap takes it in game number 2, and we'll get to see if Dark is going to, in fact, stick around and try for the reverse sweep. It was nearly confirmed by Kofor whenever he played against Cosmic. This is where the mental game comes into such a supreme showcase, because you're late into a bracket, you're late into a Saturday, and you're late now into a series, and you have to be able to adjust and climb that ladder. This is where, as a program like director, coach, or otherwise, I start going, okay, who can make the long haul style to outlast a kind of series like this? Not that I would immediately judge them if they decide to forfeit, because, you know, you're like, oh, it's tiresome. But people that gut check it out and, you know, go through it, it tells a lot about their character.
Yeah, it's stamina. It's, you know, just drive people to get to the end of tournaments, because some of those qualifications for CRL and other tournaments, really, the routes can feel like a lifetime. It can really feel like a long time. Gamer fatigue becomes an issue, and so if you have that stamina and mental fortitude, you know, to be a leader, yeah, absolutely. Those coaches, those directors are looking for you, and so that's where it comes down to. Obviously, we said both would make great candidates here, and that's why I said, who can they get to? Because not always are you going to have opportunities to go to some of the top programs, but those top programs are going to be looking for exactly that. And Dark was looking for an early goal, and we'll get that. Don't believe it was a card change. Believe maybe he just hopped out of the lobby to get a fresh mindset, unless I'm seeing that right. I think he was in the Fennec before, but either way, he's got a 1-0 lead.
Oh, no, that's definitely a card change. He was in the Purple Octane.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, he got it backwards. I literally was thinking.
I was actually about to ask you what in the world that the skin was on his Fennec. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, I haven't either, I don't think. And we'll never know, because he was destroyed.
It's gone. It wiped it out. You get demoed, you lose the skin. That's how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
King slips all around.
Yeah, now he's in Interstellar, which is even better.
Oh, God.
Woo!
Backflip save by Dark. Dap Dap is going to test him. Early touch. This is going to go ceiling, and he could be able to turn and get the shot. Yes, he will. So Dap Dap comes up to 1 apiece as we're still inside the first minute.
Back to the finger guns. Dark thought he did enough, and I did too, to be honest, whenever that 50-50 went down. But then the camera changed, and I realized it was heading right back towards the box, and easy tapping. Easy dapping, if you will. And a equal game yet again. Dark settles off after kickoff. A little bit of room, but it was instantly cut off by Dap. I like that challenge. Otherwise, that was Dark with plenty of room for a flick. Now he'll hop to it, but he left it an open platter. But Dap couldn't get the shot to go towards net, and so it was an easy just pick up and go from Dark to get it over to the corner. Still not out of harm's way yet. Still low on boost. And now he's really showing his hand here as not having any. And that'll allow an easy Doomsy dish. An easy Doomsy Dap, perhaps, a 2-1 lead.
I want to know if Dap at all has like historical like knowledge, or maybe even was a big fan when they were younger of Dapper. I really want to know, because they were in the chat actually, and their name was Dapper, but like not the same spelling.
I think there's 2 Daps actually. I think there's Dap was actually in here, and then there was Dapper, if I'm not mistaken.
So wait, how many Dappers we got in Rocket League? I already thought the name,
Dap 'em up.
You know, its regular precedence was a little weird.
Right.
Now we got like 3 of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, and I'm.
Oh, that's Dapper's dad. There we go. Okay, that one makes a bit more sense.
Dap underscore RL. Yeah, okay. That does.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Well, Dark is able to get one back. We're tied at 2, and my discovery of name origins is solved. Thank you, chat.
It's so cool seeing the next generation as well. I just want to point that out, that the father here, the Dapper in chat, was the fan of Dapper, who actually played for the Charlotte Phoenix for a little bit, which is pretty cool. I got a chance to work with Dapper a little bit back in the day, so that's super cool. I love that. And Dapper was an awesome player. And obviously has some influence as well. And Dap, unfortunately, watching the 2-0 lead go bye-bye, as Dark was able to just put up goals in bunches here.
I love that we just kind of double up.
Yeah.
Any words that go around Dap. Apparently, Dap's dad, Dapper, had name of Dapper before Dapper. So Dap's influence of Dapper was Dapper, but yeah, anyway. So, less than 2 minutes to go.
Dapper has known Dap since he was in diapers.
The Dap
diapers, dude.
Diapers?
We need to Sprite chill right now. Oh my goodness.
We need to absolutely Sprite chill. All right, a few goals have been gained by Dark. As you know, this is a game of D&D, if you will, Dark and Dap, or D&DD of Dark and Dap Dap. And they're really rolling the dice a few times off of some of these challenges, and Dap Dap has lost their momentum, and Dark has forced them to lose ground on the majority of these most recent possessions.
That's been a lot more mindful of challenges. Dark isn't going for a lot of what we saw on the offensive side of the ball. But Dap Dap has an opportunity to get fancy here, but no boost in the tank. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that last touch. Now will turn quickly. And Dark actually left again in this corner. I mean, credit Dap Dap for exploring and seeing where Dark is weak, and that's waiting for that 100 boost to spawn in that corner.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. It was literally like a half second away from being in his car. Maybe a full second to their credit, but like, I feel like Dark was kind of expecting that on his mental timer, and it just never happened. So Dap Dap took advantage, and he was looking for that floor pinch a little bit ago. Nice steal by Dark as he wins the 50-50, and Dap Dap's going to have to cut this one off. He's going to try and rotate from the same outside, wants to elevate it through, and that's a fantastic find the opposite way.
What a turnaround. I mean, from earlier in this one, the first minute or so, and the last couple minutes have been absolutely owned by Dark. And, you know, one mistake there, and Dap Dap was able to take advantage of it, so he's still close, but Dark has been able to turn this game around and just stick with it as well. And usually Dark hasn't had an answer whenever Dap Dap has run out to leads. We saw 2 wins because of it, but now another opportunity, and Dark was able to dig out of this one though, but was demoed in the process. And I think Dap Dap's got time. He does. And now Dark somehow snuck behind that one. He's able to tap it away. Dap Dap working him east to west, and we've seen this so many times. That east to west has been effective for Dap Dap. It is again, and he's back within 1.
I could not tell you where in the world Dark spawned from. It had to have been from the same side that Dap Dap was, because we did not, and I did not
at the
see
exact
him.
time of the ball. He must have been like tracking behind where the ball was just rolling. It had to have been. What?
Yeah, he had to immediately stick flick to go right back over to net. Big shot. That's going to go off the front face of the top 90. And there's actually a soft retreat having to happen because of the momentum of the ball, and he's going to force it to be struck. And there's no boost over there, so Dark has to go for small pads. Now he's able to kind of track away, wait for Dap Dap. Flick is going to be manifesting, but it's a great push-up, and that's actually going to be just enough. Dap Dap has to cut this wide, and he's going to go right back to corner. Now on the turn, he's taking this right back to center of the pitch, and Dark is actually fantastically working well against Dap Dap, but he just takes it in stride, and we're at 5 apiece.
Just one extra little tiny touch at the tail end of this one. Look, it's just enough to flick it up, and if he doesn't get that extra touch, then Dark will fight that off to the corner every single time. But the presence of mind to get that extra touch, to get a little bit more verticality on it, was the difference. Now a minute left, dead even. And Dark, as much as he's been trying to hold on, it's slipping away again. Dap Dap back on top, under a minute left.
Oh, he got booted. I thought Dark had like the flip of his life to go towards that side boost. But nah, he was slung aside by the 8th grader as Dap Dap now finds themselves in the lead with less than a minute to go. Dark got to pull out something, because not only do they got to win this game, they got a reverse sweep on their hands, but that won't even begin if you can't take the first step. Dap Dap, unafraid of going for these big shots, they force Dark to have to at least backflip. Not a lot of use of the boost, and that's something that Dap Dap has to keep in mind. They don't want to overcommit on these.
In fact, out of boost and kind of toying with Dark there for a minute, and Dark did the same. Has a chance for the ground pinch, but that one, no velocity. Dap Dap read it anyways. Push it down the field, will kill even more time and try to beat him with the boost, but Dark will get it, so this will give him a solid opportunity on the way back down. Dap, another challenge again, was able to get the boost in order to get this challenge. Not sure Dark knows that he has this one. One last push. 10 seconds left. Up in midfield, Dark unable to get to it, and Dap Dap gets an extra touch, but leaves it pretty free. Dark does not get a good return touch, though, and Dap Dap to the ground, and he will advance with a 3-0 sweep over Dark. And we'll move on, guaranteeing $50 here, and we'll play Cosmic in the lower finals. What a series from Dap Dap.
Definitely a great series from Dap Dap. And you can see at the end a little bit of frustration out of Dark. And obviously, you go this late, you're trying to prove yourself. And I get to see a lot of that extra chat, not just in their high level, but low level. But it's also one of those where you're putting everything out there that you can, and the frustration comes out. But Dap Dap showing that even in the youngest in this competition, they can rise to the top, and that they can be able to keep a cool head about them. And now they're going to be moving into that lower final.
Yeah, and rising to the top starts from the beginning. So let's go ahead and roll the replay and see how we pulled off this 3-0 sweep, because Dark was in it, but it seemed like little tiny mistakes were where it's at. It didn't start that way. I mean, Dark started off pretty quick.
Yeah, it was a couple times as well. He played the fake game so well. Dap Dap played the keep cool game, and even when there was just these key moments that it got behind Dark, they really started to snowball, and we got to see some awesome mechanics on Showcase. But you gotta remember, this one went sideways in a hurry. I think this one ended up just trembling up to 8, and ended up being a first game win, and then Dap Dap just kept compounding the issue against Dark.
Yeah, and the issue was just going for boost way too frequently, and it's just a lesson, again, that you have to go through. And I get it, like, he knows better than me. He's a better player than I'll ever be in ones, and, he can even dream of in ones. But that's just, it hurts you to go for those boosts in situational moments where you have to be in the right spot. And Dap Dap was able to catch him in that corner, like you saw from that Doomsday dish. And Dark, kept it close throughout the rest of the series. It was a close sweep if there ever was one, but still it's Dap Dap at the end of the day being able to pull it off. Going to the lower side finals. It's where you want to be. You're in the money now. And speaking of in the money, you want to make sure that you get the best service possible. And so we'll bring you the fastest goal presented by Brightspeed. Go ahead and scan that QR code and find if it's available for you. Dark getting up close and personal in this one with a 64 mile an hour, I want to say heater.
It was at the last second, but it was right here at midfield. The catch, the flick, and getting it up and over Dap Dap. And this one was a 2-goal spree that then eventually got them into some overtime. So it was the fastest goal, of the Brightspeed highlight as we got to see it, but one that they just couldn't be able to compound and multiply to be able to overcome Dap Dap. And Dap Dap now, they get to take on Cosmic, and that's going to be a really telling sign about how they can be able to challenge the upper echelon of this ones competition.
Well, 2 more matches left of potentially 3 series if the lower side's able to take it to Wavy in the first time around. But you will find out how this all plays out if you stay right here on this channel. Don't go anywhere. Monkey Man and Bear Light back with you here on the Solo Showdown, brought to you by Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. Grab this at your local convenience store, I promise. Like, I've already had 2 cases of them, and they're fantastic. And if you like cherry limeade, you're in for a treat, Monkey Man. So are we in this lower finals, as Cosmic, definitely the favorite coming in here against Dap Dap, but the youngster has worked his way through this bracket.
Really has, you know, happened circumstance and a bit of dabbing. We get to see Dap Dap and Dad Dapper supporting for the dub, possibly, to work against Cosmic. And the big thing, like you said before, is that Dap Dap actually took a game off of Wavy. And that, you know, I think is pursuant to happen a little bit more often in terms of some fun upsets at times. But Wavy took care of his business and then got to that upper winners final and the grands. Now Cosmic doesn't want to fall into a trap. They've been playing, well, I mean, they're now maybe a little bit cold. So they have to work their way through this and get over to Wavy, who's been waiting on everyone. So I don't know, what's your over-under? Does Dap Dap have enough in the tank to take down Cosmic, or are we just seeing a rematch?
It's a tough one to mention. I don't think, if you ask me before this broadcast goes, Cosmic has it hands down. I certainly still see it that way, to a 90% to 10% aspect ratio. But there's always an opportunity, especially in ones, especially the way that Dap has been impressing me on the speed and efficiency of touches. I think he can catch Cosmic by surprise. But in my opinion, Helmut, I think this goes as pretty much everybody might expect it to go, to be honest.
You know what? We're gonna at least get the first goal to punctuate your expectations and predictions as we go with just a turnaround. And again, one of the key things and natures of Dap Dap is he likes to extend on these challenges. There is not really much of a backup plan. A few times, depending on if he has the patience to set up the initial shot, but if he's chasing it down, he's going all in.
Yeah, exactly. Not much of a backup plan. His only eject button is going to be when Cosmic launches him out of the way with his bumps that he hasn't really seen a whole lot of, honestly, in this series, in this bracket, outside of his matchup again with some of the top tier players. But if nothing else, remember, guaranteed $50. You get to learn from some of the best and how in the world they make those saves over and over again. But I like that he's staying true to his approach with the East-West, trying to get Cosmic to bite. The only difference between him and others is that Cosmic is somehow able to make those saves.
In fact, Dap Dap has given him a little bit of love as he hits him with the what a save in a non-toxic way. Shout out. Oh, and Cosmic had enough space. We saw the same level of separation that was on that bright speed highlight quick shot happening in the previous game. And this time Cosmic just had to wait for Dap Dap to commit. Something you called out a bit ago, likes to go ahead and take those launched vectors. And and now you can see a little bit of sharing. You talk about finding the experience and learning from the pros. It happens the same way inside of these games.
Yeah, they do. And I've always loved Cosmic's attitude as well. He's very down-to-earth individual. Yes, sometimes he'll get heated, but everybody does in competition. But
oh yeah.
But he's also got a very A-B approach in his gameplay, too. So, like, it's a good balance between just wanting to do better and grow. And then people like that, or like, you know, up-and-comers like Dap Dap can learn that attitude as well, which only gets you to the top level, after all. Clearly.
It's actually crazy knowing, like, the players that I have met that have been able to get to that professional level and how so many of them are just unfazed by portions of the game that get out of their control, and they honestly don't get too frustrated, don't let it get to them. Cosmic finds 4, and they're able to just take advantage of a massive clear they developed on the other half as Dap Dap tried to pin it to their goal line, but Dap Dap has not been able to find really a true shot just yet, except for the 3 that had rapid succession out of Cosmic. I guess those count.
They are on the board, and they do count.
Oh,
he's so quick.
What?
Unbelievable. But Cosmic, come on, this is pain.
Pain.
Where's Wavy in chat, dude? The same. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Wavy, where's your pain? Nah, he's probably having a great time.
Show me your pain. I know Cosmic's laying it out. Dap Dap looking to at least get 1 to build from it. Shot taken. That's a nice one, but
Lord.
Cosmic's still able to come up with a save somehow. I don't get it. That's crazy.
What a savant. Maybe one more. Oh,
There
this
we
one
go.
will squeeze through just enough.
and we're trying to be non-biased here, and I love Cosmic to death. He knows this. You know, part of his rooting for Dap Dap here is like, come on, what can you got this, dude. Let's see how many goals you can put up. Chat, are you with me? All right.
What a story it'd be too. I mean, we got to see the upper echelon really have the extension down for 13-year-olds as they now are open into the professional side of competition into RLCS. And we've already seen what teams like the Snowmen that had 14, 15, 16-year-olds on it. So, I mean, Dap Dap is part of another generation that's able to bring that same kind of heat. Cosmic flip reset. What power off of that spin. Wow.
Yeah, you want to see heat? Well, there it is. Insane kind of power, and the fastest goal we've seen all day long off of that. Which might have gotten some help at the tail end of it too, but it was still had so much velocity, it was unreal. And 6-1 lead now from Cosmic. The only reason why I'm like kind of wanting to see Dap Dap pull a bit of a surprise on Cosmic. It's so nice. Dude, you saw it, chat. He's just like giving love to some of the top tier players.
Yeah.
And rightfully so after what Cosmic's been doing, right?
Being able to flourish in this environment, it showcases not only are you kind of you're being welcomed with open arms by those same kind of people, but also you have a great community behind you. And that definitely starts at home with the awesome dad that's in the chat, but as well as everyone else that's able to kind of support them. This one goes around. We get Brazil. We're gonna go to South America for a quick visit. Dap Dap. Oh, that ends up right off his own nose. Didn't think the ricochet would happen. W Dad, Dap Dap says. Nice.
W Dad from Dap Dap. We got a Brazil on the scoreboard. Cosmic bringing it. Having fun with it as well in chat, you see. What is the Cosmic show here at this point? Almost sounded like the Cosby show. Okay, that's...
Yeah, no.
Probably not.
We will undo that one.
Yep. But Cosmic, oh my goodness. 8-1. Just keeping running right away with this one. 2:05 left. He's got a huge lead. And just beating him out again by inches. And that's all Cosmic needs.
It's yay, no Brazil. Okay, Dap Dap, get the Barcelona. I believe in you. So we'll go maybe an 8-2. Could be in the near future. We'll see. Either way, feel like this one might be a little out of reach. The GG Go next, coming in live and large eventually. But this is a best of 5. So this is a chance to go from just having your guaranteed $50 to maybe $150 between that first and second place matchup here in just a little bit against Wavy. Oh, we do get the Barcelona. Thank you, Didi. We got that one.
Able to bounce out and get a second. There's the bump on Cosmic there. And looking to get a little bit of momentum before you concede here. Still time on the clock to maybe get a few more. But yeah, this one looking pretty one-sided, pretty much done. Dap Dap doing some good things. Make it a third one, actually. So some building blocks here, Monkey.
I feel like it's still for later. But we've also seen 5-goal leads turn into nothing. So I am not going to be a believer, much like the way I cast Valorant, until much later into a deepening crevice of this differential lessening. Dap Dap will find another. No, the pipeline is just. Oh wait, he got it back. How?
It looked like in football, whenever you like surrender a fumble and then you steal it right back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Grab it.
Look at that little ricochet off the opposite pipe. Okay.
Yeah, you got a little bit of help. Yeah, absolutely. Cosmic has jumped out to this huge lead. Dap Dap's still keeping it close. Both of these players, I know they're getting tired because I know I'm getting tired. I get I'm older, but like I'm just watching. They're in here just making play after play after play in a 1v1 environment. And Dap Dap a chance, though. Couldn't quite get the swing, but does it work out anyways? He got to the box, but Cosmic was able to rotate back around and a questionable touch. It'll be an own goal. He might have gotten back to it, but either way, Cosmic was like, all right, I'm just going to take you off the pitch so that doesn't happen.
I think he was trying to bump Cosmic in that moment. Yeah, the you're evil. Getting him on the demo on the way back. So the comeback stops there. 9-4. And, you know, at this point, you know, we talk about feeler processes for best of type series. And, I mean, a game that's been blown out of proportion the opposite direction and maybe unrecoverable, you use it as a setup going into game number 2. Now, game 2 is going to be very telling. We're going to see how maybe some of this seniority out of the Cosmic will come into play. They obviously played a deeply entrenched series in that upper semifinal, but since then, feels like we could be seeing just full control from the back corner of this 0-1 ace.
Good reaction time on the save from Dap. Almost got ahead of himself with that one. Flick coming, but S5 Cosmic will read it.
Wow.
And the way he swings around with that speed again. Dap was wise to it though, but still couldn't get to it. And that's going to be double digits now for Cosmic as he rolls up to a 10-4 lead.
Couldn't get any small pads. Had to be interior of that line. And Dap just apparently checked the scoreboard. Apparently Cosmic has 2,000 points. So that's a thing.
I think it's possible, honestly.
Well, here it is. Well, Dap, some work to be done, but the good news is all the bonus points will be left behind. Still, they'll be remembered and maybe something to build upon. Game number 2 on its way. Cosmic will take a lead in the series 1-0.
So how much, it's a question now at this point. 6-goal differential here, so Dap's waiting for the sweep, apparently in chat. 2,200 is what it costs. I'm just seeing so many different things. But how much are you able to learn whenever you have a player that's so much seems to be considerably better currently in how much experience they've had in 1v1 tournaments? I mean, Salt Mine for that's insane, right? That's the top level 1v1 competition that's out there, and S5 Cosmic has that experience. How much can you actually learn if you're a player at this age playing up against a player that just has you beat in what seems like every aspect of the game currently?
I mean, just looking at what they're doing just a tiny bit better against you. Obviously, we got to see 11 saves out of Cosmic just a second ago. Why are they getting that many saves? It depends on like how your attack is going. Are you simply just kind of chucking something at net when you're at a boosted disadvantage or advantage? Are you keeping pace with the counterplay? Because look at the steal. Cosmic just finds it as soon as Dap is trying to run it up to midfield, and he got ahead of the ball to try and get that bump. But again, no bailout plan if it goes wrong.
That's right. I mean, you kind of have to go, you feel like at least mentally that you have to go all in on a lot of the challenges, and you left your door open. I mean, how else do you combat it at this point? Gotta take smarter challenges. Well, that's fine, except for the fact that Cosmic is so quick and able to do things like that. So again, just ticking up on the score count. And at this point, Dap just maybe a victory lap here of getting third place, because Cosmic's just dirty with it.
I mean, the other side of the same learning is being able to emulate. I really hope that, especially for every player, but Dap here as well, take these replays, see what you could have improved upon. What did they do that just kind of got you too hard? Pipeline does not want to give Dap a score, and they have to turn right around and slap it in to make sure they secure it.
That was a huge touch earlier off the hood of the car to press it off the crossbar to begin with. Maybe should have went in the first time, but it doesn't matter how it goes in. It's just that it does. And Mr. Dap now looking to equalize. That one off the crossbar as well, though. And the follow-up opportunity, a slow ball. A bit of a change up there, but it doesn't fall. And Cosmic able to get to the rebound to get a touch. And we'll hold in this corner. But one thing that we have learned about Dap, there's a no-quit attitude that seems to exist. And honestly, I love to see it. It comes back to the conversation of college directors and what they look for. And, I mean, you got a ways to go, but you're on the right track.
It's a contagious personality of positivity, too. That's what you always want to see, because you can have one of the greatest players in the world, but if they are just an absolute jerk, you don't want them around. You get someone like this that obviously is being raised right, both in a competitive spirit and as just a young person, and it will definitely find its way into the right place. So Cosmic, it looks like this one's actually going to be turned all the way around, and Dap will be able to even us up. And they were trying some new things. Just for Cosmic was actually kind of baiting them into a few extra challenges up to their own goal line, but Dap turns this non-fancy and just goes for an open net.
I'm not quite sure. We know Cosmic is the better player here currently. What my point of discussion is like, we saw Cosmic messing around. So like, oh, if you mess around, maybe DapDap will be able to take advantage of it. So I'm not sure the skill gap is too wide enough where you can get away with that if you're Cosmic. But he seems to be different. I mean, his confidence level is high, and he's able to answer back in a matter of, 5 seconds? So maybe I'm just off put there.
I mean, I agree. But also, how just intimidating in like its own little fun way is it to be able to mess around at this height, at this level? That's so crazy, because if I mess around in any of my games, it's Jover. But if these guys do it, then it's like, and you're able to go against people that are going to be pros, are pros, or at least will be at a high scholastic level, that's something else. And that really kind of sets yourself up, because you continue to kind of live into your own like confidence level. What a recovery by Cosmic, by the way. Good backboard defense as he had to go flying, trying to get it around DapDap, who just goes and will commit again, but he knows he's actually got the boost differential one more time over Cosmic, and then just continues to see if he can pepper it to the back of the net. And there's nothing that Cosmic can do except, well, I guess actually just keep up with these dribbles.
Yeah, still with it. The 100 boost, so that'll be enough to fight this off. I was just about to say, because DapDap had Cosmic in a situation where there was no boost. He stole that boost, and this is a position where DapDap has been his best. I don't know how Cosmic got away with that save, but he did. But DapDap east to west working, right? Taking shots and forcing Cosmic back and forth has been great, and he will actually finish this one too. So he's sticking around and making a statement for himself here and equalizing at 3 with 1:52 left.
That's just a punch shot, because you know you're going to kind of chuck it at the net. And again, we are buried so deep in the corners that you have to take the most absolute accurate angle, and you get it right underneath the crossbar. DapDap's going to chase this one down. He has the boost differential, and now he's actually going to be able to get Cosmic bumped in the back. So he can do it again. Simply wave dash up to it, has the boost, can turn. In fact, he steals the corner, and Cosmic, what a 50. This will find its way out to mid-grass, and a demo on top of it.
Yeah, DapDap played that exactly right, too. The way he launched up, no hesitation to try to get back in shadow and get a touch away from Cosmic, and then Cosmic blew him up. Literally knew exactly the strategy there, the high-level strategy that DapDap had. Well, Cosmic sees that on a regular basis whenever he just queues up ones casually. And because of that, he was experienced, got the demo, and then it freed up everything. And even though Cosmic had to make an adjustment because DapDap forced him wide, was still able to accomplish it. So wise play in both of these players' developments, but it's Cosmic that came out on top, and he should be able to land that one too, but wasn't able to. Got a demo instead, and we'll back up and try again.
It's actually the smartest move right there. Knowing that you missed, and it's going to kind of angle off wide, force DapDap into a confusion moment. Oh, massive pop. DapDap is going to have to get behind this ball again. Otherwise, Cosmic's got a freebie. He's going to get to that midfield boost first and probably be able to finish this one off. It will do so. Elevates it above where DapDap can reach, and we're at less than a minute to go.
Cosmic wins the race to the boost, and because DapDap was forced to show his hand with that race and accept the challenge to that boost, the second you lose that, you've completely just pulled all your momentum towards the other net. There's no chance that you get back to it, and Cosmic will once again not take himself out from behind, but it felt like it a little bit because of how close this game has been versus the other one that we saw. But now the runaway train goes, and a 6-3 lead from Cosmic, and he will go to match point after this, I'm almost guaranteed.
We have seen 3 goals in about the same amount of time. I don't think it's going to be to the same level.
Yeah, even less time we've seen it 3 goals go in, but it was Cosmic to do it, you know. Oh. and there's another one. So
yeah, I wasn't exactly sure. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure about this kickoff. Oh, well, 7-3. It's going to go game number 3. I was going to do the same play. Apparently, they're practicing plays, whichever play it was. So.
Yeah, there are plays in ones? Well, obviously there's like fakes, but yeah.
I mean, we got to see literally the exact same shot over and over again by Kofer earlier. So yeah, I think there is some kind of play.
I guess you're right. was gonna say there's no like drawn up plays, not even 3v3s really. I mean kickoffs maybe, but like in 1v1s. Never back down, says Dab in chat. Exactly. That's that mental fortitude we talked about. Keep it up. 23 seconds left. Never give. Cosmic's buying into his mantra now. Look, I love it. We're having a good time here on the Sprite Solo Showdown. Been a fun one so far, and it might be the very grand finals that we set out and had a premonition about from the get-go.
Number 1 versus number 2 seed, possibly matching up here in just a little bit. Cosmic. And now he says, I give up. Tap. Oh my gosh. Well, it depends if they want to go to game number 3. Cosmic is going to have a 2-0 lead here in this series. And we do have a grand final in front of us that will require a bracket reset by Cosmic to win over the likes of Wavy, who's simply been waiting. And that's going to be an extra bit of adage in 0 second time just to run up a bit more of that score.
Yeah. Why not? Just a wow in chat as well. Yeah, do we like that, huh? At the corner, a 9-4 will be the final on this one. The GGs hit the chat, and perhaps the GGs in this series, because 2-0 to dig out of any 1v1 series in a best of 5 is difficult. Kofor almost pulled it off, but yeah. Dab being able to will be a big mountain climb. I did like how close he was able to keep it early, but the way that Cosmic ran away with it has me convinced that he just turned on the jets towards the tail end in order to start marching towards what should be an inevitable final between the number 1 and number 2 seeds, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Now, I mean, moments are built like this. This is going to be something that, whenever you go into proper programs, you're not going to be able to fade away from. So we do go game number 3, and they decide, you know what? We're going for it. So we'll be sticking it out, and Dap, they're going to have to reverse sweep to be able to get back past Cosmic, and Cosmic simply has to finish the job before he's got a revenge date with Wavy. The ceiling reset, trying to go for the dunk. Good defense by Dap.
All right. I know Cosmic is going to score this first one, but here's why I believe in Dap. All right, you got me?
Okay.
Who is the only one that's taken a game off of Wavy this entire bracket? Mr. Dap with the 3-1. He had a 7-5 victory over Wavy. Was Wavy trying? Maybe.
The Wavy maybe.
Maybe,
okay.
Exactly. But that is a fact right now. Cosmic didn't take a game. Kofor never saw Wavy. And Dap was the only one to take a game off of Wavy right now. So that's why I'm a believer, chat. Get it in chat. Okay, I've lost belief.
Hey, whoa. Dap goes down too. I know that was a big backflip, but there's still time. There's still so much time. Don't suddenly lose belief.
What I'm saying is, Dap has had a great tournament. To even get into third with how many people were in this with so much talent, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
and that's exactly top level players.
Wow,
he's had a great series and he's still not giving up, even as quickly as I do. Dap does not. No chance. That was pure speed, by the way. That's circling around. Being able to beat Cosmic to something is not an easy feat, and we'll pull back within 1 here.
Caught him on the swirl right there. Nice little chip up of the ball and just able to angle it right away. So Dap gets 1, maybe another one. They actually win it again, and they should be able to get there. Wow, it nearly got caught. We're 2 apiece here in the first minute.
Cosmic goes out of boost here. He picked up the 12. Okay, and then the speed flip, and then use the extra boost. If Cosmic made that save, I would have hashtag chilled the save there. I like. That would have been a crazier to cover his speed, but instead we're talking about how Dap could have the lead here. He does! 3-2 now over Cosmic.
Where'd Cosmic go? Hold on.
Off to the side, to the races. Yeah.
Yeah, this literally was a ricochet on the outside of Cosmic, and he just went straight backfield. So Dap finds a few in a row, and now Cosmic plays from a deficit. We get to see how they act from this position. Because the last time we saw them in a series that, they were able to take a dub in, they ended up letting 2 games slide. See if that becomes maybe something more. Gonna take control. I love that. extra couple of touches, but they just can't get it between the pipes.
Cosmic backtrack on this one. That's so challenging. Wins that 50-50. The 50-50 game is really favoring Dap now with a 2-goal lead. And the reason I say that is because off that last kickoff, maybe the strat is to get and force Cosmic into a 50-50 where his car is going to fly forward. And then you can just take it the other way. And job well done.
Kind of a 60-40, 65-35 in its own capacity. But, I mean, that was also Cosmic kind of... The other thing that Dap, which really is kind of their main game plan anyway, they're not allowing Cosmic to see them coming. Really fighting from out of their blind spot. Oh, they're sat down. What a save. Cosmic has done that before, staying static and still and unable to be read because they simply don't go anywhere. So now he's going to retreat, go to that midfield boost. Dap has to play from an outside angle. Cosmic is going to go for the bump, and he gets it.
That was a kid, you tried it on me, this is how it's done situation there. Cosmic jumps out in front of this one, carried it, and then was able to find, adjust, and get Dap even though he stayed grounded as well. And Cosmic was like, this is how you read this, and still down by 1, but able to bump out in the way in the process, perhaps looking for the equalizer there, but he pulled off of it. Will he have enough boost in the tank to get around it? Somehow makes that save. I don't know how, but the recovery speed was unreal. But Dap's not done yet. Off the ceiling he'll go. Shot taken. Cosmic will grab this one. Should be an easy goal if he catches up to it. And sure enough, it is. Not as clean as we thought it was, but either way, we're equal at 4.
Yeah, that earlier attempt by Dap that allowed this kind of run upfield by Cosmic, it was a bit unwise. And I say that, you know, obviously retroactively 2020, but it just feels like they kind of threw something at net with, again, just no safety net to it. Cosmic is going to be pressured in this corner, have his boost stolen. Now he's in a bad straight as Dap is going to retreat back. Cosmic's going to be aiming for corner and then get demoed. This could immediately turn 5-4. Can Cosmic get there? No. Dap reasserts their lead.
Back to it again. Demo started and kicked everything off. You take him off the field, Cosmic doesn't have a chance to catch up to it. He's still almost hit, by the way. But either way, you're down second half of this game. First time we can say that Dap has had an established lead in the series and has had a majority of it so far in this game number 3. But Cosmic with the quick answer, just a quick pop up and over. Easy does it. 2:16 left, back equal at 5 because Cosmic just doesn't know when to quit as far as reaction time, and one of the slowest goals we've seen all series long, all stream long, basically.
The complete opposite of the expeditious ones that we've been seeing for a while. Cosmic has also been able to hit those flicks, those really pop flies that bait Dap pretty frequently, pretty regularly, to be honest. Dropping this one down. Oh, what an adjustment. Gets Dap to go aerial and go sky, and then he just sends it the opposite direction.
Kofer, is that you? Same area. God. Same area. We've seen the flip resets from that area. He did that Cosmic so many times. Cosmic's like, oh, now I've got a little bit of extra room to maneuver, stretch out the old tires, and see what we can come up with. And so he was able to do it. And Dap now tries to gain access to a tie game. After having the lead for a majority of this game, it has disappeared, and Cosmic has taken advantage. Multiple opportunities, and in fact, will gain possession yet back again. Dap. The 50-50 here took him out of place, but it also took him a minute to get back down to the ground, and Cosmic will gain possession again.
Minute 30 to go. This one looking for a dunk. That's actually going to be a giveaway. And I feel like Dap's going to be able to get there in time. He will. That's the same kind of play that Dark was doing a little bit ago, and Dap was able to punish, so we go 6-6. Again, we've seen deep runs in these types of games in Cosmic's series, and he gets punished for it sometimes, and Dap is sticking around. Now, Cosmic may begin to tighten things up here, Bear. So we'll see how this one ends up finishing. Cosmic's going to he's actually just going to stick around, and he's forcing the jump shot out of Dap early. So with 70 seconds approaching, I want to know if Dap begins taking even greater risks, considering there's not much to lose except the series itself, or if Cosmic's going to do the same thing.
Marching forward. Nothing doing though. Cosmic able to just transition this one back down as well, excuse me, to take the lead directly back. So even when Dap gets a little bit of momentum, it goes by the wayside, and Cosmic right back to it. And couldn't quite put it down. And Dap has been, I mean, even at a younger age, has been through leagues, through, you know, Valhalla, through other middle school competitions, has grown like crazy. And to say that you've taken a game off of Wavy has been awesome. And perhaps has an opportunity to take one off of Cosmic as well.
Oh.
And that's the opportunity to try to get the tie, and does, just sneaks it by. So before we give our closing thoughts, Dap has a different opinion, still hanging hand in hand with Cosmic when I thought he was going to run away with it.
It was an awkward landing by Cosmic as well. As soon as that one went up, he landed a bit kind of catty-wonkus on the low corner of the sidewall there. This is going to be Dap that will have some boost. He's going to try and play for the Doomsday. You see Cosmic, he ends up connecting with Dap, not the ball. It doesn't matter because he can't get the shot off. Now Dap immediately goes for the turn. That's a very smart move. It forces Cosmic to retreat, but now Cosmic's going to activate from the wall. Flip reset. This could be all in, because if he misses this is kind of Jove the other direction, and he will not miss it. Cosmic on the execute. Dap just waited in net, thought he could defend from way back in it.
And just a perfectly timed use of it. I mean, with flip resets, you want to make sure you find the right time, and that one was just able to get Dap to bite just a second in order to put it over on the top shelf, and just incredible work from Cosmic. And this could be it. 10 seconds left. Dap needs one. This one falling down, but it gets past him, and Cosmic kills more time. Dap to the corner. Last chance. 100 boost in hand, needs to keep it off the ground here on this last moment. Cosmic went high with it, comes back down, trying to tap it, it does! What do you mean? Cosmic, you are evil, what? What even was that? Hello?
He turned himself into a turtled up bobsled. Just decided, you know what? Come on, get as close as you can to my net. And turned himself upside down and boosted down to force the ball as it was falling off the nose of Dap. What a finish. You know what? That was a good showcase between both these players. But what a way for Cosmic just to put an extra bit of spice at the very end.
Well, Cosmic went straight Top Gun Maverick and flew down from the sky in order to defend that one, giving him a chance, giving Dap a little wince of hope that unfortunately went by the wayside. It's been a long day, viewers. We've been here in the booth with you the entire time. We know it's been a long tournament for y'all. I know that the finalists are ready to gear it up here too. Last clap for everybody in chat for Dap. The youngster able to make it to third place and guarantee $50 for themselves, and for Cosmic able to get $150 guaranteed. Looking to cause a reset against Wavy in the best of 5 after this break. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals after this. Well, I wish we were back here to bring you some good news about how the grand finals is about to kick off here for the Sprite Chill Solo Showdown. But unfortunately, we had a forfeit prior to it. And it wasn't Cosmic. Unfortunately, Wavy have been waiting around for an extended period of time. He will not be able to make it here to the finals. So we do have our champion, and it's the one that we just saw win the last series. So congratulations to S5 Cosmic for your victory and earning $300 here in the Solo Showdown. I get it. It's a, bit of a formality, it feels like, but the way that they're able to run that bracket throughout in any other series, Hail Monkey Man, you feel like it's definitely earned nonetheless.
I mean, I feel like, obviously, you have deep series and deep brackets that happen, and this is not an uncommon feature, sadly, in esports and in regular competitions, but Cosmic was very consistent. Obviously, we know that Wavy Cosmic rivalry matchup would have been a banger, and they kept it close in the earlier one in the winners final, but if Wavy has other kind of things that are going on as well, then there's no better person that it would go to other than Cosmic. So congratulations to him. Cosmic did a great job. Dap is now one of my most beloved type of new players on the block. I can't wait to see literally every one of these players that we got to see today come back to the pitch again.
That's exactly right, and they've all got years ahead of them as well. Even if you're a senior, and we're talking like Wavy Cosmic more in the next level in the many years of collegiate competition, pro competition, even it's not out of the realm of possibility for a lot of the players that we saw today as well. So just continue to work at it. And until then, we would want to bring you for one last time that this was an incredible showcase of 1v1 talent, thanks to the limited edition of Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. You can head out to your local convenience store now. There's nothing left to the stream, which means there's no more excuses as to why you haven't gone yet. Go ahead and pick yourself up a case from your local convenience store. Hail Monkey Man, your final thoughts before we bid our viewers adieu.
We got to see some awesome talent. We got to see players that have both the mental and mechanicals to be able to outlast and surpass those in competition. And of course, we got to be able to have a great chill time with both yourself, Bear, as well as Shredder Shades in the background, who's ran the entire production. So it was a fun time here, Bear, and I can't wait to be able to see all this happen again.
No, absolutely. So thank you all again for watching. Until next time, Hail Monkey Man and Bear Light on the Stay Plugged In channel. Take care, everybody.